Chapter 651, Gifting Fire Beads, is Ningpei right? Canaan City, a certain restaurant. Xiao Bai, why don't you apologize to Senior Bai Shan? I know you are very talented, and it won't take a few years for you to reach the standard for entering the inner courtyard, but Senior Bai Shan is stronger than you now. If he troubles you because of what happened today, you will be very uncomfortable. At the table, Xiao Yu still complained a little. Listening to Xiao Yu's complaints, Bai Ji didn't say anything, but smiled lightly and filled his glass with the mountain monkey wine in his hand, and then drank it all. He understood that Xiao Yu was just concerned and didn't have any other thoughts. Sister, don't worry so much. With Xiao Bai's strength, he is just a great fighting master. What are you afraid of? On the side, Xiao Ning interrupted calmly while eating the dishes. Before, when Xiao Yu and Ruolin left together to find the law enforcement team, he entered the Black Seal City with Bai Ji and Xiao Suner. In the Black Seal City, Bai Ji easily solved the joint efforts of the two great fighting masters. That Bai Shan is just a great fighting master. As Bai Ji's loyal lick dog, Xiao Ning believes that Bai Ji can definitely solve it easily. What do you mean by just a great fighting master? Xiao Bai's cousin's strength is not yet a great fighting master. Although Bai Shan's talent is not as good as Xiao Bai's cousin, it is not much worse. Fighting masters and great fighting masters are separated by a great realm. Is it so easy to cross the level? Xiao Yu was very unhappy when he heard his brother Xiao Ning's words. Seeing that his sister was a little angry, Xiao Ning curled her lips and did not answer. But in her heart, Xiao Ning shook her head secretly, and couldn't help but say to herself, I said sister, your impression of Xiao Bai is still 2 years ago. Seeing that Bai Ji and Xiao Ning did not answer, and looked like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, Xiao Yu was furious. These two guys, do they think Canaan College is still Wudin City? Sooner, don't you plan to talk about Xiao Bai? In desperation, Xiao Yu could only put his hope on Xiao Suner. But after hearing what Xiao Yu said, Xiao Suner smiled and said crisply. Cousin Xiao Yu, I don't want to know that Senior Bai Shan either, so I have no opinion on brother Xiao Bai's previous behavior. As for the revenge of that Senior Bai Shan, I believe brother Xiao Bai can solve it. Sister Suner, what kind of magic potion did Xiao Bai give you? After hearing what Xiao Suner said, Xiao Yu could only shake her head helplessly and made a plan to find teacher Ruolin if something happened in the future. After dinner, they originally planned to go to the martial arts field. But because they were worried about meeting Bai Shan again, and the weather was a bit hot at noon, after discussing it, the four of them gave up the plan to go to the martial arts field and planned to go back to their own homes. In the courtyard, Bai Ji and Xiao Suner's courtyards were adjacent. When they arrived at the door of the two courtyards, before separating, Bai Ji stretched out his hand and touched the ring. With a flash of red light, several red beads appeared in Bai Ji's hand. This is the fire bead that Bai Ji got when he killed the fire lizardman in the magma world. It contains rich fire energy, which is very beneficial to the practice of fire attribute Do Chi practitioners. However, it is too violent and cannot be taken directly. However, if there is a strange fire, it is basically no problem. Brother Xiao Bai, what is this? Feeling the rich fire energy contained in the fire bead, Xiao Suner asked in surprise. This is a treasure I got by accident. I call it a fire bead. It contains rich fire energy. It is very useful for fire attribute Do Chi practitioners like us. These are given to you by me. Bai Ji rubbed the girl's hair and said with a smile. Brother Xiao Bai, no need. Suner has no shortage of practice resources. Brother Xiao Bai should keep these fire beads for himself. Hearing that the fire beads are useful for fire attribute Do Chi practitioners, and thinking that Bai Ji also practices fire attribute Do Chi, Xiao Suner couldn't help but decline. Why are you being polite? I still have a lot. Bai Ji knew Xiao Suner's personality very well, so he didn't say much. Instead, he took out more fire beads and showed them to Xiao Suner, then domineeringly stuffed the fire beads he was going to give away into Xiao Suner's arms. Thank you, brother Xiao Bai. Seeing that Bai Ji still had a lot of fire beads in his hand, Xiao Suner felt relieved. He showed his intention to accept it, and smiled sweetly at Bai Ji. Well, practice well. Next year, your brother Xiao Bai plans to enter the inner courtyard. You must not fall behind. Bai Ji continued to rub the girl's head and said. A few minutes later, looking at Bai Ji's departing back and feeling the warmth from the fire bead in his hand, Xiao Suner suddenly felt sweet in her heart. At night, the moonlight was like water. In the quiet courtyard, Bai Ji was sitting cross-legged on the big bed in the room with his eyes closed, practicing with the fire bead containing abundant fire energy in his hand. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, Bai Ji opened his eyes, looked out the window, and his mouth curled up slightly. You really guessed it right, you are so persistent, but it's a pity that your persistence is destined to be useless. After saying that, Bai Ji took back the fire bead, got up and got out of bed, then pushed open the room, lay on a rattan chair under a big tree in the yard, and waited leisurely. Not long after, under the bright moonlight, accompanied by the sound of fluttering clothes in the wind, a white figure suddenly stepped over the branches of the big trees outside the courtyard, jumped up with the force, entered the courtyard, and then fell from the air. Bai Ji was a little disdainful of the visitor's pretentiousness. You are not handsome yet, why are you pretending in front of me, just like a younger brother? However, the visitor obviously didn't know about Bai Ji's disdain, or thought he was good enough, so he completely ignored Bai Ji. Your name is Xiao Bai, right? For your rudeness today, I can choose not to pursue it, but I have one request, that is, you leave her. In the courtyard, Bai Shan stood upright with his right hand behind his back, looking down at Bai Ji, and said indifferently. Sooner has Super S-level potential. Such an excellent girl is not something you can have. Listening to Bai Shan's pretentious words, Bai Ji was a little speechless. This idiot, he must have asked a lot of people in the afternoon to find out the relationship, and he actually knew his name, Xiao Suner's name and potential level, and the relationship between the two. But you are too confident, didn't you forget to ask about my potential level? Bai Ji sighed at the unreasonable arrogance of the man in front of him. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence is a big idiot. Although I don't want to say it, I really want to ask you, are you an idiot? Let me leave sooner, but you don't even take a piss to find yourself, do you deserve it? Patting his legs, Bai Ji first sat up from the rattan chair slowly and methodically, then his face suddenly turned cold, and he was rude to Bai Shan. If they didn't tear each other apart during the day, he would leave a line, but you still pretended to be an idiot at night, just asking for trouble. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Bai Shan's originally indifferent face suddenly changed. Chapter 652, Lure Bai Shan and challenge him to a fight. Xiao Bai, are you looking for death? Bai Shan's face instantly turned livid after being angrily scolded by Bai Ji. His right hand, which was originally behind his back, was almost clenched with blue veins, and his angry eyes were about to spit fire. From childhood to adulthood, no one has dared to insult him like this. Looking for death? Haha, there are many people who want me to die, but you are definitely not one of them. Do you think too highly of yourself if you want me to die? Bai Ji was somewhat disdainful of Bai Shan's anger and laughed sarcastically. You. Seeing Bai Ji's disdainful expression, Bai Shan couldn't help but get even angrier. His right hand, which was originally behind his back, unconsciously dropped to his waist. A faint silver fighting spirit rushed out of his right hand, flashing continuously between the palms, making bursts of thunder-like sounds. This is a unique characteristic of thunder-attributed fighting spirit. In the world of Dopo Kangsheng, most fighters have the 5 elements, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only a very small number of people have attributes other than the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, light, and darkness, etc. These attributes are called rare attributes. Although not all fighters with rare attributes are stronger than fighters of the same level, it is undeniable that fighters with rare attributes often have very special fighting skills because of their rare attributes, and they can often gain an advantage in battle. Moreover, compared with the ordinary 5 elements, rare attributes, especially the 2 major attributes of wind and thunder, have both speed and destructive power. At the same level, they are often very powerful, so fighters with wind and thunder attributes are often recognized as the most powerful at the same level. Yo, it turns out to be thunder attribute fighting spirit, no wonder you are so arrogant. I was wondering why the people who competed with you in the martial arts field today felt a little weird as they moved later. Now I have found the reason. Noticing the thunder fighting spirit crackling in Bai Shan's palm, Bai Ji showed a half-smile expression. Bai Shan was once again calmly confronted by Bai Ji. He clenched his fists and panted angrily. Then he took a deep breath, calmed down, and said in a low voice. You want to provoke me? And let me attack you? Haha, no use. I won't attack you easily. That will only leave gossips, saying that I bully my junior. Now that I have made the decision, I will only compete in a legitimate way. Bai Shan raised the corners of his mouth self-satisfiedly, showing a few cold arcs. Puff. Listening to the self-talk of the senior in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help laughing. Of course, it was a sneer. You just want to steal my love, why do you say it so nicely? Still competing, you are competing for a fool. He had already captured Xiao Suner's heart, and with Xiao Suner's character, the man in front of him didn't have the slightest chance at all. He wanted to steal my love, and he said it so high-soundingly, this is purely to move himself, what are you pretending for? Although there was some sarcasm in his heart, Bai Ji also had his own ideas in his heart. He wanted to see what else this stupid senior Bai Shan could say. Just when Bai Ji was at ease, the senior Bai Shan continued to talk to himself. Xiao Bai, I know that you and Suner are of the same clan, grew up together, and are childhood sweethearts, but with Suner's talent, such an excellent girl is not worthy of you at all. In your small place before, maybe you were barely worthy, but when you come to Canaan College, the gap between you will widen rapidly. Instead of parting ways in the future, it is better for everyone to choose to give up. Listening to the arrogant words of the so-called Baishan senior, Bai Ji resisted the urge to take action several times. If he hadn't kept admonishing himself in his heart, this bully is still useful, just bear with it first, and settle the score later, settle the score later. I'm afraid Bai Ji would have taken action to teach this guy a lesson. Just a few dishes, and he's drunk like this? He didn't even know Xiao Suner, but he called her Suner. The thickness of his face is simply invincible. I say, Baishan Senior, you think I'm not worthy, so do you deserve it? My Suner is a super S-level talent, and you, with an A-level talent, can't compare to my Suner. What confidence do you have that you can deserve my Suner? Listening to the arrogance of this guy in front of him, Bai Ji continued to sneer. If it's really about talent, I'm certainly not worthy of Suner, but I'm better than you anyway. Bai Shan waved his sleeves and snorted. Listening to Bai Shan's words, Bai Ji's mouth twitched a few times, and he was a little speechless in his heart. When this guy asked about Suner's news, he must have asked those boys who went to Wudin City and didn't get along with him. He only knew about Suner's news, and didn't know anything about him, or the evaluation he got was just average. Otherwise, with this guy's pride, he wouldn't pretend like this. When Bai Ji was complaining in his heart, Bai Shan glanced at Bai Ji lightly and continued to speak. I know you will definitely be dissatisfied in your heart, so I give you a chance. You are a freshman who has just entered the college. Freshmen like you have the fastest improvement in strength within 1 year after entering the college. I will give you 1 year. After 1 year, we will have a fair duel. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as your strength. At that time, if you lose, please leave sooner. Ha! Listening to this shameless words, Bai Ji was simply drunk. If it is an ordinary person, 15 years old, without cheating, no matter how talented, if there is no huge advantage in resources, there is no hope of winning under the gap of several years of cultivation, right? Even if the strength is suppressed to the same level, so what? The extra experience and resources obtained in Canaan College cannot be changed. How can this be taken advantage of? What's fair? For the senior in front of him, I don't know if he is really stupid or shameless, but pretending to be stupid. Bai Ji took a few deep breaths, calmed down his inner mood, and prepared to lead the topic in the planned direction. Senior Baishan is really fair and just, but forget about leaving sooner. Sooner is not a commodity that can be used for trading by us, but... When Baishan looked over, Bai Ji changed the topic. But I think the duel can be kept. Senior Baishan can hit me. Maybe after easily defeating me, Sooner will realize the excellence of the senior. Bai Ji's mouth curled up, with a hint of sarcasm. But a year is not needed. I think I am a genius, so I don't need this year. How about this, 3 days later, we go to the martial arts arena for a fair duel, how about it? Bai Ji looked at Bai Shan, with a hint of provocation on his face. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Bai Shan frowned slightly, with some concerns in his heart. Defeating the opponent in a duel is indeed a good way to show his excellence, but what if his behavior is considered to be bullying a junior? And even if he wins, if Bai Ji bites that he has a few years of training advantage and bullies the weak, his image may be exposed in Sooner's school. My sister's heart is rotten. This made Bai Shan hesitate. Haha, Senior Bai Shan is not afraid, right? Does Senior Bai Shan still want to keep all his strength to duel with me? Originally he was hesitating in his heart, but when he heard Bai Ji's half-smile, Bai Shan couldn't help but get angry. Afraid? Just kidding, let's compete. 3 days later, in the martial arts arena, I will suppress my cultivation and fight you. Those who dare not come are grandsons. Chapter 653. In fact, I am not a weak chicken, but a fighting master. Okay. Then it's settled. 3 days later, I hope Senior will not forget. Hearing Bai Shan's promise, Bai Ji smiled with narrowed eyes. Hey! Forgot? What a joke! I just hope that my junior brother is not just good at talking, but can't even survive 3 moves under my hands. Bai Shan snorted coldly, and a few traces of sarcasm appeared on his face. Haha! Bai Ji did not answer Bai Shan's words, but just squinted and laughed. Although he did not answer, his tone was obviously very disdainful. Humph! Seeing that Bai Ji didn't answer, Bai Shan also snorted coldly, turned around and jumped up. With the help of the treetops, he quickly disappeared into the night with the sound of his clothes fluttering. The plan worked. Watching Bai Shan's back disappear into the night, Bai Ji yawned and stretched. He could have taught Bai Shan a lesson tonight, but he didn't. Instead, he talked a lot and made a duel 3 days later. Of course, there was a reason. According to the original plot, there are many people in the outer courtyard who like Xiao Suner. In addition to Bai Shan, there are several male celebrities in the outer courtyard who also like Xiao Suner. Even if he teaches Bai Shan a lesson today, Lu Shan, Su Shan, and Sun Shan will jump out later. As celebrities, these people obviously don't think that the other party is better than themselves. Even if he defeated Bai Shan, others would think that he only won by luck against Bai Shan, and that he would not necessarily lose if he came out, so they would definitely continue to harass Xiao Suner and show their courtesy. So for convenience, Bai Ji simply used Bai Shan as a target and agreed to a duel in 3 days, showing his strength in the arena to shock everyone. As long as he showed his absolutely overwhelming strength to defeat Bai Shan, others would not be lucky enough to harass Xiao Suner. Haha, I'm so smart. Turning around and walking towards the room, Bai Ji touched his chin and smiled complacently. After Bai Ji walked into the room, behind the wall not far away, in another courtyard, a girl in a green dress slowly retracted her head that was sticking out of the wall. Brother Xiao Bai, Suner believes that you can definitely win. Under the bright moonlight, the girl quietly clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with determination and trust. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Bai Ji didn't need to worry about it. Bai Shan took the initiative to make this matter known to everyone, and even the instructor Ruolin was alarmed. The next day after knowing the news, Ruolin came to Bai Ji and tried to persuade Bai Ji not to fight, saying that it was like hitting a rock with an egg. Although Bai Ge's talent is unparalleled in the world, the gap in practice for several years cannot be made up so easily. With Bai Ge's current level of fighting master, it is basically impossible to win over Bai Shan, who is also a genius fighting master. Ruolin's theory is indeed correct, but I'm sorry, Bai Ji said that he actually cheated. However, because it is not the time to expose it yet, Bai Ji can only politely refuse the kindness of dear instructor Ruolin, saying that he can handle the matter himself. In this way, time quickly came to 3 days later. In the square of the martial arts arena, Bai Shan, who was dressed in white, handsome and gentle, stood on one side of the square, with his head slightly raised, his face full of confidence. On the other side was Bai Ji, who was also dressed in white, but his appearance and temperament were completely superior to the former, especially Bai Ji's silver hair and a pair of purple gemstone-like eyes, which simply attracted everyone's attention. Before Bai Ji came on stage, in the audience of the martial arts arena, except for the girls who had been to Wooten City before, the other girls from Canaan College basically supported Bai Shan. But after Bai Ji came on stage, because of Bai Ji's appearance, many girls in the audience who originally supported Bai Shan actually rebelled collectively and became supporters of Bai Ji. Xiao Bai, come on! The competition was about to begin, and some girls from Canaan College who supported Bai Ji shouted. Xiao Bai, kill this arrogant maniac! In the audience, Xiao Ning's shouting was not to be outdone. Brother Xiao Bai, come on! On the side, the young girl Xiao Suner also clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture to Bai Ji. Senior Bai Shan, we will always support you. Senior Bai Shan, let this freshman see how powerful our senior is. Oh! My God! Senior Beishan, come on! On the other side, Beishan's supporters also shouted one after another. In the square in the center of the martial arts arena, listening to the shouts like mountains and seas around him, Beishan waved his hands around in a gentle manner, as if to say that he would not disappoint everyone's expectations. Bai Ji was much simpler, he didn't take it seriously at all. When participating in the elite exchange competition for soul masters from all over the continent in Douluo continent, there were many more spectators than in this martial arts arena. I say, Senior Beishan, why are you waving your hands, are you going to fight or not? Seeing that Beishan was still waving his hands, Bai Ji interrupted Beishan speechlessly. Humph! Do you really want to lose to me? Beishan's body stiffened, put down his hands, and snorted coldly. You think I will definitely lose to you, so confident? Hearing Bai Shan's words, which seemed to indicate that victory was in his pocket, Bai Ji's mouth twitched, and he said with a half smile. I'm not confident, I just have enough knowledge of my own strength. Bai Shan said proudly. Haha, let me see your confidence. Hearing Bai Shan's confident words, Bai Ji smiled playfully, and then released his own momentum with all his strength. With the full operation of his fighting spirit, the momentum of the 7-star fighting master level suddenly broke out. You are a fighting master? Sensing that Bai Ji's strength had reached the fighting master level, Bai Shan's face, which was originally confident and proud, suddenly changed, and became full of incredible. How could it be possible? How could this guy be a fighting master? He said he was just an ordinary student. Bai Shan's face changed for a while, and it was quite uncertain. Senior Bai Shan's face changed so quickly, when did you learn to change your face? Looking at the change in Bai Shan's face, Bai Ji smiled playfully. I didn't expect you to be a fighting master. It seems that your potential level is also Super S level. I admit that you are worthy of junior sister sooner, but I will not give up. Bai Shan clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. You want to use me to show your strength to deter others, so as to clear the trouble for junior sister sooner, right? Your idea is good, but although my talent may not be as good as yours, I am stronger than you, and I have practiced longer than you. Moreover, the resources of Canaan Academy are incomparable to the local families. Even if the level is suppressed, you can't be my opponent in terms of combat experience and fighting skills. After saying that, Bai Shan suddenly looked up and stared at Bai Ji, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Notice. I have something to do today, so the update will be postponed to the afternoon, moi. Chapter 654 The shock caused by the fighting master, an easy win. In the martial arts arena, the audience seats around were silent. After Bai Ji showed his momentum, everyone was shocked to find that Bai Ji's strength was actually a fighting master, and it should be a high-level fighting master with strength exceeding 5 stars. This Xiao Bai is actually a fighting master, are you kidding? Isn't this a freshman who just enrolled, how can he be a fighting master? 5-star fighters have S-level potential. What potential level should he have if he enrolls with the strength of a fighting master? Looking at the calm young man on the square, everyone was full of disbelief. But no matter how shocked they were, at this moment, everyone understood that Canaan Academy had welcomed a real monster. At the entrance on one side of the martial arts field, looking at the square in the distance, an old man stroked his long white beard with satisfaction and said with a smile, Haha, Ruolin, your luck is really good this year. A fighter who is less than 18 years old is really a complete monster. The vice president is too kind. This is not only Ruolin's luck, but also the luck of the academy. Next to the old man, Ruolin, who was wearing a white long skirt, smiled gently. Tisk. What if he is a fighter who is less than 18 years old? He is not strong enough. Even if Beishan suppresses his strength, he can't beat Beishan. This guy is not a character that you seem to be afraid of. On the other side, a girl in a red skirt curled her lips in disdain. Haha, Hujie, are you jealous? Are you jealous that someone else has taken away your title of demon? The old man said with a smile to the red-dressed girl. Nonsense. I don't care about demons or not. I'm just a little angry. This guy named Xiao Bai looks good, but I don't know why he is so stupid. Hujie turned her head with some displeasure and snorted. Oh, the little demon girl actually knows how to care about others, which is really rare. Do you want me to let Ruolin introduce this little guy to you? Hearing Hujie's words, the vice president couldn't help but laugh even more. No need. I'm not like those stinky men who can't walk when they see beautiful women. Hearing the old man's words, Hu Jia's expression choked, and his earlobe suddenly turned slightly red, but he still insisted. She snorted in response. Hee. The old man did not say much about Hu Jia's words, but turned his head slowly with a smiling expression. Little demon girl, we will not discuss other things, but you said that this little guy will lose. I don't think so at all. He can become a fighting master before the age of 18. Such a demon can't be a fool no matter how you look at it. On the other side, in the square. Since the senior is so confident, let's start now. In the center of the square, Bai Shan and Bai Ji approached each other. Looking at Bai Shan's eyes full of fighting intent, Bai Ji smiled lightly without any concern. Okay, let's start. But since your strength is only a 7-star fighting master, I won't take advantage of you. Bai Shan was also unwilling to be outdone by Bai Ji's confidence. After taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his fighting spirit from the 3-star Great Fighting Master level to the 7-star Fighting Master level. As his Do Chi cultivation was suppressed, Bai Shan's aura also dropped rapidly, from the 3-star Do Master level to the 7-star Do Master level. After doing everything, under the tense gaze of the audience in the surrounding audience seats, the two slowly retreated to both sides. Thunder Walk. Standing at the edge of the square, looking at Bai Ji on the opposite side, Bai Shan chose to take the initiative. After a low shout, he suddenly activated his Thunder Attribute Do Chi Lei Walk. As the dazzling silver Do Chi burst out from his body like an electric current, with a crackling sound, Bai Shan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot like lightning, and turned into a silver streamer moving on the square, rushing towards Bai Ji at a lightning speed. Humph! A high-level Xian-level Thunder-attributed fighting skill. Among the fighting skills of the same level, almost no one can match its speed. His figure flashed quickly in the square. Every time he flashed, the distance he moved was more than 10 meters. Looking at Bai Ji who seemed to have not reacted yet, Bai Shan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This Thunder Walk was the reward he got for winning the top 3 in the freshman competition. In terms of pure speed, it is almost comparable to the general fighting skills of the low-level Earth level. In his opinion, people like Bai Ji who live in a small local family and may have seen the highest level of fighting skills less than the middle level of Xian level, can't avoid his attack at all. Even if Bai Ji has a very high talent, the resources of a small local family are like this. It is impossible to compare with the Canaan students with a deep foundation and a long heritage. Thunder Fist. As he gradually approached the target, Bai Shan showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and launched another proud fighting skill again, Thunder Fist. In an instant, dazzling silver fighting spirit burst out from the right fist, and countless silver fighting spirits quickly condensed into lightning-like shapes and wrapped around the fist, crackling. You can even faintly see that the tip of the lightning has slightly distorted the air, which is enough to see the power of this Thunder Fist. However, although Bai Shan's speed is very fast, ordinary people can only see the afterimage, but this is obviously non-existent for Beg. Chidori. Looking at Bai Shan approaching quickly, noticing the Thunder Fist in Bai Shan's hand, countless lightning burst out from the fist, making crackling sounds. For some reason, Beg suddenly thought of Chidori in Naruto. You use Chidori, I use Rei's Nan. Some interest arose in his heart. Beg's mouth corners slightly hooked, and his right hand dropped to his waist quietly. Just as Bai Ji was thinking, relying on the speed of the thunder, Bai Shan had instantly appeared in front of Bai Ji, sneering, and fiercely slammed his right fist wrapped in rolling thunder and lightning into Bai Ji's chest. Listening to the crackling explosion, Bai Shan seemed to see the scene of Bai Ji being blown away by this punch, and thought viciously in his heart, go to hell. Only I, Bai Shan, can match such an excellent girl like Sooner. Seeing that Bai Shan's blow was about to hit, many people in the audience stood up and shouted excitedly. But just when Bai Shan was full of sneers and thought that this blow would hit, Bai Ji suddenly retreated quickly, then turned around and avoided the bombardment of the Thunder Fist. How is it possible? How can he react? Seeing that Bai Ji actually avoided this blow at the critical moment with a body movement that was 1,000 miles away, Bai Shan's face was shocked. But before Bai Shan could react from the shock, Bai Ji also made a quick move. With the left hand raised quickly at lightning speed, Bai Ji slapped Bai Shan's right arm with one palm. Bai Ji locked an acupuncture point with this palm, directly cutting off the circulation of the Thunder Fist's Do Chi, and also made Bai Shan's body stiff. Then he raised his right hand, and under the control of powerful mental power, he refined the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and turned it into blue Do Chi, and quickly condensed a douqi ball in his right hand. Inside the douqi ball, the douqi was spinning rapidly, and under the control of Bai Ji, it hit Bai Shan's chest hard. Although it was a pirated raised nan, the same mechanism of action, the power of the two is indeed almost the same. The high-speed rotating douqi ball directly tore the douqi gauze on Bai Shan's chest, and then the remaining force tore the clothes on Bai Shan's chest, and finally hit Bai Shan hard. Shan's chest. In an instant, the burst of fighting spirit and high-speed rotation force directly knocked Bai Shan out. In Bai Shan's unbelievable eyes, as a mouthful of blood sprayed into the sky, the surrounding audience seats suddenly fell silent. Chapter 655 Fame, Retest, and Class Division. Are you kidding? Seeing that Bai Shan had taken the initiative and victory was in sight, but in the blink of an eye, he was knocked away by Bai Ji's blow. Countless people in the audience seats dropped their jaws. After knocking Bai Shan away, Bai Ji moved his body, flashed a few times, and quickly came to Bai Shan's side. The green fighting spirit surged out of his hand, condensed into a long sword, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Bai Shan's neck. You lost. Bai Ji said lightly. You cheated. On the ground, Bai Shan's mouth was bleeding, his hand covered his injured chest, and he sat up from the ground in embarrassment, his face full of unwillingness. Cheating? Haha, I don't know how you define cheating, but the competition only pursues the result, and the result is you lost. Bai Ji grinned. Although there is no agreement between us, I think you should be a self-aware person. Everyone should know whether I am worthy of sooner. I know that your cultivation is a great fighting master, but believe me, these make no difference to me. Please don't harass us in the future. After removing the long face of fighting spirit, Bai Ji slowly turned around and walked towards the exit while speaking lightly. Only Bai Shan was left with a look of unwillingness but helplessness. Haha, little demon girl, see who guessed it right. At the entrance on the other side, the vice president looked at Hujia beside him with interest. His consciousness is very sharp, but it is also Bai Shan who suppressed his cultivation, otherwise he would definitely not lose. Hujia was a little unwilling and said stubbornly. Then do you think Bai Shan should suppress his cultivation in this competition? The vice president continued to ask with a smile. Should be. Hujia lowered her head in frustration. That's it. Little demon girl, you have a strong competitor this time. You must work hard to practice and don't let us down. The vice president stroked his long beard and said with a smile. More than half a month passed in a flash. In this half a month, because of the competition with Bai Shan, Bai Ji quickly climbed from obscurity to the level of a celebrity in the outer courtyard. As a freshman, he was honored to be a celebrity in the outer courtyard. This is the first time in Canaan College. The reason why Bai Ji and Bai Shan competed was because of Xiao Suner. After getting to know Xiao Suner, who was talented and beautiful, quickly became famous in the outer courtyard of Canaan College. However, because Xiao Suner's strength was only that of a fighter, and because school had not started yet, Xiao Suner had been keeping to herself and had not shown up much, so she had not attracted much attention. Half a month later, the day for freshmen to start school finally arrived. However, the first day of school was not an immediate class, but a talent retest and class division. As the name suggests, talent retest means to test talent again, and the content mainly includes testing cultivation and physical attributes. Among them, testing physical attributes is mainly to facilitate some students who have not reached the level of fighters to choose their skills in the future. And according to what Bai Ji learned, the crystal ball used by Canaan Academy to test attributes is an extremely precise special crystal ball that can test extremely subtle talents. For example, some people's talent attributes actually include two types, but the second attribute is extremely subtle, and the general crystal ball that tests the fighting spirit attribute often cannot test it out. It must be an extremely precise special crystal ball to test it out. The reason for this is very simple, that is, to select students with the attribute of fire and wood and the talent to become alchemists for training. You should know that in Canaan Academy, in addition to the inner and outer courtyards, there is also an alchemy department. The purpose of testing cultivation is to prevent some people from sneaking into Canaan College. Because there is a magical profession of alchemist in the Douluo world, various elixirs are emerging one after another, among which there are many elixirs that can increase the fighting spirit of fighters in a short time. Although Canaan College has been cracking down on this behavior, every year there are people who secretly take this kind of elixir because they want to enter Canaan College. When registering in the local area, due to many reasons, This behavior is difficult to test, but it is impossible to get away with it in the college. As for the class division, it is very simple. The class division is determined by the teacher who registered. For example, Bai Ji and Xiao Sun are both registered with Ruolin, and Ruolin is the instructor of the yellow class, so Bai Ji and Xiao Sun will be assigned to the yellow class. At this moment, on the wide square, several instructors are standing in front of the square. At the front of the square, there are 4 tables. On the tables, from right to left, there is an iron basin filled with purple juice, a small test magic stone tablet, and a white crystal dot ball and a registration book. Behind the table on the far right with an iron basin filled with purple juice, there is a long queue, and all the freshmen are in the long queue. Everyone must first test whether their Do-Chi cultivation is true, then test their Do-Chi cultivation through the test magic stone tablet, then test their own attributes, and finally register for class division. After the instructor in front prepared everything, the test officially began, and the first student to be tested walked to the table. Put your hand in, and then release the Do-Chi. Looking at the student, the instructor instructed. Yes. Hearing the instructor's words, the test student answered carefully, then put his right hand into the iron basin filled with purple juice, and slowly released the Do-Chi. As the Do-Chi was released, the purple juice actually began to change from purple to blue. Seeing the change in the juice, the instructor nodded as usual and said, "Okay, let's proceed to the next one." After the first test, the test student continued to come to the test magic stone tablet. Also under the instruction of the instructor, he put his hand on the test magic stone tablet and released his fighting spirit. With the master of fighting spirit, the test magic stone tablet emitted a faint golden light, and several golden characters slowly appeared on the test magic stone tablet. 8-stage fighting spirit. What's your name? Seeing the result, the instructor standing behind the test magic stone tablet asked. My name is Wang Senior. The test student answered nervously. Wang Sen, 8-stage fighting spirit. Hearing the answer, the instructor behind the test magic stone tablet turned his head slightly to the left and said loudly. On the far left, hearing the voice, the instructor in charge of registration on the far left quickly registered. After testing the fighting spirit, Wang Sen quickly started the third item, testing the physical attributes. Also under the instruction of the instructor, Wang Sen placed his right hand on the crystal ball. With the injection of Do-Chi, the crystal ball burst into a bright green light, mixed with a barely visible brown light. Wang Sen, attribute, earth. Seeing that it was Obito in the wood, the instructor in charge of the test shook his head and said something to the instructor on the left. After testing the attributes, register the registration instructor. After the registration is completed, wait until the class division is successful, and the test is completed. Chapter 656 Alchemist Talent? Surprised Xiao Yan. The test is still going on. As the new students complete the test and registration one by one, the team is constantly moving forward. During the test, there are still a few students who rely on taking qi-enhancing pills to cheat and register for the Canaan students. They were discovered and then ruthlessly taken away by the law enforcement team that rushed over. These people will eventually be sent back to their countries, and their descendants will no longer be recruited by Canaan students within 3 generations. So boring, when will it be our turn? Because they arrived late, Bai Ji and his group were at the back of the line. Seeing the long line in front, Xiaoning complained a little. I see you have nothing to do every day, so it's okay to wait, right? Listening to Xiaoning's complaints, Bai Ji glanced at Xiaoning and said. In such hot weather, even if you have nothing to do, you don't have to stay in the sun, right? Xiaoning lamented a little. Just as Bai Ji and Xiaoning were talking, a voice suddenly came from the test point in the distance, Xiao Yan, a 6-star fighter. Well, it's Xiao Yan's turn. Hearing the voice, Xiaoning couldn't help but look up at the test place in front, and Bai Ji and Xiao Suner also looked over. In front of the test point in the distance, Xiao Yan had just finished testing the magic stone tablet and was standing in front of the crystal ball for testing attributes. Xiao Yan, right? Your cultivation is very good. Put your hand on the crystal ball and test your attributes. Seeing that Xiao Yan's cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star fighter, this was obviously another student with S-level potential. The instructor who tested the attributes was very satisfied with Xiao Yan, so he said in a pleasant voice. Hearing the words of the instructor in front of him, under the gaze of Xiao Mei behind him, Xiao Yan slowly put his hand on the crystal ball in front of him. Swish! With the release of Do-Chi, the transparent crystal ball suddenly bloomed a dazzling red. Very pure fire attribute. Seeing the dazzling red light blooming from the crystal ball, the instructor who tested the attributes nodded with a smile. But right in front of the instructor who tested the attributes, the dazzling red light was flowing, and a faint green light actually bloomed again from the red light. Although it was not obvious, it could be distinguished. This is wood and fire. Seeing that the light from the crystal ball was red with green, this was obviously a physique of wood and fire, a talent for becoming an alchemist. The instructor who tested the attributes couldn't help but exclaimed. Physique of wood and fire? Isn't this the legendary talent for becoming an alchemist? No way, this family is Xiaoyan qualified to be a pharmacist. I'm so envious, I want to be a pharmacist too. Woo! Pharmacists have a high status in Duqi continent. Among the fighters in Duqi continent, there is almost no one who doesn't want to be a pharmacist, but unfortunately, the qualifications to become a pharmacist are rare. So when the whole team saw that Xiaoyan actually had the qualifications to be a pharmacist, they were all excited. Damn, this guy Xiaoyan actually has the qualifications to be a pharmacist. Seeing that Xiaoyan had once again become famous, and even had the talent of a pharmacist that everyone dreamed of, Xiaoning couldn't help but feel jealous. Cousin Xiaoyan. Behind Xiaoyan, Xiaomei was even more surprised when she saw that Xiaoyan actually had the qualifications to be a pharmacist. This potential stock that she carefully selected really has great potential. Finally, a guy with the qualifications to be a pharmacist has appeared. I hope there will be more qualified alchemists, so that we can buy pills more conveniently in the future. Yes, 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 I think so too. There were also many people watching beside the test square, most of whom were old students who came to watch the fun, but there were also many instructors. After seeing that there were students with alchemy qualifications among the freshmen, everyone immediately started to talk about it. Among them, the instructor from the alchemy department jumped directly and flew towards the test point in the distance after seeing that there were finally students with alchemy qualifications. In the Duqi continent, because there are only one person with the qualifications to become an alchemist, every year, even the Canaan Academy, which recruits students from many empires, can recruit no more than 10 students with the qualifications to become alchemists. Due to the shortage of students, the alchemy department will specially send instructors to watch when each freshman retests, and then recruit those with the qualifications to become alchemists. Your name is Xiaoyan, right? Do you want to become an alchemist? When Xiaoyan was shocked that he was qualified to become a pharmacist, a voice suddenly came from the side. Xiaoyan turned around and saw a middle-aged man in Canaan Academy uniforms floating down from the sky and landing next to Xiaoyan. Su Han, you people in the alchemy department are really good at listening. You just tested out a person who is qualified to become an alchemist, and you come to snatch him. Seeing Su Han coming, the instructor in charge of testing attributes couldn't help but laugh. What can we do? You know how much we need people in the alchemy department. Hearing the words of the instructor who tested the attributes, Su Han glanced at him and said lightly. Haha, that's right. The instructor in charge of testing attributes smiled. As an instructor of Canaan College, he naturally knew how much the alchemy department was short of people. But the shortage of people is one thing, but the status of the alchemy department in Canaan students, which is independent of the outer and inner courtyards, is also really enviable. Xiaoyan, have you thought about it? Are you willing to become a member of our alchemy department? After chatting with the instructor in charge of testing attributes for a few words, Su Han looked at Xiaoyan again and asked. As long as I join the alchemy department, can I become an alchemist? Xiaoyan suppressed his excitement and asked. Of course, as long as you have good qualifications and work hard enough, there will be no problem in becoming a first-grade or second-grade alchemist. Su Han answered very naturally. Well, teacher, I am willing to join the alchemy department. After getting the answer, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and said with burning eyes. Very good, you will be proud of your choice today. Come with me. After the freshman test is completed, I will take you to our alchemy department. If you want to become an alchemist, you still need to know something. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Su Han nodded with satisfaction, then patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder, took Xiaoyan away from the team, and walked away under the envious eyes of everyone. Xiaoyan, this guy, is too lucky. I don't know if I have the talent to become an alchemist. Seeing Xiaoyan being taken away by the instructor of the alchemy department, Xiaoning, who had learned from Xiaoyu about the high status of the alchemy department in Canaan College, couldn't help but envy him. You may not have any more. Listening to Xiaoning's words, Bai Ji glanced at Xiaoning and thought to himself. Chapter 657, The Strongest Fire and Wood Talent, refused to enroll in the alchemy department. After Xiao Yan left, the test continued. I don't know if Xiao Yan set a good example. Not long after Xiao Yan left, another student with the qualifications of an alchemist appeared. This student was still taken away by Su Han, the instructor from the alchemy department, under the envious eyes of everyone. But after that, there was no student with the qualifications of an alchemist in the team. The team continued to move forward, and finally it was Bai Ji's turn to test. Put your hand in it. In the shining iron basin, purple the inexplicable juice sparkled in the sun. Listening to the words of the instructor in charge of the test, Bai Ji slowly put his hand into the iron basin and released his fighting spirit. With the injection of fighting spirit, the purple juice quickly turned blue, which showed that Bai Ji did not take any chi-enhancing pills, so Bai Ji easily passed the first test and came to the second test, cultivation test. Still under the instruction of the instructor in charge of the test, he put it on the test magic stone tablet. With the injection of fighting spirit, the test magic stone tablet burst into dazzling golden light. After the golden light dissipated, several golden characters appeared on the test magic stone tablet. 7-star fighting master. 7-star fighting master. Seeing the several golden characters on the test magic stone tablet, the instructor in charge of the test could not help but be stunned. Is there something wrong with this test magic stone tablet? How could a freshman reach the level of a 7-star fighting master? Like the instructor in charge of the test, many people in the team and the crowd watching around also started to talk about it, obviously shocked and puzzled by Bai Ji's 7-star fighting master. What's your name? The instructor in charge of the test came back to his senses and asked Bai Ji. My name is Xiao Bai. Bai Ji said slowly. Xiao Bai? This name sounds familiar. The instructor in charge of the test couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Xiao Bai, is it the guy who defeated Bai Shan? It turned out to be Xiao Bai, no wonder he is a 7-star fighting master. Since it's Xiao Bai, there's no problem. Compared to the instructor in charge of the test, who was only familiar with it, because of the decisive battle between Bai Ji and Bai Shan, whether it was the freshmen in the team who had just entered the school or the old students watching around, they were all very familiar with Bai Ji's name, but not everyone had seen Bai Ji. Xiao Bai. With the strength of the instructor in charge of testing the cultivation, he could easily hear the discussions of the students around him. After finding out that the students were not surprised by Bai Ji's cultivation after knowing his name, but rather took it for granted, the instructor naturally understood that there should be no problem with the test of the magic stone tablet. However, because Bai Ji's cultivation was too advanced among the freshmen, even an instructor like him who had taught at Canaan College for more than 10 years had never heard of it. The instructor in charge of testing the cultivation still put his hand on the test magic stone tablet in disbelief. With the injection of fighting spirit, the test magic stone tablet once again burst into golden light, and then dissipated, and several golden characters quietly emerged from the test magic stone tablet. 3-star dueling, it seems that it should be correct. Seeing that the result of testing his cultivation on the test magic stone tablet was correct, the instructor muttered, then looked to the far left and shouted to the instructor in charge of registration, Xiao Bai, 7-star dushi. Okay, classmate, you can take the next test. Looking at Bai Ji with some amazement, the instructor in charge of testing cultivation said in a complicated tone. Since the establishment of Canaan Academy, it has never recruited an academy with an admission level as high as dushi, although a few years ago, Canaan Academy determined that the potential level of 6-star dushi is SS level, the potential level of 7-star dushi is SSS level, and the potential level of 8-star dushi is max level. However, this admission level is a 6-star dushi, which obviously breaks through the current potential level division of the academy. He is less than 20 years old and is a star dushi. This is a real monster. Under the complicated gaze of the instructor in charge of testing cultivation, Bai Ji leisurely walked a few steps to the left and stood in front of the test attribute crystal ball. Student, put your hand on the crystal ball and test your attributes. The instructor in charge of testing the attributes was also amazed and said with a pleasant expression. Yet. Bai Ji nodded, put his hand on the transparent crystal ball in front of him, and then slowly injected his fighting spirit into the crystal ball. Swish! As Bai Ji injected his fighting spirit, the crystal ball suddenly burst into a dazzling red light like the sun. The dazzling red shone to the extreme, almost glowing with golden light, like the rising sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Under the dazzling light, the nearest instructors immediately covered their eyes with their wide sleeves. In the team not far away, everyone also hurriedly covered their eyes with their sleeves and palms, leaving only a little gap to carefully look at the scene in front of them. What a pure fire attribute constitution! Seeing the dazzling red color of the crystal ball, after the sleeves, several instructors in charge of the test said in a shocked tone. Normally, a bright red light is a sign of a pure fire attribute, and a dazzling fire attribute is a sign of genius. However, no matter how dazzling it is not as dazzling as Bai Ji's, which is almost impossible to look at directly. This level of fire attribute is unheard of, but before everyone could recover, as the red light dissipated, dazzling green light suddenly bloomed from the crystal ball again. In an instant, the 4 instructors in charge of the test stood up in shock at the same time. How is it possible that he has such a pure fire attribute and wood attribute at the same time? It seems to be exposed. Looking at the shocked expressions of the 4 instructors, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel helpless. Originally, he would not interrupt the display of 2 attributes, but because the test attributes were completely viewed from the crystal ball, it was difficult to control himself. And because the crystal ball used by Canaan Academy to test attributes was an extremely rare and high-precision special crystal ball, Bai Ji still didn't have time to hide and expose 2 attributes. However, after accidentally testing the wood attribute, Bai Ji quickly withdrew his hand. God knows if he tested other attributes again, he would not be able to live in peace in Canaan Academy. With such a pure fire and wood attribute, Xiao Bai, are you willing to join our alchemy department? When Bai Ji was thinking about it, with a whistling wind, Su Han, who was wearing the Canaan Academy instructor's uniform, quickly flew to Bai Ji's side, grabbed Bai Ji's hand excitedly, and asked. Damn! Another alchemist! With such a pure fire and wood attribute, this should be a genius among alchemists. I'm so envious, I also want to be an alchemist. Seeing that Bai Ji actually made the instructors of Alchemy West so excited, everyone saw that Bai Ji had the top alchemist talent. But just when everyone thought that Bai Ji would agree to Su Han's invitation, Bai Ji chuckled and replied, Sorry, teacher, I refuse. In an instant, the whole square was silent. Chapter 658 Sensation, Xiao Yan's Entanglement. What? You refuse? Do you know what an alchemist is? Your talent is simply born to become an alchemist. You refuse, you are simply wasting heaven's gift. Hearing Bai Ji's refusal, Su Han couldn't believe it. I know that alchemists are indeed respected, but I'm sorry, I don't want to be an alchemist. Bai Ji smiled faintly and shook his head slowly. To be precise, I don't want to be an alchemist in your Canaan Academy, because you are really not qualified to teach me. After saying that, in his heart, Bai Ji added another sentence. For Bai Ji, who has obtained all of Yao Chen's alchemy memories, his alchemy level is already the best in Duqi continent. Even if it is placed in Zhongzhou, the same is true. The alchemy department of Canaan Academy is really not qualified to teach him. Xiao Bai, I know you have a high talent for cultivation, but becoming a pharmacist will not delay your cultivation. It may be delayed at the beginning, but when you become a real pharmacist and learn to refine pills, you can refine pills yourself to assist your own cultivation, and you can also sell pills in exchange for cultivation resources. This will definitely not delay your cultivation, but will make your cultivation speed faster. Believe me, becoming a pharmacist is absolutely beneficial to you. Su Han, the instructor of the pharmacy department, was still a little unwilling, and couldn't help but persuade him earnestly. Sorry, teacher, I still refuse. Bai Ji shook his head indifferently at Su Han's advice. He naturally knew that what Su Han said was true, but it was a pity that the real reason he refused to enroll in the pharmacy department was not because of what he said before, but because he didn't want to waste time in the pharmacy department, so no matter how much Su Han said, it would not attract him at all. But hearing that Bai Ji still refused, Su Han was so anxious, but he didn't know how to persuade him for a while. Teacher, it's time to register. While Su Han was looking anxiously, Bai Ji took a step to the left and came to the wooden table where the registration was, and gently knocked on the wooden table to remind him. Oh! 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 Hearing Bai Ji's words, the instructor in charge of registration just woke up from a dream. When Bai Ji registered, both the team not far away and the crowd watching around were boiling because Bai Ji refused to enroll in the alchemy department. Why does he have such a good talent for alchemy, but refuses to enroll in the alchemy department, it's so unfair. A student felt bitter in his heart. How much he wanted to be an alchemist, but he didn't have the talent to be an alchemist, and the boy in front of him had such a good talent for alchemy, but didn't want to be an alchemist. If this talent was given to him, it would be great. Maybe this is a pure fighter. A student sighed. But he guessed wrong. Bai Ji didn't want to become an alchemist. As Su Han said, becoming an alchemist does have countless advantages over ordinary fighters. It's just that Bai Ji's alchemy level has completely surpassed that of ordinary fighters. The alchemy department of Canaan College. Even if he is the person in charge of the alchemy department of Canaan College, his level of alchemy is probably not as high as his, so why should he waste time in the alchemy department? He is a fool. Countless students are jealous, and this is also what most people think. He has the qualifications to become an alchemist but chooses to give up. What else can he be but a fool? After Bai Ji registered, Su Han found that he could not persuade Bai Ji, so he could only grit his teeth and choose to go back to the alchemy department to find the head of the alchemy department. When Bai Ji finished registering and came to the side to wait for Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan suddenly came over with Xiao Mei. Xiao Bai, why don't you want to become an alchemist? Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Yan asked with a complicated look. Although Bai Ji always suppressed him and deliberately helped Xiao Ning to target him, which made him lose face, in his opinion, there was no life and death feud between the two. Although he was very upset because of Nalan Yanran's breaking off the engagement, what Bai Ji said at that time was indeed correct. Although he did not accept it, he could understand it. Over time, he let it go. In the family, the two could not get along, but when they came to Canaan College, as members of the Xiao family, he felt that it was better not to make the relationship so stiff. The reason is very simple. I just want to practice and don't want to waste time learning to refine medicine. Bai Ji smiled softly and narrowed his eyes slightly. You lied. Without thinking, Xiao Yan blurted out. Oh? Why do you think I'm lying? Bai Ji slowly turned his head, looked at Xiao Yan with interest, and asked. When you were in Mutant City, you didn't practice every day in the family. Now you say that you only want to practice and don't want to waste time learning to refine medicine. Who are you fooling? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically. Xiao Yanzi, can't you see that you observe things carefully? Hearing Xiao Yan's answer, Bai Ji couldn't help laughing. Don't call me Xiao Yanzi. Xiao Yan's face was full of black lines. Hehe, since you know I'm lying, then I'll tell you the truth. Bai Ji smiled slightly, slowly put his head close to Xiao Yan's ear, and whispered. The truth is, I'm actually an alchemist, and my alchemy level is not low. Even the head of the alchemy department of Canaan College probably doesn't have a higher alchemy level than me, so why should I waste my time? After saying that, Bai Ji smiled indifferently, walked to a big tree on the side, leaned against the tree and continued to wait leisurely. On the side, after listening to Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with a storm of disbelief. How is it possible? Are you kidding? It is said that alchemy is very difficult to learn. Xiao Bai is about the same age as me, and we are not yet adults. How can his alchemy level be better than the head of the alchemy department of Canaan College? What's wrong? Cousin Xiao Yan. Beside him, Xiao Mei couldn't help but ask with some confusion when she saw Xiao Yan's face full of shock. Nothing. Xiao Yan forced a smile and turned to look at Bai Ji. Although he was very skeptical about Bai Ji's words, based on his understanding of Bai Ji in his more than 10 years of life, Bai Ji was a person who disdained to lie, which made Xiao Yan very entangled. Is this true or false? Recalling Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yan was very annoyed. Just as Xiao Yan was entangled in his heart, Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning had completed the test and registration. Xiao Yan, Xiao Mei, let's go. With Xiao Suner and Xiao Ning, Bai Ji greeted Xiao Yan casually, and then turned and left the square. Forget it, don't think about it. After Bai Ji left, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and raised his head suddenly. Although he felt that it might be true, Xiao Yan thought it was false from a rational point of view. Alchemy is not like cultivation. You can just practice it. Alchemy depends on practice. A top alchemist under the age of 16, it is unlikely even if he has been learning since the womb. Chapter 659 The Dean of the Alchemy Department visits and the conditions for joining. Canaan City, Alchemy Department. In a spacious study, an old man sat at a desk, using a quill pen to touch the ink and slowly and methodically reviewing the documents on the table. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Who? Hearing the knock on the door, the old man frowned, but still spoke. I, Su Han. There was a reply mixed with panting outside the door. Come in. Hearing that it was Su Han, the old man couldn't help but feel a little confused, but he still said. As the old man spoke, the door was pushed open. Su Han walked into the study room with a slight breath, and then closed the door. Su Han, aren't you responsible for recruiting new students this year? Why are you back now? The test for the new students, has the test been completed? The old man looked at the sky outside and said. Dean, it's not completed yet. It's just that when I was recruiting new students for our alchemy department today, some problems occurred. Su Han smiled bitterly. What's the problem? The old man frowned and asked. During the test, there was a student with extremely pure fire and wood dual physiques. I invited him to join our alchemy department, but he refused. Su Han looked respectful, but at the end, he couldn't help but sigh. What? Possessing extremely pure fire and wood dual attribute physiques at the same time, are you sure? Hearing Su Han's words, the calm face of the alchemy department's dean suddenly changed, and he suddenly stood up. I'm sure. Su Han nodded. And this student's cultivation talent is also very outstanding. Although he has just entered school, his cultivation has already reached the level of a 7-star fighter. It can be said that it is the best in the history of Arcanan Academy. If we can recruit him into our alchemy department, we will definitely be able to make a splash in the future inter-court selection competitions. As he spoke, Su Han could not help but get excited. You know, because the students of the alchemy department spend most of their time on alchemy, most of the students lack practical skills. Although most of the students of the alchemy department are not as fast as other students in cultivation because there is no shortage of elixirs, the results of the alchemy department have always been at the bottom in the inter-court selection competitions. The alchemy department has been trying to change this situation for more than a year or two, but it is helpless that you can't have both fish and bear's paw. But if we can recruit Xiao Bai, who has both top cultivation talent and alchemy talent, we may be able to have both fish and bear's paw. Okay, I know, but there is no hurry now. Go back and recruit all the people who have the qualifications of alchemists tested today into our alchemy department, and then find out the address of the student you mentioned, and wait tonight, you will take me there. After listening to Su Han, the head of the alchemy department pondered for a while and said slowly. Yes. Head. At night, the moonlight was like water. Under the bright moonlight, Bai Ji and Xiao Suner walked together and came to the yard where they were. Brother Xiao Bai, see you tomorrow. After waving his hand and saying goodbye to the smiling Xiao Suner, Bai Ji came to the yard where he lived alone and opened the gate of the yard. At this moment, the yard was dark. But in the hazy moonlight, Bai Ji found that an old man with white hair and beard was sitting on a rattan chair in the yard. The old man was holding a cup of tea and sipping it carefully, and Su Han, the instructor of the alchemy department that Bai Ji had met during the day, was standing respectfully beside the old man. Seeing the scene in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. As for the identity of the old man, he already knew it clearly. Classmate, your name is Xiao Bai, right? After Bai Ji came in, the head of the alchemy department slowly put down the teacup in his hand and said. Yes, I am Xiao Bai. I wonder why the head came to my house. Bai Ji smiled and replied. Oh? Do you know my identity? Hearing Bai Ji's answer, the head of the alchemy department couldn't help but sit up with interest. Of course I know. During the day, this teacher has always wanted to recruit me into the alchemy department, but I refused. However, this teacher obviously has no intention of giving up. So since he came again, he naturally brought a more authoritative person from the alchemy department to persuade me. Glancing at Su Han, Bai Ji said slowly. Haha. Xiao Bai, you are very smart. Let me ask you again, are you willing to join our alchemy department? After listening to Bai Ji's words, the head of the alchemy department laughed first, and then his expression suddenly became solemn, and he asked very solemnly. Haha, thank you for your kindness, but I still choose to refuse the previous answer. Bai Ji chuckled, but still shook his head. Why? I think you should know the status of our alchemy department in Canaan College. With your alchemy talent, as long as you join our alchemy department, we will definitely cultivate you as a seed. With the resources of our alchemy department, plus your talent in cultivation, you can participate in the inner courtyard selection tomorrow. Why refuse? Although he was prepared for Bai Ji's answer, the head of the alchemy department was very puzzled. Actually, I know all this. I just don't want to spend my energy on learning alchemy. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said. You don't want to learn alchemy. After listening to Bai Ji's words, the head of the alchemy department frowned even deeper. Xiao Bai, the cultivation of Douqi is extremely long. Although learning alchemy will indeed consume a certain amount of your energy in the early stage, if you can become an alchemist, you will definitely benefit a lot in the future. The head of the alchemy department persuaded. I still don't want to, the head won't force it, let me join the alchemy department. Bai Ji shook his head and said with a smile. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the head of the alchemy department was silent for a while, and then suddenly laughed. Little guy, do you think I will not force you? I don't believe that the alchemy department will lack an alchemist like me. Bai Ji looked at the head of the alchemy department and said. Hehe, our alchemy department does not lack an alchemist like you, but our alchemy department lacks an alchemist like you who can fight. Because of the lack of alchemists, our alchemy department has always been at the bottom of the annual inner courtyard selection competition. For this situation, our alchemy department has always been holding back. Believe me, little guy, you can't escape. Even if you don't join our alchemy department, as long as I submit an application to the vice president, you will definitely be transferred to our alchemy department. Although our alchemy department is not very good in combat effectiveness, even the vice president has to give our alchemy department some face. The head of the alchemy department said proudly. Head, am I really that good? Bai Ji smiled. Yes, you are indeed very good. The head of the alchemy department nodded seriously. Head, it is not impossible for me to join the alchemy department, but I need the head to agree to one condition. Hearing the head of the alchemy department's determination to win, Bai Ji hesitated for a while, stretched out a finger, shook it, and said. What condition? The head of the alchemy department asked. I will not go to your alchemy department to learn how to make pills. This is a waste of time for me. I hope you don't care about me. In return, I will definitely win the first place for your alchemy department in tomorrow's inner courtyard selection competition. Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly, full of confidence. Chapter 660 Green Lotus Earth Core Fire, Agreement reached. No. This is against the rules. Hearing Bai Ji's words, without thinking much, the head of the alchemy department spoke directly and rejected Bai Ji's conditions. Why? Bai Ji frowned and asked in confusion. He didn't understand. Didn't he say before that the reason why he was so favored was because among the fighters, he had an excellent talent for alchemy, and among the alchemists, he had an excellent talent for fighting spirit cultivation. If he joins the alchemy department, he will be able to win glory for the alchemy department in the future inner court selection competition. Since he is favored for his cultivation and combat power, it should not matter whether he learns alchemy or not. Just when Bai Ji was confused, the head of the alchemy department answered his question. Since you want to join the alchemy department, then you must learn alchemy, because the condition for graduation of students joining the alchemy department is that they must pass the qualification of the third grade alchemist before graduation. This is the rule set by the first generation of the head of the alchemy department, and even I can't violate it. The head of the alchemy department explained. Oh. So that's how it is. After hearing the explanation from the head of the alchemy department, Bai Ji immediately understood. It turns out that there are hard conditions for alchemy department students to graduate. No wonder the head of the alchemy department didn't agree. But this is not a big problem. He is just a third-grade alchemist. As long as he can prove that his level is above the third grade, then it should be fine. Thinking of this, Bai Ji looked at the head of the alchemy department and said, Head, if I have reached the level of a third-grade alchemist, can you agree to my conditions? Of course. The head of the alchemy department nodded naturally. Canaan College has never been a compulsory learning college. As long as the cultivation and strength meet the standards, everything is not a problem. The reason why he did not agree to Bai Ji's condition of not learning alchemy is because alchemy is not like fighting skills and exercises, which can be learned by oneself. Alchemy is a kind of thing that tends to be practical. If there is no teacher to teach, a novice learns to make medicine by himself. Even if he knows the recipe, if he can't control the fire, temperature, and catalysis, the final elixir will only be a defective product. Even if there is a mentor to teach in person, if the talent is not enough, like the wood constitution in the fire, the wood attribute constitution is too weak to fully and quickly catalyze the fusion of various medicinal materials and liquids in the furnace, or the mental power is too weak to perceive the reaction of the medicinal materials in the furnace in time. This will lead to the failure of refining elixirs, so alchemy is a very difficult thing, and it is not allowed to be careless. Even the instructors who taught students to make medicines by themselves could not teach them successfully. Bai Ji said that if he did not learn to make medicines, it would be even more difficult to achieve results, so the head of the alchemy department rejected Bai Ji's request. But if Bai Ji already knew how to make medicines and was a super third-grade alchemist, then there would be no problem. After all, he had met the graduation requirements, but in his opinion, this matter was a bit unrealistic. Because he wanted to recruit Bai Ji into the alchemy department, he had already found out Bai Ji's background in advance. According to the information, Bai Ji was just a small family in a small city in the Jiama Empire. Except for his amazing talent in cultivation, he did not find out that Bai Ji knew how to make medicine. However, after hearing the answer from the head of the alchemy department, Bai Ji smiled slightly and slowly raised his right hand. In the dark night, a dark blue flame suddenly sprang up from his palm and turned into a cluster of blazing blue flames. This is the head of the alchemy department, who was originally sitting on a rattan chair with a determined look on his face, waiting for Bai Ji to change the conditions, suddenly changed his face when he saw the azure lotus earth core fire in Bai Ji's hand, and stood up suddenly from the rattan chair. Azure lotus earth core fire. Looking at the blazing dark blue flame in Bai Ji's hand, the scorching temperature that was enough to burn everything was constantly released from the blue fire, scorching the air near the flame and twisting it. In the dark blue flame, it seemed as if there was a violent underground volcano. As an alchemist, the head of the alchemy department naturally knew about this strange flame. Isn't this the azure lotus earth core fire ranked 19th on the list of strange fires? How do you have the azure lotus earth core fire? After being shocked, the head of the alchemy department couldn't help asking. Ahem, actually it's like this. When I was in Mutant City, I accidentally met an old man. He saw that I had an extraordinary talent for alchemy at a glance and insisted on taking me as his apprentice, so I am already a third-grade alchemist, and this azure lotus earth core fire was refined by him. Bai Ji coughed a few times and explained without blushing at all. However, the head of the alchemy department had no doubt that Bai Ji was lying with his eyes open, but believed it very much. Being able to see your talent for alchemy at a glance, it seems that your master should be a very powerful alchemist. The head of the alchemy department pondered for a while and sighed. You know, with his Dohuang level cultivation, the 6th grade alchemist couldn't see at a glance that Bai Ji had an extraordinary talent for alchemy. The old man could see Bai Ji's extraordinary talent at a glance, so he must be stronger than him. As for Bai Ji's lie, the head of the alchemy department didn't even think about it. Because it's not a simple thing to have a strange fire. Not to mention the rarity of strange fire, even if you find a strange fire, it's extremely difficult to get close to it, and even if you can get close to it, it's a life and death struggle to refine it. So although refining strange fire is very helpful for the strength of fighters, because of the danger of refining strange fire, except for the group of alchemists who need strange fire very much and have a paranoid pursuit of strange fire, most fighters don't care so much about refining strange fire. Because it's too dangerous. Of course, it's not that fighters won't refine strange fire, but if there is no elixir to assist, it's unlikely for ordinary fighters to refine strange fire, even if they have reached Dohuang. You know, not only do the different fires grow in all kinds of places that are close to the dead, the different fires themselves also contain unimaginable violent power, which is enough to burn the Dohuang to ashes. With Bai Ji's strength as a doshi, if he didn't have a master with extremely high alchemy level and extremely powerful strength, it would be absolutely impossible for him to refine the azure lotus earth core fire. And being able to have a master with an alchemy level that is even higher than his own, and his own alchemy talent is also extremely amazing, plus he also has the azure lotus earth core fire as a different fire. This makes the head of the alchemy department have no doubts about what Bai Ji said. Since you are already a third-grade alchemist, you don't have to go to our alchemy department to learn alchemy in the future. However, I hope you won't waste your alchemy skills. The 3rd grade is just the starting point for alchemists. If possible, with your talent, you can continue to work hard and impact the 4th and 5th grades. Since you have the azure lotus earth core fire, you are fully capable of it. Okay, I've finished my words. I hope you won't slack off in the future. Standing up from the rattan chair, the head of the alchemy department took a deep look at Bai Ji for the last time, then jumped up and quickly disappeared into the night. Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Seeing the head of the alchemy department leave, Su Han looked at Bai Ji with some envy, and then jumped up and disappeared into the night. Looking at the disappearing backs of the two, Bai Ji slowly retracted the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A 4th and 5th grade alchemist? You underestimate me too much. Chapter 661 News about the Blood Essence Fruit. Half a year later. After reaching an agreement with the head of the alchemy department, Bai Ji naturally joined the alchemy department. However, in the following 6 months, Bai Ji did not go to the alchemy department, but practiced almost all the time in the courtyard where he lived. In the meantime, Bai Ji also participated in the freshman challenge and won the first place without any suspense. In the competition, the second place was Xiao Suner and the third place was Xiao Yan. It can be said that the entire freshman challenge of this session was monopolized by the Xiao family. According to the rules of the competition, the top 3 of the freshman challenge can go to the Duqi Pavilion or Duji Pavilion in the outer courtyard of Canaan College to choose any one of the exercises or fighting skills. Bai Ji chose the Duji Pavilion. He originally entered before I went there. I thought I could find some good stuff there, but after entering the fighting skill pavilion, I didn't find any ancient fighting skill fragments after a few turns, which was quite disappointing. After the freshman challenge, life was very dull. Because he showed his strength in the duel with Bai Shan, and Bai Ji joined the alchemy department. In Canaan College, in addition to the forces in the inner courtyard, the 2 largest forces in the outer courtyard, besides the law enforcement team, are the alchemy department. And because Bai Ji's own strength is not bad, and he joined Canaan College with the strength of a 7-star fighter, his potential is unprecedented, plus the reputation of the alchemy department, so no one dared to provoke Bai Ji, and no one dared to harass Xiao Suner. In this way, half a year passed. Is there any news about the blood spirit fruit? In the wide courtyard, a figure in a black robe half knelt in front of Bai Ji. Hearing the report of the black-robed man, Bai Ji couldn't help but frown slightly. Yes, Master, according to the news from Miss Yafei, in more than a month, the Alchemist Conference will be held in Jiama Imperial Capital, and one of the champion prizes of the conference will be a blood spirit fruit. Mo Liao, dressed in a black robe, half knelt on the ground and answered respectfully. Bai Ji couldn't help but ponder after hearing Mo Liao's answer. In his memory, the blood spirit fruit had never appeared in the original Alchemist Conference, but because of his influence, the blood spirit fruit appeared this time, which is one of the main medicines for refining the bone-melting blood pill. In the past 10 years, through the channels of the middle family, Bai Ji has found most of the auxiliary medicines for refining the bone-melting blood pill, and there are still several copies. Among the main medicines, Bai Ji found a few snow bone ginsengs, which are not very rare, but Bai Ji did not find any of the extremely rare blood spirit fruit and evergreen vine. According to the plot in memory, the blood essence monster fruit and the evergreen spirit vine are also in the Dan Tower in Zhongzhou, but there are 2 evergreen spirit vine plants, but only 1 blood essence monster fruit. But now Bai Ji has 2 Dozun souls, one is Yao Chen and the other is Skyfire Zun, both of whom need the bone-growing blood-melting pill to reshape their bodies. If he searches according to the original plot, he can only find 1 blood essence monster fruit in the Dan Tower, but it is not enough to refine 2 bone-growing blood-melting pills, but now it is just right. Therefore, Bai Ji must go to this alchemist conference. And according to the original plot, in this alchemist conference, Xiao Yan also found a mysterious jade piece that recorded the first change of the Skyfire 3 mysterious changes. As one of the few fighting skills in Do Po Kangsheng that can match the strange fire, Bai Ji has already obtained the 5-wheel fire formation. In the past 6 months, with the help of the deduction ability of the Bodhi seed and the sword body of mind, Bai Ji has not only mastered it, but also deduced the 5-wheel formation to the 7-star formation. Now if he can get the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, it will be even more perfect. I will take time to go back to the alchemist conference of the Jiama Empire this time. After pondering, Bai Ji slowly spoke. By the way, Mo Liao, do you remember that Han Feng had prepared to attack Canaan College more than half a year ago? Why haven't you taken action yet? After saying that, Bai Ji frowned and asked, as if he had thought of something again. It's like this, Master. Half a year ago, at the auction in Black Seal City, Han Feng handed over a pill called Yin Yang Xian Long Dan to the Black Seal City auction house, asking the auction house to auction it and requiring the force that won the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan to agree to one of his requests. The final result was that the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan was auctioned by the people of the Heavenly Snake Mansion, so Han Feng went to find the people of the Heavenly Snake Mansion and asked the Heavenly Snake Mansion to send people to attack Canaan College with him, but the Heavenly Snake Mansion refused, saying that the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan was stolen and they didn't get it. But according to the information Han Feng got, the blood sect that went to rob the Heavenly Snake Mansion had been destroyed, so he didn't believe that the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan was stolen. Instead, he thought that the Heavenly Snake Mansion wanted to cheat, so Han Feng has been entangled with the Heavenly Snake Mansion in recent times. Mo Liao replied respectfully. So that's the case. After hearing Mo Liao's answer, Bai Ji nodded in his heart. In the original novel, neither the Heavenly Snake Mansion nor the Blood Sect managed to snatch the Yin Yang Xian Long pill, so the news that the Yin Yang Xian Long pill was stolen was easily confirmed. But this time, he disguised himself as a member of the Blood Sect to snatch the Yin Yang Xian Long pill, and in the end, the members of the Blood Sect were destroyed by him, and only the people of the Heavenly Snake Mansion survived. The Heavenly Snake Mansion said that the Yin Yang Xian Long pill was stolen. In the absence of credible evidence and witnesses, it is indeed difficult for people to believe. Okay, you continue to lurk around Han Feng, and when he plans to attack Canaan College, notify me in advance. After thinking for a while, looking at Mo Liao, Bai Ji continued to order. Yes. Mo Liao responded respectfully, and then jumped up, quickly flew over the treetops of the big trees, and soon left the yard and disappeared in front of Bai Ji. Go to the alchemy department to ask for leave first. If you want to rush back to the Jiama Empire, it will cost you a lot of money. Quite a while. When Mo Liao's back disappeared from sight, Bai Ji left the yard while thinking in his heart. All the way to the area where the alchemy department is located in Canaan City, Bai Ji quickly found the office of the head of the alchemy department based on his memory of the time when he came to the alchemy department to re-register. Knock, knock, knock. Standing in front of the door, Bai Ji knocked gently on the door. Who is it? In the room, the old but full of energy voice of the head of the alchemy department came. It's me, the head. Bai Ji replied. Xiao Bai. Hearing Bai Ji's voice, the head of the alchemy department was obviously a little surprised. Come in. After getting the consent, Bai Ji pushed open the door and walked into the office. Xiao Yan was also in the office, and the head of the alchemy department seemed to be explaining the doubts to Xiao Yan, but when he saw Bai Ji coming in, the head of the alchemy department stopped and smiled. Xiao Bai, a rare guest. What wind blew you here? You are joking, headmaster. I came to discuss something with you. Bai Ji smiled and found a chair in the office and sat down. What is it? The head of the alchemy department was a little curious. It's like this. The Gamma Empire will hold an alchemist conference in a few months. My master asked me to go back and participate in this conference. Bai Ji directly used the tiger's skin as a banner and pulled out the master who didn't exist. The alchemist conference of the Gamma Empire? I remember that this conference should only allow the younger generation to participate. You were already a third-grade alchemist half a year ago. Now your alchemist rank should have exceeded the fourth grade. This conference should not be difficult for you, right? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the head of the alchemy department was a little confused. In a small place like the Jiama Empire, the young generation of alchemists can only reach the third grade at most. With Xiao Bai's alchemy skills, going back to participate in this alchemist conference should not be able to train him. The conference is indeed not difficult, but my master said that there is a medicinal material that he needs more in the champion reward of this alchemist conference. Bai Ji was very calm and continued to use the tiger's skin as a banner. So that's it. Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, the head of the alchemy department nodded and understood. Okay, I approve your leave. How long do you want to take? Having made a decision in his heart, the head of the alchemy department asked. It will be just over 3 months. I will come back after attending the alchemist conference. Bai Ji replied. Okay, when are you going to leave? Tomorrow. After getting the approval from the head of the alchemy department, Bai Ji stood up and left the room after answering. Xiao Yan was a little distracted when he saw Bai Ji leaving. Alchemist conference, this should be a grand alchemist competition. Xiao Yan thought silently in his heart. Just when Xiao Yan was distracted, the voice of the head of the alchemy department suddenly sounded, "Xiao Yan, do you also want to go back to participate in this conference?" Hearing the voice, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his head immediately, and his eyes met with the head of the alchemy department. Chapter 662 Return to the Jiama Empire, Alchemist Guild. At the intersection of several streets at the edge of Canaan City, a tall building stood quietly. The overall color of the building was silver grey, which was very conspicuous in the city. On the gate of the building, several gilded characters were engraved in a flamboyant manner, "Flight Stop." Standing in front of the flight stop, Bai Ji walked into the stop, followed by Xiao Yan. Today they were going to take the thick-winged bird back to the Jiama Empire, otherwise if they took a carriage, it would take about half a year. Walking into the stop, what came into view was a wide hall. The walls around the hall were all covered with white marble wall tiles, and the ground was also covered with white marble tiles. In the middle of the hall, there was a counter. A thin middle-aged man in black was standing behind the counter, smiling at the two of them. Without thinking much, Bai Ji walked straight to the counter. "Excuse me, what's the matter?" Seeing Bai Ji and Xiao Yan coming, the thin middle-aged man asked with a smile. "We are going to the Jiama Empire's Jiama capital. Can you arrange it?" Bai Ji said. "Well, it's okay, but during this period, since no one leaves Canaan City, if you want to use the thick-winged bird, it will be considered a private reservation, and the price may be higher." The thin man pondered for a while and replied. "More money? It's just a few dozen or 100 gold coins. Bai Ji has no shortage of money." Xiao Yan, who was standing next to him, has no shortage of money since he learned to make medicine in the alchemy department, so he didn't care. So there was no bargaining. Bai Ji asked again directly, "How much?" "It costs a total of 100 gold coins to rent a thick-winged bird for a trip." The thin middle-aged man bowed slightly, said with a smile. 100 gold coins? Hearing the amount, the two took out the money from the ring and put it on the counter. Then the thin man called a staff member and took the two to the back of the flight stop. Behind the flight stop is a courtyard with a large area. The ground of the courtyard is paved with blue stone bricks. Flying monsters of different sizes are quietly crawling on the ground, including thick-winged birds and griffins. These flying monsters are being fed by special staff. When they see someone coming in, these flying monsters can't help but raise their heads and look over. "Please follow me." Under the guidance of the staff, Bai Ji and Xiao Yan were taken to a thick-winged bird that had been fed. The thick-winged bird is an extremely peculiar monster. It is huge and has several stomachs in its body. As long as it eats once, it can completely stop eating for a month. It can be said to be an extremely ideal high-endurance long-distance flying transportation monster. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go call the Beastmaster." After bringing Bai Ji to the thick-winged bird, the staff did not immediately let the two get on the thick-winged bird because a special Beastmaster was required to control it in order for the thick-winged bird to take off and arrive at the destination accurately. Instead, they apologized and asked them to wait for a moment while they went to call the Beastmaster. With a burst of hurried footsteps, the staff quickly disappeared from Bai Ji's sight. After the staff left, Bai Ji looked at Xiao Yan and asked, "Xiao Yan, why are you going back too? Didn't you say there was an alchemist conference in Jiamadi capital? I'll go and see the excitement and take the alchemist grade test." Xiao Yan touched his nose and said, "See the excitement? You should also participate, right?" Hearing Xiao Yan's answer, Bai Ji couldn't help but curl up a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "I heard from the department head that your alchemy skills have now reached the first level, and you can often successfully refine second-level pills. If you are lucky, you may be able to successfully pass the assessment to become a second-level alchemist. Except for me, the alchemists who appeared at the alchemist conference held in the Jiama Empire should not be higher than the third level. If you participate, you should be able to enter the finals. And the medicinal materials of the alchemist conference are provided free of charge. As long as you can enter the finals, any medicinal material can be used to pay for your round-trip fare between Canaan City and Jiama Empire on a thick-winged bird. You can also practice your alchemy skills by participating in the conference. I think this should be the department head's purpose." "Well, it's just a practice. Even if I pass the assessment to become a second-level alchemist, I guess I can only barely enter the finals." Xiao Yan scratched his head. Just as Bai Ji and Xiao Yan were talking, a tall Beastmaster was finally brought over under the leadership of the staff who had left earlier. After lowering the steps of the cabin on the thick-winged bird, the two climbed onto the cabin on the thick-winged bird. The Beastmaster also climbed onto the cabin and came to the front of the cabin, where it was convenient to control the direction. Then the Beastmaster took out a bone whistle and blew it. With a sharp bone whistle, the thick-winged bird raised its head to the sky and uttered a sharp cry, spread its wings, stood up from the ground, and then flapped its wings quickly, rose into the sky, and flew away into the distance. More than a month later, after crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, the thick-winged bird finally arrived at the Jiama imperial capital. After circling over the Jiama imperial capital for a while, the thick-winged bird slowly descended to the flight stop outside the Jiama imperial capital. After leaving the flight stop, he walked onto the street. Looking at the dense crowds around him and listening to the endless hawking sounds coming from his ears, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel as if he was in another world after staying on the thick-winged bird for more than a month. I'm going to the Alchemists' Union to sign up for this alchemist conference. What about you? Bai Ji asked Xiao Yan beside him. I'll go too. Xiao Yan thought for a moment and responded. Seeing how prosperous the Jiama Empire is, there shouldn't be a shortage of hotels. It's still morning now, and there's nothing to do anyway, so why not go to the Alchemists' Union, sign up, and see what the Alchemists' Union looks like. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Yan has always heard that alchemists have a respected status, but he doesn't know what the Alchemists' Union looks like. He is still very curious. After determining the target, after asking pedestrians on the side of the road where the Alchemists' Union is, the two walked all the way to the location of the Alchemists' Union. Walking along the street, they kept changing directions according to the instructions of pedestrians. Finally, at the intersection of several streets, the two saw an extremely large building. The whole building is light black, covered by a layer of light smoke, but this smoke does not have any pungent smell, instead it smells refreshing, which is the fragrance of the elixir produced when refining medicine. On the door of the building, there is a large plaque was hung high. On the plaque, several pale silver characters were engraved in a flamboyant style, Alchemist Guild. Alchemist Guild, here we are. Looking at the Alchemist Guild that finally appeared in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but stop. Chapter 663 Douluo, Tianhuo Sangsuan transformation was obtained. Is this the Alchemist Guild? It's really impressive. Looking at the majestic Alchemist Guild in front of him, outside the gate of the Alchemist Guild, alchemists who were rarely seen in their daily lives were walking in and out of it in a hurry, and Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Let's go. Bai Ji didn't care about Xiao Yan's sigh. After greeting him, he walked straight over. As soon as he entered the Alchemist Guild, a scent of elixir immediately hit him. Compared with the faint scent of elixir smelled outside, this scent of elixir was much stronger, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Hey! Taking a deep breath and smelling the tempting fragrance of the elixir, Bai Ji stepped into the hall and looked around. The Alchemist Guild not only looks very spacious from the outside, but also very spacious inside. The wide hall is roughly divided into 3 areas, in front of Bai Ji, left and right. Directly in front of Bai Ji is the area for practicing alchemy, where cauldrons are placed one by one. Some alchemists are controlling the flames under the cauldrons with solemn expressions behind them, and around these alchemists, some alchemists are whispering to each other, probably exchanging their experience in alchemy. The area on the right seems to be a trading place, where pieces of qinggang are piled up into square platforms. Behind the square platforms are alchemists wearing alchemist uniforms, and on the square platforms, various medicinal materials, jade bottles, scrolls, and other items are neatly placed. On the left-hand side, there is a counter, behind which sits an alchemist. Next to the counter is a passage, behind which is a door, and a guard is guarding the door. This should be the passage to the Alchemist Guild, but it should be subject to certain conditions before entering. After taking in the sight of the hall, Bai Ji did not immediately go to the counter to sign up for the Alchemist Conference, but walked to the trading place on the right-hand side. In the original plot, the mysterious jade piece recording the 3 mysterious changes of the Skyfire was here, but I wonder if it is still there now. On the side, seeing Bai Ji walking towards the trading place, Xiao Yan followed him out of curiosity. After entering the trading area, Bai Ji released his mental power and began to scan the items on the square table, and his sight began to search the square tables around him. On these square platforms, there are various medicinal materials, jade bottles with elixirs, and scrolls recording skills and fighting techniques, but there are more junk, such as iron pieces, jade pieces, mysterious fragments, etc. that were picked up from some ruins. Although most of these junk are useless, there have always been lucky people who have obtained powerful skills and fighting techniques from these iron pieces and jade pieces from the ancient empire, whether in biographies or in reality. Therefore, these junk have always been quite popular, but most buyers will only suffer losses due to poor eyesight. Walking between the square platforms. Suddenly, Bai Ji's mental power scanned an unknown jade piece, and his body could not help but pause. Under the perception of Bai Ji's mental power, some information was clearly recorded on the jade piece, but it was blocked by a mysterious force and must be unlocked by special methods. His sight secretly swept towards the location of the jade piece, and Bai Ji changed direction calmly, slowly approaching the location of the jade piece. Arriving in front of the square table where the jade piece was, behind the square table was a skinny man with a rather wretched face. Because the square table was filled with some not so rare medicinal materials, no one had been visiting. Seeing Bai Ji coming, the skinny man's face suddenly became a little excited, but after a glance at Bai Ji, he found that Bai Ji did not have the badge of a pharmacist, and the skinny man's face became a little suspicious again. However, because Bai Ji had a handsome face, good clothes and extraordinary temperament, he was obviously not an ordinary person, so the skinny man was only a little suspicious, but did not go to the point of making a mockery. Looking at the square table in front of the skinny man, Bai Ji quickly found the target, a black jade piece that looked very inconspicuous in the corner of many medicinal materials. However, although the target was the black jade piece, Bai Ji did not show any special expression. Although he was not short of money, he definitely did not want to be treated as a fat sheep. His eyes swept the black jade piece very calmly, and also swept over the other medicinal materials. After taking a look, Bai Ji looked up at the skinny man, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "What do you want to exchange?" "That I want to exchange for a third-grade elixir." Hearing that Bai Ji had an idea, the skinny man couldn't help but cheer up, but as if he thought of something, his face became a little embarrassed again. "Well, you want to exchange these herbs for a third-grade pill?" Bai Ji pretended to ponder, as if he was making some kind of decision. Seeing Bai Ji's expression, the skinny man couldn't help but feel uneasy. He had been standing here for almost a whole morning, and only Bai Ji came to patronize. If this customer also gave up, the next customer would probably come in the afternoon. "Your herbs are not enough to exchange for a third-grade pill." After pondering, Bai Ji continued to speak, but just when the skinny man showed a look of disappointment on his face, Bai Ji changed his tone again. "But if you can give me all these things, I can give you a third-grade pill." "Ah!" Hearing Bai Ji's words, the skinny man who thought the transaction had failed couldn't help but be overjoyed and said hurriedly, "Okay, okay. All for you. All for you. As long as you give me a third-grade pill, I can give you all these things." "Well, this is a fire spirit pill, which can improve the cultivation of a great doshi who practices fire-attributed exercises by 1 star. Hearing the skinny man's agreement, Bai Ji took out a small porcelain bottle containing a fire spirit pill from the ring and handed it over. The fire spirit pill is a kind of pill developed by Bai Ji himself. The main ingredient is the fire bead in the body of the fire lizard man in the underground magma world of Canaan College. This third-grade fire spirit pill is made from the fire bead of a fire lizard man with strength at the level of a great doshi. If the grade of the fire bead is higher, the grade of the refined fire spirit pill will also be higher. Taking the small porcelain bottle containing the fire spirit pill, the skinny man opened the porcelain bottle, and a strong flame energy immediately emanated. When the skinny man came into contact with this strong flame energy, he immediately felt that the speed of the dochi in his body was accelerated. This pill is definitely a third-grade pill. Covering the small porcelain bottle again, the skinny man was sure in his heart. "Sir, these things are all yours." Holding the small porcelain bottle tightly, the skinny man showed Bai Ji a flattering smile, and then, as if he was afraid that Bai Ji would regret it, he ran away directly after he finished speaking. Looking at the skinny man's back as he hurried away, Bai Ji waved his hand speechlessly and swept away everything on the square table in front of him. After getting the jade piece that recorded the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire, Bai Ji felt relieved. Just as he was about to leave here to sign up for the alchemist conference, he saw Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was standing by a square table not far away at this moment, and seemed to be looking at something. Bai Ji walked over with some curiosity. When he approached, he found that in front of the square table where Xiao Yan was, an old man with a pale face took out a transparent jade bottle, and in the jade bottle, there was a pink fire. "Pink fire, is this peach blossom fire?" Recalling the memories in his mind, Bai Ji quickly found the information about Peach Blossom Fire. This is the beast fire from a 5th level demon beast named Koimo Beast. It is about the same level as the purple fire in the body of the purple crystal winged lion king, but because it is of wood attribute, the Peach Blossom Fire is more docile. However, although it is not as powerful and destructive as the purple fire, because it is of wood attribute, the Peach Blossom Fire is more suitable for refining medicine. It can be said to be a more top-grade beast fire for refining medicine. Why, do you want it? Walking behind Xiao Yan, Bai Ji patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and asked playfully. Of course I want it. I'm not like you, who have strange fire. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and whispered. Don't worry, even if you want it you can't get it. Bai Ji smiled playfully. Xiao Yan. Can you stop being so discouraging? Xiao Yan was a little depressed. But to exchange for this Peach Blossom Fire, you need a prescription for a 4th grade elixir, which I really can't get. Thinking of the conditions for exchanging for Peach Blossom Fire, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. The prescription for this 4th grade elixir does not refer to the simple medicinal materials for refining 4th grade elixir, but the prescription written by the alchemist with the power of the soul. It not only records the medicinal materials needed for refining the elixir, but also the specific steps, techniques, and heat of refining, etc. Just read it once, you can understand everything and successfully refine it step by step. If you only know the medicinal materials needed for refining the elixir, it is difficult to succeed. Since you know that you can't change it, why don't you leave? After hitting Xiao Yan, Bai Ji was in a very happy mood and prepared to continue to register at the counter. But suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Bai Ji looked towards the place where the commotion was, and saw a beautiful woman in a silver robe, with a cold temperament and a long silver and smooth hair, stepping into the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 664 Snow Charm, Champion Reward. This is a beautiful woman. The tight silver dress swayed slightly, and the long silver-white hair like a waterfall fell to her waist. The delicate and beautiful face was as cold as a snowy mountain, and the dark eyebrows were like a crescent moon, always slightly frowned, and the whole body exuded an icy temperament that made people difficult to approach. The icy temperament that originally made people retreat, but with the exquisite face, it seemed like a snow girl who walked out of the ice and snow, exuding a fatal strange charm, which made everyone in the Alchemist Guild looked at her sideways. In terms of attractiveness, the woman in front of Bai Ji was second only to Xiao Suner and the other girls, but her only flaw was her overly cold temperament. However, this was only in the eyes of ordinary people. If it was in the eyes of some people with special hobbies, this temperament might add points, making the charm of the woman in front of him even greater than that of Xiao Suner and the other girls. And this woman, if I guessed correctly, seemed to be called Xuemei. Just as Bai Ji was looking at Xuemei in deep thought, a slightly flattering voice broke the originally silent atmosphere. Mayor, be careful, don't walk so fast. Lu Chuan, please be more respectful, don't call me Mayor, we are not familiar with each other. Hearing the voice, Xuemei frowned, and her cold and pretty face turned to look at a young man in black clothes who followed behind her with anger, and said coldly. Mayor, you can't say that. Our masters are all friends, so we should be friends too. Since we are friends, what does it matter if we are close? In response to Xuemei's words, the young man named Lu Chuan rubbed his hands, still with a flattering smile on his face, and his eyes were full of unconcealed heat when he looked at Xuemei. Xuemei became even angrier when she heard Lu Quan's words. But because of the master relationship between the two, as Lu Chuan said, Xuemei could only suppress her inner anger, turned her head and ignored Lu Chuan, and strode towards the alchemist hall. Lu Chuan followed with a shameless look on his face. Entering the hall, Xuemei looked around for a while, and suddenly noticed the square platform where the Peach Blossom Fire was surrounded by the crowd in the trading area, and strode over. Under Bai Ji's eyes, the two passed by. But when they passed by, Bai Ji found that Xuemei's eyes looked over slightly, with a slightly surprised look. Although it was only a moment, Bai Ji clearly noticed it. Watching Xuemei's figure come to the square platform where Douluo was not far away, Bai Ji touched his nose unconsciously. After staying with Xiao Yan for more than a month, Bai Ji also unknowingly learned Xiao Yan's signature move. How about it, is this girl beautiful? Xiao Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. Beautiful. Bai Ji nodded in agreement. I said Xiao Bai, you already have cousin Suner, isn't it enough? In the ear, Xiao Yan's voice became a little sour. What are you talking about? I just think it's beautiful, and I don't plan to do anything. There are so many beautiful beauties in this world, can't you look at them? Then do you want to poke your eyes out? I think it's you, what you think in your mind all day is wrong. Bai Ji glanced at Xiao Yan and sneered. Me? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yan was speechless. While Bai Ji and Xiao Yan were arguing with each other, Shui Mei had already started talking to the buyer of Dahua Huo. Excuse me, how can I exchange the fire of your peach blossom fire? Shui Mei pondered for a moment, and then asked in a cold voice. Miss, you asked the right question. I see that you are also an alchemist. Although my peach blossom fire is not as destructive as the beast fire of the same level, it is more suitable for alchemy because it is a rare wood-attributed beast fire. If you can get this peach blossom fire, your alchemy skills will definitely be improved. Noticing that the badge of a first-grade alchemist was hanging on Shui Mei's chest, the pale-faced old man who sold the peach blossom fire suddenly brightened his eyes and said with a smile. As for the exchange condition, a fourth-grade elixir prescription with clear soul traces. Hearing the old man's words, Shui Mei frowned slightly and fell into thought. However, after a struggle in her heart, Shui Mei quickly made a decision and stretched out her jade hand to touch the ring on her other hand. With a flash of light, a scroll recording a fourth-grade elixir prescription suddenly appeared in Shui Mei's hand. Just as Shui Mei was about to hand the prescription to the old man, Lu Chuan beside her suddenly stopped Shui Mei. Wait. What are you doing? Shui Mei looked at Lu Chuan with a somewhat unhappy expression. But Lu Chuan did not see Shui Mei's unhappiness, or did not pay attention to it. Instead, he coughed a few times in a somewhat ostentatious manner and said in a serious tone. Mayor, his peach blossom fire is just a beast fire seed of a level 5 magic beast, which is not worth a fourth-grade elixir prescription at all. You are at a disadvantage. If you use this prescription to exchange this peach blossom fire, you will be fooled. Master Fa Clan will be unhappy when he knows it. Wow, this blunt pretense. Not far away, seeing Lu Quan's behavior, Bai Ji simply laughed. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Quan's words, Shui Mei's face suddenly became ugly. Of course she knew she was at a disadvantage, she was not stupid. However, this peach blossom fire looked pink and very beautiful, and it also had wood attributes, which was very helpful for refining medicine. As a woman, when she got excited, the only thing in her mind was naturally buying, but if you want to persuade me, can you persuade me in advance? You persuaded me after I took out my things. Are you trying to embarrass me? You are using the teacher to pressure me. Shui Mei was getting angrier and angrier. On the side, the old man selling peach blossom fire saw Shui Mei's expression and pretended to sigh, adding fuel to the fire, saying, Hey, since this girl can't buy my peach blossom fire, I can only wait. Hearing the old man's words, Shui Mei immediately opened Lu Quan's hand with a cold face, handed the scroll in her hand to the old man, and then took the transparent bottle with peach blossom fire, and said coldly, This is a scroll of fourth-grade elixir prescription with clear soul traces. I'll take the peach blossom fire. Hey! Seeing Shui Mei's actions, Lu Chuan was immediately anxious, but Shui Mei ignored him and walked away directly. Let's go, the show is over. The peach blossom fire had been sold. Bai Ji patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, and walked towards the counter in the left area. Coming to the counter, looking at the black-robed alchemist sitting behind the counter, Bai Ji asked, Excuse me, what are the requirements for registering for the alchemist conference? There are no requirements. As long as you have a formal alchemist qualification certificate, you can register. The black-robed alchemist replied with a smile. You also need a formal alchemist qualification certificate? Then I should pass the formal alchemist qualification first, right? Hearing the words of the black-robed alchemist, Xiao Yan couldn't help but whisper to himself. It's not you, it's us. Bai Ji suddenly turned his head and interrupted with a serious tone, and Xiao Yan was confused. However, after saying that, Bai Ji turned his head and continued to ask the black-robed pharmacist with a smile, Then can I ask what the champion reward of this conference is? Well, let me see, there are 3 main champion rewards for this conference. One is a volume of the 6th grade elixir recipe, called Rongling Pill, which can make souls merge with souls, restore soul power, and completely repair the trauma that the soul has suffered. The second is some medicinal materials, mainly blood spirit monster fruit, ambergris, and jade snake flower, and the other is a Xian level medicine cauldron. The black-robed pharmacist took out a piece of parchment from under the counter and read out the champion reward of the conference. More. After listening to the black-robed pharmacist's words, Bai Ji was a little surprised to find that compared with the champion reward in the original plot, because of his influence, this time the champion reward, in addition to the recipe of Rongling pill, actually has more medicinal materials and medicine cauldron. Just when Bai Ji was surprised, a strange soul wave suddenly came out from a snow-white ring in his right hand, and turned into an excited voice in Bai Ji's mind. It was Venerable Tianhuo. My lord, you must get the recipe of this Rongling pill. If you can refine this Rongling pill, my soul can recover quickly. Chapter 665 Alchemist Assessment, Learn to be cool. Don't worry, I will. Bai Ji responded with mental power. Bai Ji could understand Venerable Tianhuo's excitement. Unlike Yao Chen's soul was still intact because it had only existed for a short time, and he only needed to restore his soul power, but Venerable Tianhuo's soul had been trapped in the underground world for too long and had already become a residual soul. Although Bai Ji taught him the great method of changing the sky and strike the earth to help him recover his soul, the speed was still too slow. If you want to reshape the body for Venerable Tianhuo, it is difficult for Venerable Tianhuo to complete the process of integrating and controlling the body with his current residual soul state. But if there is a Rongling pill, it will undoubtedly effectively help the recovery of the residual soul of the Skyfire Venerable, so that the soul of the Skyfire Venerable can be restored to its peak as soon as possible. After receiving Bai Ji's response, the soul of the Skyfire Venerable calmed down again. Excuse me, can we take the assessment of the alchemist here? After asking about the champion reward, Bai Ji continued to ask. Of course. The black-robed alchemist nodded naturally, and then asked. Excuse me, do you two want to take the assessment? Yes. Bai Ji and Xiao Yan answered in unison. While Bai Ji was answering, Xuemei and Lu Chuan, who was sticking to Xuemei like a sticky candy, also followed. Arriving at the counter, Lu Chuan took a step forward and said to the black-robed alchemist in a very arrogant manner, where should you go for the assessment? The two of us are going to take the assessment for the second-grade alchemist. Seeing Lu Quan's arrogant look, the black-robed alchemist felt a little unhappy, but his good professionalism and the benefits of working in the Alchemist Guild still made him maintain a faint smile and replied, Please wait a moment, I will call someone. After that, the black-robed alchemist immediately shouted loudly to the passage beside him, Old Su, someone is going to take the alchemist assessment. Not long after the black-robed alchemist's voice sounded, an old man wearing a white but slightly yellow robe and with white hair and beard quickly walked out of the passage and walked towards the counter. Which ones are going to take the alchemist assessment? Arriving at the counter, the old man named Solao asked the black-robed alchemist. These are all. The black-robed alchemist replied respectfully. Are you the four? Come with me. After looking at Bai Ji and the other four, Solao said something, and then turned and walked towards the passage on one side, and Bai Ji and the other four followed closely. Because Solao led the way, the guards at the entrance of the passage easily let them pass, and the four people walked into the interior of the Alchemist Guild. Entering the entrance of the passage, there are 3 forks in front of them, in the front, left and right directions. Under the leadership of Solao, the group turned to the right, and after walking through a long corridor, a slightly quaint black stone chamber suddenly appeared in front of the 4 people. In the stone chamber, there were stone platforms, and on the stone platforms were cauldrons for refining medicine. This is naturally the place where the assessment is located. Do you have the alchemist certificate? If you do, you can proceed to the next level assessment. If not, you can only take the first level alchemist assessment first. Walking into the stone room, Solao slowly spoke as he glanced at the 3 men and 1 woman in front of him. I have it. I have it. Hearing Solao's words, Lu Chuan was the first to respond, showing the first level alchemist badge on his chest, revealing an expression that could not be hidden that I was very awesome. On the side, Xuemei carefully took off the first level alchemist badge on her chest, gently holding it in her hand, without deliberately showing it. Don't you two have it? Finding that Bai Ji and Xiao Yan did not move, Solao couldn't help asking. We have never taken the alchemist assessment, so this time, we are here to take the first level alchemist assessment. Bai Ji smiled and answered first. On the side, Xiao Yan was a little surprised to hear Bai Ji's words. Ever since he learned from the head of the alchemy department that Bai Ji had a strange fire and that his alchemist rank was above the 3rd rank, he had always thought that Bai Ji had completed the assessment, but he didn't expect that he hadn't taken the assessment yet. Well, I know. This is the subject you are going to take. You can choose one of the pills to prepare. I'll go to the warehouse to get some medicinal materials. After hearing Bai Ji's answer, So Lao pondered for a while, took out 4 parchment scrolls, handed them to Bai Ji and the other 4, and then left the stone chamber. After So Lao left, Bai Ji looked at the parchment scroll in his hand. On the parchment scroll, there are many first-grade pills, including recovery pills for healing injuries, fire-condensing pills, water-gathering pills, wind-inducing pills, etc., which assist in cultivation, as well as pills such as power-storing pills and chi-enhancing powders. Because the goal is to be a 4th-grade alchemist, and the first-grade alchemist is just a transition, Bai Ji did not plan to spend more energy, but directly chose the simplest recovery pill. Xiao Bai, what kind of elixir do you want to refine? After Bai Ji had chosen, Xiao Yan suddenly came over and asked. I plan to refine the recovery pill, what about you? Bai Ji answered, and then asked. I plan to refine the fire condensation pill. I have experience with this, so I should be able to refine it better. Xiao Yan raised the parchment in his hand and said with a smile. While Bai Ji and Xiao Yan were talking, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted, Are you two also here to participate in the alchemist conference? Hearing this familiar voice, Bai Ji did not answer, but frowned and continued to read the parchment in his hand. However, Xiao Yan did answer, after all, Lu Quan's question was normal. Yes, we are here to attend the alchemist conference. What a coincidence, so are we. Judging from your appearance, you should have just become adults not long ago? How long have you been learning alchemy? You have just been assessed as a first-grade alchemist. It seems that your master wants you to participate in this conference to train, but you don't have to be sad. Even I am only a second-grade alchemist. At your age, it is already very good to be a first-grade alchemist at this time. Hearing Xiao Yan's answer, Lu Chuan looked like a teacher, nodding and pointing out Zhang Shan. Xiao Yan. Although what he said seemed to be right, why did it sound so disgusting? Xiao Yan's face was a little ugly, and he felt like he had eaten a fly inexplicably. Although he knew in his heart that he came here to train, it was embarrassing to hear this, as if he was at this level. Hearing Lu Quan's words, compared to Xiao Yan's not knowing how to answer, Bai Ji couldn't help it. You can't even pretend, give me claws. You've passed the exam to become a second-grade alchemist at such an old age, and you're still so proud of it. Don't you feel ashamed? Bai Ji glanced at Lu Chuan and said indifferently. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Lu Chuan, who was originally arrogant, blushed immediately. Although he was already in his 20s this year, he just passed the exam to become a second-grade alchemist. Among the alchemists with inheritance, he was indeed a little chill. However, as the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. Bai Ji not only hit him in front of others, but also slapped in the face, or in front of the girl he likes. This made Lu Chuan feel angry and embarrassed. Haha, no matter what, I am assessing the second-grade alchemist, which is better than you assessing the first-grade alchemist. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lu Chuan smiled and said sarcastically. This is different. You assess the second-grade alchemist because you are only at this level, and I assess the first-grade alchemist because the alchemist assessment can only start from the first-grade alchemist. Bai Ji responded with a cold smile to Lu Quan's sarcasm. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Lu Quan's face stiffened immediately. And seeing Lu Quan's expression, Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Little guy, when it comes to pretending, I am a professional, why don't you learn from me? Chapter 666, The Assessment Begins, The Shock Caused by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Can only start from the first-grade alchemist assessment? Are you still planning to assess the second and third grades? After his face stiffened, Lu Chuan looked at Bai Ji and couldn't help but continue to mock. He didn't think that Bai Ji could continue to assess the second-grade alchemist. The threshold for alchemists is very high. Although the relevant knowledge of alchemy can be learned from a young age, alchemists pay more attention to practice. If you don't really make medicine yourself, no matter how well you learn the theory, it's useless. If you want to make medicine yourself, you must wait until your strength reaches the level of a fighter. However, even if you are a genius Do Chi practitioner, you usually become a fighter after adulthood. The silver-haired boy in front of him doesn't look like an adult yet. Even if he is a genius, he should only be promoted to a fighter for 1 or 2 years at most. However, in 1 or 2 years, it is already the best to be able to successfully assess the first-grade alchemist. Do you still want to continue to assess the second-grade alchemist? It's just a dream. Of course, why do you think I can only assess the first-grade alchemist? Bai Ji laughed. You? Do you really want to assess the second-grade or third-grade alchemist? Aren't you afraid of being caught off guard? Hearing Bai Ji still boasting, Lu Chuan sneered. It's just a matter of ability. I said that you are assessing the second-grade alchemist because your alchemy level is only the second grade, and mine is because I have never been assessed, so I can only start from the first-grade assessment, but the small goal I set for myself is the 4th grade. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said. Haha, then I'll wait. Lu Chuan was extremely disdainful in his heart. On the side, Xue Mei's face was also a little ugly when she heard Bai Ji's words. You know, she is a genius in the eyes of ordinary alchemists. She has studied alchemy for more than 5 years, and she is still under the guidance of a famous teacher, but she can only barely assess the second-grade alchemist. Seeing that Bai Ji has been studying alchemy for less than 3 years, he actually boasted that he would assess the 4th-grade alchemist. This made Xue Mei very disgusted. I finally found a guy with silver hair like me, and he was not ugly, why do you like to brag so much? Xue Mei was a little unhappy. However, Bai Ji didn't know what Xue Mei was thinking. Seeing that Lu Chuan still looked unconvinced, Bai Ji couldn't help but move his heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. How about this? How about we make a bet? Looking at Lu Chuan, Bai Ji smiled mysteriously. What bet? Lu Chuan was a little confused. Did you see that pile of dan dirt? If I pass the assessment of a 4th-grade alchemist, you will eat that pile of dan dirt. Bai Ji's mouth curled, pointing to a pile of black dirt left in a cauldron not far away. This is the dan dirt after the residue after refining medicine solidified on the wall of the medicine cauldron. After a long time of fermentation in the air, although it is not smelly, the smell is definitely impressive. Seeing the pile of dan dirt that looks like dog shit, Lu Chuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But the girl he likes is right beside him, no matter what, he can't be a coward, so Lu Chuan straightened his chest and asked loudly, what if you lose? It's very simple, then I will eat this pill dirt. Bai Ji showed a bright smile on his face. Just when Bai Ji and Lu Chuan made a bet, with the sound of footsteps, So Lao, wearing a white and yellow robe, walked into the stone chamber. Are you ready? Looking at everyone, So Lao asked. All ready. Everyone answered in unison. Okay, tell me the pills you want to refine. After hearing the answer, So Lao continued. I want to refine the recovery pill. Bai Ji replied. I want to refine the fire condensing pill. Xiao Yan replied. I refine the qi recovering powder. Hearing that Bai Ji was refining the simplest first-grade pill, the recovery pill, Lu Chuan showed a trace of disdain on his face, and felt that Bai Ji was bragging. I'll make a meridian protecting pill. Xue Mei also responded in a cold voice. Okay, these are your medicinal materials. The time is 1 hour. Within 1 hour, you must refine the finished pills, and only after I have passed the inspection, you will be considered to have passed the assessment. While slowly walking past the crowd, taking out the medicinal materials needed for everyone to refine the pills and placing them on their respective stone platforms, So Lao explained the rules of this assessment in a deep voice. Do you know everything? Got it. Then the assessment begins now. So Lao stood in front of the stone room, waved his sleeves, and announced the start of the assessment. At the beginning of the assessment, Lu Chuan looked at the medicinal materials on his stone platform and cast a disdainful look at Bai Ji, and then began to classify the medicinal materials on the stone platform in front of him. If you want to refine a good pill, the order of placing the medicinal materials is also crucial. But on the other hand, Bai Ji ignored Lu Quan's provocation. It's just a jumping clown. The more he jumps around now, the uglier he will be in the future. Bai Ji is now also seriously preparing for refining medicine. Although he should despise the enemy tactically, he should still pay attention to it strategically. Blood donkey hide gelatin, black dragon saliva, blood coagulation grass. He sorted the medicinal materials on the stone platform one by one, first the main medicine, then the auxiliary medicine. After sorting all the medicinal materials in the order in which they will be put in later, Bai Ji clapped his hands and prepared to start refining medicine. The refining of first-grade elixirs is the simplest, and the recovery pill is the simplest among the first-grade elixirs. Compared with other elixirs, the medicinal materials used in the recovery pill have no special properties. They are all medicinal materials that assist in the recovery of injuries and replenish essence. Like black dragon saliva, it is a medicinal material that accelerates the recovery of wounds. Blood coagulation grass is for stopping bleeding, and blood donkey hide gelatin is for replenishing qi and blood. There is no conflict between the three medicinal properties, and the requirements for refining medicine skills are extremely low, so it is very simple to refine. However, no matter how simple the refining is, the level of an alchemist can be seen from the length of time it takes to refine the medicine. After sorting the herbs on the stone table in front of him, Bai Ji did not start refining the medicine immediately, but stretched his body lazily and looked around with interest. Because Bai Ji's recovery pill required fewer and simpler herbs, Bai Ji was the first to complete the classification and preparation of the herbs before refining the medicine. After Bai Ji was ready, the others also finished their preparations one after another. After making preparations, Xiao Yan, Lu Chuan, and Shui Mei put their hands on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron in front of them at the same time. As the fire attribute fighting spirit in their bodies gushed out, accompanied by a boom, a raging flame suddenly ignited in the medicine cauldron. However, when the flame just ignited, the temperature in the medicine cauldron was not high. In order to heat the herbs evenly and not destroy the medicinal properties, the herbs must be put in until the flame burns to make the medicine cauldron completely red and the temperature in the medicine cauldron is uniform before they can start to put in the herbs. This time usually takes about a minute. Hey, it's time to start. If you want to show off, you have to show off everything. After waiting for a while, when Xiao Yan and the other two started to make a fire, Bai Ji exhaled lightly, then turned around and looked at the medicine cauldron in front of him, and slowly put his hand on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron. Boom! With a roar, the deep green flame suddenly rose from the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron. In the stone room full of orange-yellow light, the deep green light was particularly eye-catching. In front of the stone room, So Lao had just taken out a table and put it in front of him to make tea. At this moment, he was sitting on a chair behind the table, slowly and methodically tasting the tea in his hand. A flash of green light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and So Lao subconsciously looked up and glanced in the direction of the green light. When he saw the deep green flame rising from the fire mouth of Bai Ji's medicine cauldron, So Lao was suddenly startled, and the tea that had been swallowed in his mouth could not help but be spit out with a puff, soaking the clothes on his chest. Deep green flame, is this a strange fire? Shocked to the extreme, So Lao could not help but stand up from his chair and said in shock. Strange fire. Hearing So Lao's shock, in addition to Xiao Yan who had known about it for a long time, Lu Chuan and Shui Mei could not help but look at Bai Ji. When they saw the deep green flame rising from the mouth of Bai Ji's medicine cauldron, their faces suddenly became full of shock. It seems a bit bad. Discovering that the flame used by Bai Ji was actually a strange fire, thinking of the rarity and difficulty of taming the strange fire, and thinking of the previous bet, Lu Quan's face suddenly became very ugly. Chapter 667, 3-Point Pill, the bright new star in the world of alchemists. The deep green blue lotus earth core fire rose from the mouth of the medicine cauldron. The scorching temperature contained in the strange fire burned the medicine cauldron completely red in less than 10 seconds. Bai Ji paid no attention to the shocked looks from all around him. Now all his energy was put into refining the healing pill. Black dragon saliva, blood clotting grass, blood donkey hide gelatin. One hand was close to the fire mouth, conveying the azure lotus earth core fire into the medicine cauldron, and the other hand picked up the herbs to be put in. The strong fighting spirit wrapped the herbs. With Bai Ji's wave, the herbs were immediately thrown into the medicine cauldron. Under the burning of the azure lotus earth core fire, the three main medicines put in were turned into liquid medicine and residue by high temperature in just a few seconds. The liquid medicine was suspended in the medicine cauldron under the wrapping of fighting spirit, and the residue was attached to the wall of the medicine cauldron with the flame. The liquid medicine made from black dragon saliva, blood clotting grass, and blood donkey hide gelatin were black, green and blood-colored respectively. Although they were gathered together under the wrapping of fighting spirit at the beginning, the three were not fused with each other. However, under the continuous burning of the azure lotus earth core fire, the three different colors finally began to merge, and finally turned into a ball of light black liquid medicine. As the main medicine was fused, Bai Ji threw the auxiliary medicine into the medicine cauldron again. A large amount of auxiliary medicine was still burned into liquid medicine and residue in less than a moment under the burning of the Qinglian earth core fire, and then separated. Groups of liquid medicine from different medicinal materials were still gathered together under the wrapping of douqi, and then finally fused under the continuous full burning of the Qinglian earth core fire. In this way, 2 groups of liquid medicine were suspended in the medicine cauldron. Under Bai Ji's control, the Qinglian earth core fire rising in the medicine cauldron began to weaken, and the 2 groups of liquid medicine slowly approached and finally gathered together. With the aggregation of the main medicine and auxiliary medicine liquid, under Bai Ji's control, the Qinglian earth core fire in the medicine cauldron burned violently again. Under the full burning of the Qinglian earth core fire, the 2 groups of liquid medicine that had been fused once began to fuse again. In the process of fusion, relying on the powerful mental perception, the changes in the medicinal properties of the 2 groups of liquid medicine are constantly being fed back, and according to the feedback information, Bai Ji is also constantly adjusting the temperature of the Qinglian earth core fire. Gradually, the 2 groups of medicine liquid were about to completely merge, and the color of the medicine liquid also turned grey-brown. As the medicine liquid was completely merged, the azure lotus earth core fire in the medicine cauldron began to rise violently again. Under Bai Ji's control, the medicine liquid group began to rotate under the burning of the azure lotus earth core fire, and the water vapor contained in the medicine liquid was constantly stripped away. The medicine liquid gradually changed from liquid to semi-liquid, semi-solid, and finally completely condensed into a dark brown pill. Recovery pill, successfully refined. As the recovery pill was successfully refined, Bai Ji immediately retracted the output azure lotus earth core fire, and then moved his right hand towards the medicine cauldron, and the dark brown recovery pill immediately flew out of the medicine cauldron and was grabbed by Bai Ji. Old Su, I succeeded in refining. After taking out the recovery pill, Bai Ji left the stone platform and walked towards Old Su in front of the stone chamber and said, "It was successfully refined. What? You have succeeded in refining." Because of the azure lotus earth core fire, Douluo was a little absent-minded. When he heard Bai Ji say that he had succeeded in refining it, Douluo was nodding his head, but suddenly he seemed to realize something and was shocked. "Well, the recovery pill, I succeeded in refining it." Bai Ji spread out his right hand, revealing the recovery pill held in his hand by douqi. "No, it's only been 3 minutes. Even if you have the azure lotus earth core fire, it can't be so fast." Looking at the finished recovery pill in Bai Ji's hand, Douluo couldn't help scratching his messy white hair in some confusion, his heart full of disbelief. After observing and analyzing the deep green flame that Bai Ji had just used for a long time, he finally came to the conclusion that this should not be a beast fire, but the real and famous Qinglian earth core fire ranked 19th on the list of strange fires. However, even if it is a strange fire, it does not mean that the alchemist will have an unparalleled advantage from the beginning. The role of strange fire for alchemists is more important as the strength and level of alchemists improve, but not everyone can ascend to heaven in one step as long as they have it. Indeed, strange fire does have an unparalleled advantage in purifying medicinal materials compared to ordinary flames. But for novices, it only reduces the time of heating the cauldron and purifying the medicinal materials. But there are 2 steps in alchemy that are extremely energy-consuming and test the level of the alchemist, that is, the key fusion and the last step of condensing the pill. Fusion refers to the fusion of different medicinal liquids, which is not only a fusion of form, but also a fusion of medicinal properties. In addition to high-temperature burning, the alchemist also needs to have extreme control over the medicinal properties. He must be able to fully feel the changes in the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials in the liquid medicine, and change the temperature according to the changes in the medicinal properties to allow the medicinal properties to fully blend. This is a great test of the alchemist's ability. The last step of condensing the pill is also to start drying the liquid medicine after completing the fusion of all the medicinal materials. With the help of high-temperature burning, the liquid medicine group is constantly rotated to continuously dry out the water vapor and finally turn it into a pill. This is a great test of the alchemist's control over the fighting spirit and the control of the flame temperature, which is a major problem in alchemy. In this process, if something goes wrong, what was finally refined was not a smooth pill, but an ointment or something else. These 2 steps are extremely time-consuming. Even if a novice has the azure lotus earth core fire, he can only reduce a lot of purification time, and it is impossible to make these 2 steps extremely simple. However, the 3-minute refinement of the recovery pill may be partly due to the fact that the recovery pill is relatively simple to refine, but this is enough to show that the young man in front of him did not make any mistakes in the steps of fusion and pill condensation, but was smooth and one step pass, almost perfect. Even he couldn't do this. Could it be that the boy's alchemy skills are higher than his own? Douluo couldn't help but be shocked and thought inexplicably. But then Douluo couldn't help shaking his head. No, maybe the strange fire has effects that I can't think of. After all, I haven't heard of anyone who really has a strange fire, and the reason why it takes so little time should be the result of practice makes perfect. However, although he thought so in his heart, Douluo was also very amazed at Bai Ji's talent. This made Douluo very curious about who taught Bai Ji. Child, can I ask who your master is? Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo couldn't help but ask curiously. Sorry, Douluo, my master doesn't like others to know him, so I can't tell him his name. Bai Ji shook his head to refuse. Well, okay. Douluo sighed a little. However, to be able to teach a genius like Bai Ji, he must be a hermit master, and hermit masters have such ideas, and Douluo is also prepared. Perhaps the reason why these hermit masters can become masters is because they have this heart that doesn't care about fame and fortune. Thinking about it, Douluo couldn't help but respect in his heart. Show me your pill. Because Bai Ji has a strange fire, and Bai Ji can refine a finished recovery pill in such a short time, Douluo doesn't think that this pill will be unqualified, but in order to comply with the rules, Douluo is still ready to check it. Here. Bai Ji handed over the recovery pill in his hand very naturally. After receiving the recovery pill, Douluo gently twisted the dark brown pill and began to observe it carefully. The dark brown pill was about the size of an index finger, as round as a longan, and exuded a strange fragrance. On the dark brown pill, there were circles of slightly deeper lines. Is this pill pattern? Seeing the lines on the recovery pill, Douluo couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and was shocked. It took 3 minutes to refine the finished recovery pill, and there were still pill patterns. This shows that the quality and medicinal properties of the recovery pill have reached the peak, and there is no flaw at all because of the short time. It's true that every generation has talented people, and each leads the trend for hundreds of years. Looking at Bai Ji, Douluo couldn't help but sigh. He seemed to see a rising star in the medicine refining world like the pill king Guhi. Oh no! Even if the Dan King Guhi is not as good as the boy in front of him at this age, this is a more outstanding and bright new star that can illuminate the entire Jiama Empire's alchemist world. Chapter 668 Continue the assessment, Genius and Mortal. Little guy, what's your name? Looking at the promising boy in front of him, Douluo was about to speak with emotion, but suddenly found that he didn't know the boy's name, so he couldn't help asking. My name is Xiao Bai. Bai Ji smiled slightly and reported the name he has been using. Xiao Bai. Hearing Bai Ji's answer, Douluo pondered for a moment, and then continued. Xiao Bai, your recovery pill is perfect, so I declare that you have successfully passed the assessment of the first-grade alchemist and become a first-grade alchemist registered in the Alchemist Guild. Do you want to continue the assessment? As Douluo said, he looked at Bai Ji meaningfully. Considering that Bai Ji refined a high-quality recovery pill with Dan Wen in 3 minutes, Bai Ji's medicine refining level is definitely not only the first grade, but also the second grade. If the difference is only the first grade, it is impossible to refine a top-quality recovery pill so quickly and perfectly. So in Douluo's opinion, Bai Ji's medicine refining level is definitely higher than the third grade, but he doesn't know which grade after the third grade. I want to continue to test the second grade alchemist. Bai Ji responded without hesitation. Okay. This is the list of second grade pills for the test. You choose the pill you want to test, and I will give you the medicinal materials. Hearing Bai Ji's answer, Douluo was very satisfied to take out another roll of parchment from the ring and handed it to Bai Ji. In his hands, if he could test a young alchemist whose medicine refining level exceeded the third grade, he would also be proud of it. Taking the parchment from Douluo, Bai Ji began to browse the pill recipe on the parchment. Nourishing Qi Powder, Qi Enhancing Powder, Vein Protecting Pill, Ice Heart Pill, Bone Growing Pill. His eyes quickly scanned the parchment, and Bai Ji quickly determined the target, which was the simplest of the second-grade pills, Bone Growing Pill. Bai Ji still had the same idea as before. He wanted to be promoted to a fourth-grade alchemist in one go, and it would be best if he could complete the promotion before Lu Chuan completed the second-grade alchemist assessment, so the pill he chose for the assessment must be as simple as possible. For him, simple refining can only save some time. However, through his superb control of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and his powerful alchemy skills, Bai Ji can still show a jaw-dropping level of alchemy. Bone Growing Pill. Hearing that Bai Ji had chosen the pill, Douluo pondered for a while, then stood up and left the tea table. Coming to the stone platform where Bai Ji had previously refined the recovery pill, Douluo waved his right sleeve, and as a faint light flashed on the ring, a pile of medicinal materials suddenly appeared on the stone platform. These are the herbs you need to refine the bone-growing pill. I look forward to your performance. After taking out the herbs needed to refine the bone-growing pill, Douluo looked deeply at Bai Ji who followed him, and then stroked his snow-white long beard, sat back again, brewed a cup of tea, and began to taste it slowly and carefully. When Douluo left, Bai Ji also returned to the stone platform again. Looking at the medicine dust piled on the stone platform in front of him, Bai Ji's eyes moved slightly. He stretched out his hands quickly, picked up and put down the herbs on the pile of herbs, and placed them in a pile in different categories. Snow bone handle, tiger claw flower, bone growing grass. After placing the herbs in different categories again, Bai Ji put his hand on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron in front of him again. As the green lotus earth core fire gushed out from his right palm, the deep green flame rose from the medicine cauldron again. On the other side. Are you kidding? You can refine a pill in such a short time. Although it is the simplest recovery pill, it is too abnormal. Not far away, seeing Bai Ji refine a finished recovery pill in 3 minutes, and perfectly passed the assessment, and was ready to continue the assessment of the second-grade alchemist, Lu Chuan couldn't help cursing in his heart. But the more he cursed, the more panicked Lu Chuan felt. What if this guy really passed the assessment of the 4th-grade alchemist? Do I really have to eat that pile of pill dirt that looks like dry dog shit? For some reason, this idea suddenly popped up in Lu Quan's mind. Although Lu Chuan quickly expelled this bad idea from his mind. But this idea always lingered, appearing in his mind from time to time, making it difficult for Lu Chuan to concentrate. Boom! Suddenly, the flames in the medicine cauldron in front of him became stronger, and the orange-red flames suddenly surged from the medicine cauldron, and the bright light was particularly dazzling in the slightly dim stone room. Fuck! Seeing the flames surging from his own medicine cauldron, Lu Chuan couldn't help but curse with a ferocious face. Hearing Lu Quan's curse, Xiao Yan and Shui Mei, who were not far away, couldn't help but glance over. Xiao Yan's eyes were just a little weird, while Shui Mei's eyes were very unhappy. In front of the stone room, Douluo, who was in charge of invigilation and testing, heard the sound and slightly put down the teacup in his hand, and glanced in the direction of Lu Chuan. When he saw the flames surging from Lu Quan's medicine cauldron, Douluo couldn't help shaking his head in his heart, thinking, it seems that this little guy has to start over. As for Lu Chuan, Douluo actually observed him for a while. After all, they were all candidates. In Douluo's observation, although Lu Quan's alchemy skills are not as amazing as Bai Ji's, they are also quite standard, and his alchemy skills are not bad. If he keeps refining medicine seriously, it should not be a problem to successfully refine a second-grade pill and pass the assessment within an hour. But after Bai Ji passed the assessment of a first-grade alchemist, Lu Chuan became a little absent-minded. But refining medicine is an act that requires a lot of concentration, and it is absolutely not allowed to be distracted, so Lu Quan's mistakes are completely within Douluo's expectations. But Douluo did not mean to remind him. In this world, ordinary people occupy the majority, but there are always some geniuses, whether in cultivation or in alchemy. If you see a genius and you are hit hard, then this person will not talk about the future. Some things still need to be overcome by yourself. If you can successfully overcome them by yourself, then you can have a broad future. If you can't, then you may be unable to recover. Retracting his eyes from Lu Chuan, Douluo continued to taste the tea in his hand. It smells so good. Damn it, there was a problem with the purification. Seeing that due to his absent-mindedness, part of the medicine liquid that was originally wrapped in fighting spirit leaked out, this part of the medicine liquid immediately caused a fire, and the sudden rising fire destroyed all the rest of the medicine liquid, which made the previous efforts of nearly 10 minutes directly come to nothing, and Lu Chuan couldn't help but grit his teeth. It's all your fault. Glancing at Bai Ji with resentment, Lu Chuan suppressed his hatred and prepared to use the spare herbs on the stone platform. But just as Lu Chuan was about to start sorting the spare herbs and preparing to refine them again, a voice in his ear made his body stiffen. Old Su, my Shengu pill is ready. Chapter 669 Purple Heart-Breaking Barrier Pill, can I call you my friend? Old Su, my Shengu pill is ready. Holding the second-grade Shengu pill in his hand, Bai Ji left the stone platform and strode towards Old Su who was sipping tea in front of the stone room. Oh, It's ready. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Old So put down the teacup in his hand, took over Bai Ji's Shengu pill, twisted it lightly on his fingertips and began to observe. The pill was the size of an index finger, just right, and the shape was as round as a longan. It was red-grey in color and exuded an alluring fragrance. On the pill, there were also light red lines, which were a symbol of the perfect quality of the pill pattern. In just over 10 minutes, you actually refined the Shengu pill, and it was the most perfect Shengu pill. Xiao Bai, I was right about you. Putting down the Shengu pill in his hand, So Lao was full of emotion. With your talent, your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to the pill king Gu He. Although in So Lao's opinion, Bai Ji's talent is even better than Gu He, but because Gu He is famous throughout the Jiama Empire and has many fans, he is only a 4th-grade alchemist. If he says that Bai Ji's talent is better than Gu He, it is easy to offend people, whether it is for him or Bai Ji, and it is not good to praise Bai Ji too much, which will easily make Bai Ji arrogant, so he should be more careful. But on the side, when they heard So Lao say that Bai Ji's talent was not inferior to the famous Dan King Gu He, both Lu Chuan and Xue Mei's faces changed at the same time. If they had known earlier, the two would have always taken Gu He as their goal, but their masters had always said that they were still far behind. Suddenly, a senior in the alchemy world said that someone's talent was not inferior to Gu He, and this person was someone they looked down upon, which made them feel very upset. Damn guy! Didn't I just refine a simple 2nd-grade Shengu pill? I refined a pulse-protecting pill. Full of resentment in her heart, Xue Mei gritted her teeth and continued to refine the pulse-protecting pill. Because of the stimulation, Lu Chuan also began to speed up the preparation of medicinal materials, intending to continue to refine the qi recovering powder. Only Xiao Yan was still normal. Do you want to continue? As for the thoughts of the 3 people in the audience, So Lao didn't know. Looking at the perfect quality Shengu pill in his hand, So Lao couldn't help asking while sighing in his heart. Of course. Bai Ji nodded naturally. His goal is to be promoted to a 4th-grade alchemist in one fell swoop, and give that Liuquan a slap in the face. How could he give up halfway? Well, this is the list of pills for the 3rd-grade alchemist assessment. You can choose one of them for the assessment. Hearing Bai Ji's agreement, So Lao nodded with satisfaction, and then took out another roll of parchment from the ring and handed it to Bai Ji. Among the alchemists, the 1st-grade and 2nd-grade alchemists are the easiest to be promoted, because the 1st-grade and 2nd-grade pills are the pills with the simplest properties. However, once the pill reaches the 3rd grade, it will undergo a qualitative change, and it will not be so easy to refine it. So when he heard that Bai Ji was going to continue the assessment of the 3rd-grade alchemist, So Lao was very excited. Taking the list of pills handed over by So Lao, Bai Ji glanced at the list, and the names of all the pills came into his eyes. Restoring Qi pill, Mysterious fire pill, Wind running pill, Gathering Qi powder. His eyes quickly scanned the names of the pills one by one, and Bai Ji quickly selected the target, a very familiar name, Gathering Qi powder. For pills above the 2nd grade, there are no pills that are relatively simple to refine, such as the recovery pill and the bone growing pill, but pills that are relatively complicated to refine. Among these pills, Gathering Qi powder is not the simplest, but it is almost the same in Bai Ji's opinion. Of course, the most important thing is that the name of Gathering Qi powder is more familiar. Old Su, I want to refine Gathering Qi powder. After selecting the target, Bai Ji said. Are you sure? Hearing Bai Ji say that he wanted to refine Gathering Qi powder, Old Su couldn't help asking. Of course. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Okay. Seeing Bai Ji's calm face, Old Su took out the prescription and handed it to Bai Ji, while walking to the stone platform where Bai Ji was refining the pills, and took out the medicinal materials from the ring. I look forward to your performance. After taking another deep look at Bai Ji, So Lao turned around and left, sitting back down again. Bai Ji calmly returned to the stone platform and began to prepare the herbs. Are you kidding? Qi gathering powder, this is a famously difficult 3rd-grade elixir, I don't believe you can refine Qi gathering powder. On the other hand, hearing that Bai Ji actually wanted to refine the Qi gathering powder, Lu Chuan continued to purify the pill while angrily speaking. But no matter how much Lu Chuan didn't believe it, the fact would not change. Compared with the Shengu pill, the difficulty of refining the Qi gathering powder can be said to be more than 3 times more difficult. It took Bai Ji about 10 minutes to refine the Shengu pill, and because the main and auxiliary medicines of the qi gathering powder have different medicinal properties, it takes much longer to fuse the liquid medicine, which is also the main difficulty of the qi gathering powder. But despite this, Bai Ji still completed the refining within 40 minutes. At this time, Xiao Yan had just completed the fusion of the main and auxiliary medicine liquid medicines in refining the fire condensation pill, and was now in the second fusion, and Xue Mei was the same. As for Lu Chuan, he had just started to purify the auxiliary medicine at this moment. Because he wanted to show off in front of Xue Mei, Lu Chuan chose the qi recovering powder, which was the most difficult among the second-grade pills. In addition to the previous 10 minutes of wasted efforts and the pressure brought by Bai Ji, Lu Quan's medicine refining speed was not as fast as usual. Swish! Seeing the qi gathering powder that had been successfully refined in the medicine cauldron, Bai Ji waved his right hand, and the qi gathering powder in the medicine cauldron suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot into his hand. Holding the qi gathering powder in his hand, Bai Ji walked quickly to Douluo again. Douluo, I have successfully refined the qi gathering powder. Hearing Bai Ji say that the qi gathering powder was successfully refined, Xiao Yan and Xue Mei couldn't help but tremble, and speeded up the progress again, while Lu Quan's fighting spirit was unstable, and almost let the pill go back to the furnace again. Another perfect pill, do you want to continue? Gently twisting the qi gathering powder refined by Bai Ji, observing it aside, looking at the pill pattern on the pill, Douluo couldn't help but sigh, and asked with expectation. Of course. Bai Ji naturally chose to continue. After receiving the 4th grade alchemist assessment list handed over by Douluo, Bai Ji glanced at the list and directly chose the most difficult purple heart barrier breaking pill, intending to use it as the finale. You want to refine the purple heart barrier breaking pill? Hearing Bai Ji actually saying that he wanted to refine the purple heart barrier breaking pill, Douluo couldn't help but be a little shocked. Although he is also a 4th grade alchemist, the purple heart barrier breaking pill is the most difficult one among the 4th grade pills to refine, and even he can't refine it. I didn't expect Bai Ji to be able to refine it. Yes. Bai Ji replied with a chuckle. 4th grade alchemists are the top alchemists even in our Jiama Empire. If you can successfully advance to the 4th grade alchemist level, I believe that this time, the champion of the alchemist conference will be you. Douluo said in amazement, and came to the stone platform where Bai Ji was again, and put the medicinal materials for refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill on the stone platform. In fact, he did not take out the herbs needed for the 4th grade alchemist assessment from the warehouse, but it just so happened that as a 4th grade alchemist, he had been thinking about how to refine the purple heart barrier breaking pill recently, and the ring just happened to have the herbs needed to refine the purple heart barrier breaking pill. So he simply used his own herbs as the assessment herbs for the time being. Anyway, there was a record of the assessment, and he could still go to the warehouse to get it back. However, taking this opportunity, he wanted to see how Bai Ji refined the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Little friend Xiao Bai, can I watch you make medicine here? After putting down the herbs, Douluo did not leave immediately, but asked very sincerely. Of course, but you don't have to call me little friend, just call me by my name. Bai Ji nodded, but it was still a bit awkward for an old man with white hair and beard to call him little friend. No, no, no. The master of the alchemy world is the teacher. Even I can't make the purple heart breaking barrier pill. If you can make the purple heart breaking barrier pill, it means that your alchemy skills are higher than mine. Since I want to watch you make medicine, it's not too much to call you a teacher. But I'm old, and I still have to save face, so I'll just be thick-skinned and call you a friend for the time being. Douluo shook his head and said with a wry smile. Okay then. Hearing that Douluo brought up the rules of the alchemist world, although it was a bit strange, Bai Ji didn't say anything else. On the side, hearing the conversation between Douluo and Bai Ji, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh, and complained in his heart, since Bai was born, why was Yan born? And Lu Chuan felt like he had a lemon in his heart, jealous and sour. As for Xue Mei, she was shocked and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion. She has always been a genius in alchemy in the eyes of her master and everyone else. For this reason, she has been trying her best to learn alchemy, but after so much effort, she can only become a 2nd grade alchemist. But the young man in front of him is so young that he can make the senior in the alchemy world, who is also a 4th grade alchemist like her master, take the initiative to treat him as an equal. What a monster! It turns out that he didn't brag before. Xue Mei couldn't help muttering in her heart, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Chapter 670 Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill is made, the assessment is coming to an end. In the empty and slightly dim stone room, Bai Ji stood behind a stone platform for refining medicine. On the stone platform in front of him, there was a medicine cauldron on one side and medicinal materials for refining Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill on the other side. Not far away, Douluo was standing with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill is a 4th grade pill, but it is not an ordinary 4th grade pill, but a 4th grade peak pill. In terms of efficacy, Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill is somewhat similar to the 3-line Qingling pill, which is also a 4th grade pill. Both are pills that can help great fighting masters improve their strength. However, taking the 3-line Qingling pill has only a small chance of increasing the user's level by 1 star, although there are 3 types of 3-line Qingling pills, which are divided into 3 grades of 1-line, 2-line, and 3-line according to the lines above. One of the patterns has a certain chance to increase the strength of the user by 1 star without side effects, while the second and third patterns have a chance to increase the strength of the user at the Grand Fighter level by 2 or 3 stars in a short period of time, but this also has a fatal flaw. That is, after the effect of the medicine wears off, this pill also has a certain chance of causing a backlash of the effect. The strength of the person who is backlashed will be reduced by 1 to 2 stars. Although there is no worry about life, but a short-term increase of 2 or 3 stars and a permanent decrease of 1 or 2 stars, most people will not gamble on this probability. Unless it is a life and death moment, intending to fight to the death with this. The Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill does not have this disadvantage. The Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill can also have an effect on the Grand Fighter. If the Grand Fighter takes the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill, then the Grand Fighter can 100% increase the strength of 1 star without side effects. And the key is that the same person, at the same level, can take 2 of these pills in succession without too much resistance. Compared with the conditions for improving the chance of the 3-line Qingling pill, which is also a 4th grade pill, the effect of the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill is far superior to the former, and 2 pills can be taken, which means the strength of 2 stars is improved. This effect deserves to be called a 4th grade peak pill. However, with its amazing effect, it is also incredibly difficult to refine the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill. Among the 4th grade alchemists registered with the Alchemist Guild, there are less than a handful of alchemists who can refine the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill, and even the 5th grade alchemists are not everyone who can refine the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill. So after seeing Bai Ji's ease in refining the 3rd grade pre-assessment pill, and hearing Bai Ji say that he can refine the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill, it is no wonder that Old So was so excited. Standing in front of the alchemy stone platform, Bai Ji's eyes quickly swept over the medicinal materials on the stone platform one by one. Purple spirit grass, spirit rising flower, blood and bone ginseng, chi replenishing flower, ambergris. Compared to most elixirs that only have 3 main ingredients, the main ingredients used in refining the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill reached as many as 5, and the number of auxiliary ingredients was also not small, which was related to the nature of the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill that 2 pills could be taken at the same time. He quickly stretched out his hands and piled the herbs needed to refine the Purple Heartbreaking Barrier Pill on the stone platform in the order of input. After everything was done, Bai Ji looked around again. The 3 alchemists who were taking the test together around him, except Lu Chuan, Xiao Yan and Xue Mei, had already refined the herbs and were preparing for the final fusion, and the fusion would be the condensation of the pill. Except for the monster with extremely strong mental power like Bai Ji, ordinary alchemists often spend the most time on the last step of condensing the pill. To refine the liquid medicine into an extremely round pill, this is a process that tests the ability to control the fighting spirit and the ability to control the fire. After a glance around, Bai Ji retracted his eyes and set his sights on the stone platform in front of him again. Looking at the already stacked medicinal materials, Bai Ji quickly stretched out his left hand and pressed it against the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron. The deep green blue lotus earth core fire suddenly gushed out and rose from the medicine cauldron. The hot fire that exceeded the temperature of all flames heated the medicine cauldron in a few seconds. After heating the medicine cauldron, Bai Ji waved his right hand and several medicinal materials were thrown into the medicine cauldron one after another, and were burned into liquid medicine by the high temperature of the blue lotus earth core fire. In the medicine cauldron, the deep green blue lotus earth core fire was constantly swallowing and spitting. Because Douluo was watching, in order to let Douluo see the steps of refining the Purple Heart Barrier Pill more clearly, Bai Ji did not fuse the refined liquid medicine in the medicine cauldron. Although this saves more time, while wrapping the refined medicinal materials with fighting spirit, while constantly putting in new medicinal materials for refining. This kind of delicate fighting spirit control ability is not something that ordinary alchemists can do. So in order to let Mr. Su see more clearly the steps of refining the purple heart-breaking barrier pill, Bai Ji chose to take out small jade bottles, introduce the refined liquid medicine into the small jade bottles, and then use Do Qi to carve the names of the medicinal materials used to refine the liquid medicine on the small jade bottles. Purple spirit grass, shengling flower, bloodbone ginseng. One by one, the medicinal materials were refined and introduced into small jade bottles. From the main medicine to the auxiliary medicine, after refining them all, Bai Ji weakened the strange fire burning in the medicine cauldron, and then with a move of his right hand, he put the refined main medicine liquid into the medicine cauldron. In the medicine cauldron, the deep green Qinglian earth core fire was still burning slowly. Bai Ji used Do Qi to control the fusion of the liquid medicine, while using his mental power to accurately sense the changes in the medicinal properties of the liquid medicine, using his wood attribute constitution to interfere, and at the same time changing the temperature of the strange fire. Under Bai Ji's control, the liquid medicine of the 5 main medicines finally merged into a ball of purple liquid medicine was then introduced into a new small jade bottle again, and then the steps of fusing the auxiliary medicine liquid and placing it were the same. After completing the steps of fusing the main medicine and auxiliary medicine liquid, Bai Ji once again put the fused main medicine liquid and auxiliary medicine liquid into the medicine cauldron, and began to finely manipulate and control the fusion of the main medicine and auxiliary medicine liquid after fusion. Because the refining requires more medicinal materials, this step is the most difficult for ordinary alchemists. So when Soulao, who was watching on the side, found that Bai Ji had reached this step, he began to watch the changes in the liquid medicine in the medicine cauldron more attentively. As Soulao watched, the 2 liquid medicines finally collided and merged together, and then the flames in the medicine cauldron rose and weakened, and continued to repeat. And as the flames continued to change, the color of the fused liquid medicine began to change, from the initial dark purple to light purple, emitting a faint light. Finally, after the liquid medicine was fused, Bai Ji began the last step, condensing the pill. This step is the most difficult for ordinary alchemists. Because once the pill is formed, it is not a pill, but an ointment or powder, which will greatly reduce the efficacy of the pill and be considered an unqualified pill. But for Bai Ji, who has extremely strong fighting spirit and mental power, this step is the simplest. Under the control of strong mental power, Bai Ji will hardly make any mistakes in the step of pill formation. The lavender liquid slowly rotates in the medicine cauldron. Under the burning of the azure lotus earth core fire, it gradually turns from liquid to ointment, then to semi-solid, and finally completely becomes a pill. During this process, Xuemei and Xiaoyan's second-grade alchemist assessment pills were finally refined. However, due to Bai Ji's influence, Xiaoyan started to learn alchemy after joining Canaan College. In other words, he only studied for half a year, and he did not have a strange fire like in the original book. Therefore, although Xiaoyan's talent in refining medicine is higher than Xuemei's, Xiaoyan's current level of refining medicine is still far behind Xuemei. So in the alchemist assessment, Xuemei completed the refining of the second-grade pulse-protecting pill faster, followed by Xiaoyan, who refined the first-grade fire-condensing pill. However, because Soulao was still watching Bai Ji refining the purple heart barrier-breaking pill, Xiaoyan and Xuemei were not stupid, and naturally would not disturb Soulao at this juncture. Therefore, after refining the pill, they waited silently behind the stone platform. On the side, seeing that Xiaoyan and Xuemei had finished refining, but his own chi-recovering powder was not yet finished. Seeing that the time was about to end, Lu Chuan couldn't help but get anxious. But at the moment when Lu Chuan was anxious, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. "Soulao, the purple heart barrier breaking pill is finished." Hearing the voice, Lu Chuan couldn't help but tremble his hands, and the flames and fighting spirit in the medicine cauldron suddenly changed drastically, and the round medicine liquid that was condensing the pill almost fell down. Chapter 671. The assessment is over, let's do it, Oli Ji. Are you kidding? This is the purple heart barrier breaking pill. How can you complete it so easily? Lu Chuan hurriedly stabilized the liquid in the medicine cauldron again, and couldn't help shouting unwillingly in his heart. But compared to Lu Quan's anger, the atmosphere near the stone platform where Bai Ji was full of joy. Hearing that Bai Ji really refined the purple heart barrier breaking pill, Xiaoyan and Xuemei couldn't help but gather around curiously. "Hurry up and show me the purple heart barrier breaking pill." Looking at the purple heart barrier breaking pill held in Bai Ji's hand, Soulao couldn't help but say excitedly. The purple heart barrier breaking pill is one of the most difficult pills to refine among the 4th grade pills. He knew that only the president of the Alchemist Guild, the famous pill king Guhi, and some veteran 5th grade alchemists had successfully refined it. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him, who might not even be 20 years old, could successfully refine it, and in front of him, a young genius alchemist who could refine the most difficult 4th grade elixir, the purple heart breaking barrier pill, walked out of his hands. Although he was not his master, as a horse scout who recognized a good horse, Douluo felt proud of it. When the young man in front of him became famous in the alchemist world, he could also tell others that he had discovered this alchemist. With great excitement, Douluo took the purple heart-breaking barrier pill handed over by Bai Ji, twisted it lightly on his fingertips, and began to observe it carefully. It was still the size of an index finger, round like a longan, but the whole body was light purple, slightly glowing, and a strange fragrance emanated from the pill. This is pill pattern. Suddenly, Douluo widened his eyes and exclaimed. Because he noticed that there were circles of dark purple patterns wrapped around the purple heart-breaking barrier pill, which was a sign that the quality of the pill had reached the limit, pill pattern. If it was an ordinary pill, and the pill pattern appeared in the white singer, Douluo would never be so shocked. But this pill is the purple heart barrier breaking pill, which is the most difficult pill to refine among the 4th grade pills. Not all 5th grade alchemists can make it. The pill pattern appeared on the purple heart-breaking barrier pill. Either Bai Ji's medicine refining level has exceeded the 4th grade, or Bai Ji is extremely talented, and has reached the extreme in the change of medicinal properties of medicinal materials and the control of flame temperature when refining medicine. However, Douluo is more inclined to believe that Bai Ji is the latter. Because Bai Ji is so young, his medicine refining level has reached the 4th grade, which is an unprecedented monster. If Bai Ji's medicine refining level exceeds the 4th grade and reaches the 5th or 6th grade, then Douluo simply doesn't know how to describe it. Purple heart-breaking barrier pill with pill pattern. On the side, seeing the purple heart-breaking barrier pill in Douluo's hand, Xuemei couldn't help muttering to herself, feeling frustrated. After so many years of hard work in learning medicine refining, she barely refined a pulse protection pill that can only be regarded as a medium-level 2nd grade pill, and there is no pill pattern. But the boy in front of him, who was not even as old as himself, had refined the most difficult 4th grade elixir, the purple heart barrier breaking pill, and even produced elixir patterns. 4th grade alchemist, her master was only at this level. Xuemei felt mixed emotions for a while, for the boy in front of her. For the first time, she felt admiration, envy, and a little curiosity. As a genius in the eyes of people around her since childhood, Xuemei has always regarded herself as a genius, working hard to practice and learn to refine medicine. Because most of her time was spent on practice and refining medicine, Xuemei developed a cold personality and had almost no friends. If she had to name a friend, perhaps only a long-time enemy could be considered. This time, seeing a genius far beyond herself, Xuemei's cold heart couldn't help but ripple, and she became curious about Bai Ji for the first time. Compared with Xuemei, because she had been hit too many times by Bai Ji since she was a child, Xiao Yan didn't think too much, but just felt a little emotional. This Xiao Bai is really a monster. But what the two didn't know was that Bai Ji was no longer a demon, but a cheater. Old Su, this is the pill for our assessment. Seeing that Old Su had checked Bai Ji's purple heart barrier breaking pill, Xiao Yan and Xuemei immediately walked up to Old Su and respectfully handed over the pills they had refined. Old Su took the pills from the two, twisted them lightly on his fingertips and observed for a while, and nodded, not bad, a pulse protection pill and a fire condensation pill, both are good. For Xiao Yan and Xuemei's pills, if he hadn't seen Bai Ji's pills, Old Su might have said a few more words. But after seeing Bai Ji's pills, and then looking at Xiao Yan and Xuemei's pills, the difference was so great that Old Su didn't have the heart to comment anymore. But when they heard that their own pills passed, Xiao Yan and Xuemei couldn't help but feel relieved. Because of Bai Ji, the pressure on both of them was too great. It should be over, right? After checking the two people's pills, Douluo suddenly frowned as if he thought of something. It seems that 1 hour has come. Xiao Yan looked at the quarter clock hanging on the wall, estimated the time, and responded. It's over, those who are still refining medicine, it's time to stop. Seeing the time was over, Douluo frowned and shouted loudly. Not far away, Lu Chuan, who was still in the last step of pill condensation, heard Douluo's words, and was immediately anxious and sweating. He quickly increased the fire in the medicine cauldron and forced the last step to complete the pill. After saying that, Douluo didn't say anything more when he saw Lu Chuan collecting the pill. It's just that the last step increased the heat a little, it should be okay, right? Lu Chuan touched his sweat and felt a little uneasy. Master, this is the pill I'm testing. Holding the cheer covering powder, Lu Chuan walked quickly to Douluo with a flattering look on his face, and handed the cheer covering powder in his hand to Douluo. Don't call me master, I'm not a master yet. Glancing at Lu Chuan lightly, Douluo took Lu Quan's cheer covering powder, twisted it lightly and began to observe it. However, as soon as he saw it, Douluo frowned and said, "Your pill is unqualified." "What?" "Master, take another look, the shape of my pill is obviously acceptable." Hearing Douluo's words, Lu Chuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said. Although his last step accelerated some time, it should only damage the quality of the pill, but the shape did not change, it should not be unqualified. You didn't control the temperature well when condensing this pill, which resulted in the medicinal properties not being evenly integrated. In addition, you collected the pill too quickly in the last step. The essence of your pill is obviously missing. It must be unqualified. Old So pointed at the pill calmly. At the position where Old So pointed, there was a piece of the originally light green pill that was obviously grey. It's over, I failed. Seeing this piece, Lu Quan's face suddenly turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. Thinking of coming, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel desperate after boasting before the assessment. Okay, this assessment is over. Come with me to register and get your badge. Looking at Lu Chuan, Douluo didn't care at all. He had seen too many alchemists who failed the assessment and was used to it. So he just looked at Bai Ji and the other two who passed the assessment and said, "Douluo, can you wait for us outside? We still have some things to deal with here." Bai Ji stepped forward and smiled slightly at Douluo's words. Is there something to deal with? Douluo was a little confused when he heard Bai Ji's words. However, because of his appreciation for Bai Ji, and because he owed Bai Ji a favor after watching Bai Ji refine the purple heart-breaking barrier pill, Douluo was willing to give Bai Ji this face, so he didn't say it, but said, "Okay, let's do this. I'll go over and wait for you. It's the second room to the right at the end of the corridor outside the door. You can come over later." After saying that, Douluo turned around and left the stone room. Watching the figure of Douluo disappear in the corridor outside the door, Bai Ji looked at Lu Chuan and smiled faintly. "Lu Chuan, don't pretend, have you forgotten something?" "Xiao Bai, I failed the second-grade alchemist assessment this time, and you are still holding on to this little thing." Lu Chuan suddenly gritted his teeth, got up from the ground angrily, and looked at Bai Ji angrily. "You are so funny. Whether you passed the second-grade alchemist assessment is your business. What does it have to do with me? If I fail this bet, will you let me go?" Bai Ji laughed sarcastically. "Me?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Lu Chuan was immediately stagnant. "Okay, don't play tricks, just a piece of ali, oh no. Dangu, eat him obediently, otherwise don't blame me for coming to help you." Bai Ji waved his hand lightly, and then burst out with the momentum of a great fighting master. Feeling that Bai Ji's strength was even stronger than his own, Lu Chuan, who was ready to cheat, was in a dilemma. However, although Bai Ji showed his attitude, he still had to consider the face issue, and it was in front of Xue Mei, whom he liked. Lu Chuan was still a little unwilling, and couldn't help looking at Xue Mei for help. The meaning of his pleading eyes was very obvious. "Aren't we friends? Help me speak up." Looking at Lu Chuan, who was full of pleading, Xue Mei was speechless in her heart. She hated such a man who was untrustworthy and nagging the most. "Since you made a bet with someone, don't default on it, don't let me look down on you," Xue Mei said coldly. Hearing Xue Mei's words, it seemed that something in his heart was broken. That was Lu Quan's heart. "I'm so good to you, how can you do this to me?" Lu Quan's heart was in tears. He probably didn't know what it meant to be a dog licker and have nothing. Goddesses can't be licked by licking, this is the case in modern times, let alone the ancient background of Douluo world. Of course, if you lick enough at one time, you are not a dog licker, but a sea king. Funny. Looking at Bai Ji's indifferent eyes, the heartbroken Lu Chuan walked to the medicine cauldron where he had made a bet before with tears in his eyes. He reached into the medicine cauldron, took out the pill dirt on the wall of the medicine cauldron that looked like a dog's oliga, and then put it to his mouth. After taking a last look at Xue Mei, Lu Chuan stuffed the bitter oliga pill dirt into his mouth with tears in his eyes. As this black thing entered his mouth, dry, bitter, numb, astringental kinds of tastes surged to his taste buds at the same time. This feeling was like eating a piece of coal mixed with a piece of dry oliga, which made people feel nauseous. However, under the sad and desperate mood of losing love at this time, the feeling at this time was different, which made Lu Chuan swallow the things in his mouth into his stomach, and lick the residue at the corner of his mouth. Time seemed to be misplaced at this moment. Same time, same place, same medicine cauldron, done, Oli Ge. Seeing Lu Chuan licking his lips inexplicably after eating the pill, Bai Ge was suddenly shocked. This guy won't develop some strange attributes? Chapter 672 Alchemist Tall, Rich and Handsome, Xue Mei's Heartbeat. Looking at Lu Chuan, who was eating the pill with tears in his eyes not far away, Bai Ge had the illusion that he was a bad guy for some reason. But thinking of Lu Quan's arrogant and annoying appearance before, Bai Ge didn't have any psychological burden at all. All this was done by himself, no one is to blame. And giving him a proper lesson, maybe he can make the guy in front of him turn over a new leaf, maybe. Okay, let's go. After teaching Lu Chuan a lesson and understanding it in his heart, Bai Ge took a last look at Lu Chuan, then turned around and left the stone room, walking towards the room that Soulao mentioned before. When they arrived at the room, Mr. Su was sitting behind a desk full of books and scrolls, holding a book and reading something. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Ge knocked on the door. Come in. In the room, old man Su responded without even looking up. After getting his permission, Bai Ge led Xiao Yan and Xue Mei into the room. At this time, old man Su also put down the book in his hand and looked at Bai Ge with a smile on his face. Is the matter settled? It was not a big deal, of course it was settled. Bai Ge smiled and shook his head. On the side, Xiao Yan and Xue Mei were a little envious when they saw Bai Ge chatting with old man Su as if they were old friends. In their eyes, old man Su, who was a 4th-grade alchemist and could serve as an examiner in the Alchemist Guild of the Jiama Empire, was a big shot. Bai Ge could actually chat and laugh with old man Su. It was like finding out that a neighbor who had always been mediocre suddenly invited the president home for dinner one day and chatted with the president. It was incredible and unbelievable. Of course, Xiao Yan was fine, after all, he was the person favored by the head of the alchemy department of Canaan College. Canaan College was still higher than the local forces like the Jiama Empire, but Xue Mei was really shocked. Although she had been mentally prepared, after all, Bai Ge was already a 4th-grade alchemist. Regardless of his qualifications, he was at the same level as Soulao in terms of the grade of alchemists. However, some things were more shocking when they were seen with her own eyes. Looking at Bai Ge, Xue Mei became more curious about the heart of this peer in front of her, and there was a faint heartbeat in her heart. You know, Bai Ge was originally a handsome guy, plus he had a superb alchemy skill and foreseeable outstanding strength. In the world of Dopo Kangsheng, this was even more handsome than a tall, rich, and handsome man. Xue Mei was born in Black Rock City of the Jiama Empire. Black Rock City was not a very large city, and there were not many outstanding talents in it, so Xue Mei had never been interested in the men around her since she was a child. But Xue Mei didn't dislike men, she just looked down on the men who kept coming around to flatter her, so she was not interested. But Bai Ge was different. An outstanding man like Bai Ge was enough to make some goddesses in the minds of licking dogs put down their reserve and take the initiative to contact him. If I can capture this outstanding young man in front of me, I will definitely make that guy envious and jealous. Thinking of the long-time rival, Xue Mei secretly clenched her fists in her heart. However, after being cold and arrogant for so long, it was still difficult for Xue Mei to let go of her reserve and give up the goddess image she had always created. Bai Ge didn't know about Xue Mei's thoughts. At this moment, Bai Ge was still chatting and laughing with Soulao. Xiao Bai, it seems that you are destined to be in the limelight at this alchemist conference. As your examiner, I knew about you in advance. This time, I can make a lot of money when the conference opens. This time I want to thank you. Soulao stroked his long beard and said with a smile. Open? Is there anyone else opening the alchemist conference? Bai Ge was a little surprised. Of course, it happened several years ago, about 7 or 8 years ago. The middle family approached our alchemist guild to cooperate with them to open a market and become a banker. They have made a lot of money over the years, almost enough to cover the annual conference. Soulao smiled and answered. A member of the middle family? What's the name of this person? Bai Ji touched his chin and asked strangely. In his impression, the people in Douluo were not very good at opening a market and becoming a banker. At least there was no such thing in the original plot, which made him have some guesses in his mind. Haha, you asked the right question. If it was someone else, I might not have any impression, but that time it was a girl who came. She was dressed in red and looked so pretty. She was a perfect match for you. How about it? Do you want me to introduce you to the middle family when I have time? Douluo laughed and winked at Bai Ji. No, no. Bai Ji's mouth twitched. He was wearing red and could play a trick that didn't exist in Douluo world. If it wasn't for that goblin, he would have swallowed a bunch of Oli Ge in one gulp. Xiao Bai, don't feel psychological pressure. It's just a middle family. You are the youngest rising star in our alchemist guild. You are more than enough to match a middle family member. Seeing Bai Ji's refusal, Douluo thought that Bai Ji was under pressure, so he persuaded him in a meaningful tone. Well, Douluo, I have something urgent to do and I have to leave quickly. You should send the things to us quickly. Listening to Douluo's words, Bai Ji suddenly remembered the feeling of being forced to go on a blind date by his aunts and uncles before he crossed over, so he couldn't help but hurriedly said. Well, okay then. Hearing Bai Ji say that he was still anxious, Douluo sighed with lingering feelings and took out 3 nanmu boxes from under the table. Opening the box, there were 3 sets of exquisite black robes folded neatly. This is a special costume that our alchemist guild distributes to alchemists. The material and production process are extremely special. Not only is it comfortable to wear, but it also has the effect of refreshing and slightly increasing. The robe has the special effect of alchemy, and in terms of toughness, it is stronger than armor. It is the benefit of our alchemist guild and a symbol of your status. As Douluo introduced, he pushed 3 wooden boxes to Bai Ji and the other 2. The robes in the 3 wooden boxes looked similar in material, but they were different in the badges on the chest. Bai Ji's clothes had a medicine cauldron badge with 4 strange mercury-like ripples. This was the badge of a 4th-grade alchemist, while Xiaoyan had only 1 ripple, and Xuemei had 2. Okay, little guys, if you're fine, you can go. After handing out the alchemist robes, Douluo waved his hand and said. Then Douluo, we'll leave first. After getting the alchemist robe, compared to Xiaoyan and Xuemei who were a little excited and were stroking and looking at the robe, Bai Ji simply put the jade box containing the robe back into the ring, then said goodbye and turned to leave. When he saw Bai Ji was about to leave, Xiaoyan didn't know why, so he quickly put away the wooden box and followed him. Xuemei frowned slightly and also put away the wooden box and chose to follow. Aren't you staying in the alchemist guild for a while? You seem to be very curious. Seeing Xiaoyan and Xuemei following him, Bai Ji was a little confused. You came out, so of course I have to follow you. Xiaoyan's tone was very natural. I'm going out, why are you following me? I'm not going with you. Bai Ji was a little surprised. You're not going with me? No, didn't we come out together? We're from the same clan. Why did you leave me alone in the Jiama imperial capital? Xiaoyan was stunned. Are we on good terms? Bai Ji asked. No. Xiaoyan shook his head. Are you a beauty? No. Are you a child? No. Since you are neither, why are you following me? Are you afraid of getting lost? Bai Ji asked back. Xiaoyan. He just thought that Bai Ji seemed to be very familiar with Jiamadi, and he felt that they were of the same clan. Although they didn't get along in the family, they were outside. In theory, shouldn't they put aside their prejudices and help each other? But he didn't expect Bai Ji to be so heartless. Okay, I still have to go around Jiamadi, you can play by yourself. Patting Xiaoyan on the shoulder, Bai Ji smiled, and then prepared to turn around and leave, but behind him, Xuemei suddenly called Bai Ji. That I also want to go around the imperial capital, can I go with you? Xuemei twisted the corner of her clothes lightly and said hesitantly. It was the first time for her to take the initiative to be with the alien. Although she was a little nervous, she did not regret making this decision when she thought of Bai Ji's excellence. Haha, of course no. Bai Ji smiled, but said something that stunned Xuemei. He actually rejected me? The first time she mustered up the courage but was rejected by Bai Ji, Xuemei doubted her life for a while. Is her appearance and charm that attract dogs fake? I have something urgent this time, so I'm sorry, but if we are destined to be together next time, we can try it together. Bai Ji added with a smile, then waved his hand and turned to get into the crowd. Watching Bai Ji's back disappear in the surging crowd on the street, Xue Mei was slightly stunned. After a pause, she left without looking back. Without Bai Ji, she was unwilling to stay with Xiao Yan, who was not as good as herself. Seeing that Xue Mei ignored him and left directly, Xiao Yan was a little depressed, and a strong desire to win also rose in his heart. He believed that next time, his alchemy skills would definitely surpass the girl in front of him. Chapter 673 Mitre Auction House, Goodbye Ye Fei. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yan and Xue Mei, Bai Ji did not go to the Mitre family's residence, but to the Mitre Auction House in Jiama Imperial Capital. When Mo Liao came to see Bai Ji with Ye Fei's words, he also brought a letter. In the letter, Ye Fei wrote that she had left the Middle Auction House in Mutant City and returned to Jiama Imperial Capital. She was now in charge of the relevant matters of the Middle Auction House in Jiama Imperial Capital, so Bai Ji naturally went directly to the Middle Auction House in the Imperial Capital to find Ye Fei. According to the memory in his mind, Bai Ji walked skillfully on the streets of the Imperial Capital, turning left and right along the way, and bought a string of old-fashioned candied haws by the way. Of course, after 10 years, the old man who used to sell candied haws has already retired, and now it is his son who sells candied haws, but the taste is still the same as before, which is strangely nostalgic. While eating candied haws, Bai Ji walked on the busy streets. Finally, at the end of a street, a huge and luxurious building appeared in front of Bai Ji. Looking at the familiar sign on the building, this is the Middle Auction House in the Imperial Capital. Looking at the Middle Auction House in front of him, Bai Ji walked over slowly. Entering the Middle Auction House, looking at the white marble walls, the bright magic chandeliers above his head, and the beautiful maids in uniforms around him, Bai Ji felt as if he had returned to the modern era. Of course, this is just an illusion. Sir, may I ask what can I do for you? Compared with the Middle Auction House in Mutant City, the Middle Auction House in the Imperial Capital is more advanced in terms of decoration and staffing. After seeing Bai Ji, a maid in the hall walked straight over and asked with a smile. Nothing, I'm here to find someone. Bai Ji took a bite of the candied haws and said casually. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for, sir? Hearing Bai Ji say that he was looking for someone, the maid was a little surprised. After all, looking for someone is very rare in the Middle Auction House. Generally speaking, people who come to the Middle Auction House are either here to auction or to deliver auction items. Looking for someone is the first time this maid has encountered. I'm here to find Middle Ye Fei. Just tell her that an old friend from Mutant City is waiting for her. Bai Ji continued while chewing a candied haws. Well, sir, are you looking for Lady Ye Fei? The maid was a little shocked when she heard Bai Ji's words. Yes. Bai Ji nodded. Sir, please follow me. Hearing that Bai Ji actually knew Ye Fei, the maid's attitude became more respectful. She didn't think Bai Ji was lying to her. This was the Middle Auction House. If Bai Ji didn't know Ye Fei and came here to cheat, he would end up in a bad way. Following the maid, after passing through corridors, Bai Ji finally came to a hall behind the Middle Auction House. This is a place that only people inside the Middle Auction House can enter. In the hall, there is a row of seats. Sir, please wait here for a while. I'll call Lady Ye Fei over. Looking at the seat in front of her, the maid continued to say respectfully. Okay. Bai Ji nodded naturally, then chose a seat and sat down, waiting quietly. The maid turned and left, walked through corridors, went up the stairs, and finally came to the back of the second floor. This is also a hall, where only high-level internal personnel can enter and exit, and several guards are guarding the door. Stop! Seeing the maid coming, because the maid is just an ordinary staff member and is not allowed to enter here, the guards immediately stopped the maid and shouted. Brothers, someone downstairs is looking for Lord Ye Fei, saying that he is an old friend from Mutant City, please tell him. The maid bowed to the guards and said. Is there anyone looking for Lord Ye Fei? Hearing the maid's words, several guards frowned, but as guards, it is indeed their responsibility to tell such things. But it turned out to be looking for Lord Ye Fei. For some reason, several guards suddenly looked at each other. Well, we got it. Please wait a moment. We will tell him right away. One of the guards responded to the maid, and then two of the guards turned around and left their guarding duties and walked towards the interior of the hall. Why are there two people telling him? The maid was a little surprised to see that 2 guards had left, but she didn't ask. Anyway, as long as they told him, it didn't matter how many people they told him. On the other side, after entering the hall, the 2 guards stopped when they entered a branching corridor. You go find Lord Yafei, and I'll tell Lord Lei Yan. One of the 2 guards said to the other guard. Although they were entrusted by someone to tell him the news and earn some extra money, they would not be willing to fail in their duties. Knowing something and not reporting it is a serious crime. Even the adult who asked them to tell the news could not protect them, and it was most likely impossible for them to do so. They had been guards at the middle auction house for quite a while, and they had long become experienced and knew what to do. After the 2 of them assigned their tasks, they went to different corridors separately. One of the guards walked through a corridor and came to an office. Knock, knock, knock. The guard knocked on the door. Who? A charming voice came from inside the door. Lord Yafei, someone in the lobby on the first floor is looking for you, saying that he is an old friend from Wuden City. The guard took a few deep breaths and answered respectfully. Swish. Suddenly, there was a noise from inside the door, including the harsh sound of a chair rubbing against the ground quickly, and the sound of someone stepping on the ground as if he suddenly stood up. Hearing what he said, Lord Yafei seemed very excited, and the guard couldn't help thinking in his heart. I know, I'll go down in a while. In the office, it was said that Yafei came, suppressing her excitement. Then I will take my leave first. The guard chose to leave tactfully and return to work. A few minutes later. In the lobby on the first floor, Bai Ji was still eating candied haw slowly. I don't know when Yafei will come, and there is no one nearby. I am very bored during this period, and Bai Ji can only kill time by eating candied haws. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps in the distance, and soon, a fiery red figure appeared in front of him through the corridor. Seeing Bai Ji, Hong Ying suddenly quickened his pace and rushed over, and suddenly threw himself into Bai Ji's arms. Master, long time no see. In the ear, accompanied by a breath, a charming voice whispered coquettishly. Haha, it's been a long time since we last met, almost a year. His ears were a little itchy, feeling the delicate body in his arms, smelling the rich fragrance that kept spreading from his nose, Bai Ji twisted his body awkwardly and said with a smile. Your figure is getting better and better. Of course, I have been exercising during this period. Although I don't look as good as that vixen, my figure is much better than hers. Yafei said proudly. Vixen? Who is the vixen? Looking at the woman in his arms, she was born with a charming temperament, and with the charm brought by practicing the heavenly demon art, this kind of charm that turned everyone upside down, compared to sooner, you are obviously the vixen. Bai Ji's mouth twitched a little. On the side, listening to her own lady Yafei acting like a coquettish girl, the maid looked at her nose with her eyes and her heart with her nose. I didn't see anything, nor did I hear anything. By the way, you promised to take me to Canaan College. Last time you said you hadn't established yourself. It's been half a year. You should have established yourself, right? You must take me this time. As if she had thought of something, Yafei let go of Beg and pouted. Not yet, wait a little longer. After thinking about it, Beg shook his head. Han Feng hadn't instigated the Blackhorn region to attack Canaan College yet, so it was not time to formally lay out the Blackhorn region. No. I don't care. Yafei's mouth shrank, and she was very unconvinced. Just as Yafei was about to say something, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Lord Yafei, the auction of the Tianzi auction house is about to begin. Please go and preside over it quickly. A person wearing a middle auction house uniform, who seemed to be a senior manager, came over and said to Yafei. Okay, I know, I'll go right away. Yafei's face suddenly became calm, no longer like a little girl before, and responded. Then I will take my leave first. After receiving Yafei's reply, the manager slowly left. What's wrong? Are you still hosting the auction? After the manager left, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Yes, you know, the auctions I host have always been popular. The old man doesn't want me to give up. The Tianzi auction house is the biggest source of income for our middle auction house. It's good enough that I can host only a few auctions of the Tianzi auction house every year. Yafei curled her lips. Okay, you go host the auction first, and we'll talk in the evening. Bai Ji smiled and touched the head of the charming woman in his arms. Although Yafei looked older than Bai Ji's gesture of touching her head was surprisingly harmonious. Then I'll leave. Ye Fei looked at Bai Ji with some nostalgia, and after asking the maid to take good care of Bai Ji, she turned and left. But what the two didn't notice was that at the entrance of a corridor not far away, a pair of vicious eyes stared at the two for a long, long time. Chapter 674 You are just a pretty boy, how can you be worthy of her? After Ye Fei left, there was a sound of footsteps not far away. Then, several figures slowly walked out from the corridor on the second floor. The leader was a pale young man, exuding a languid aura, and his aura fluctuations were almost at the level of a fighting master. He was followed by several guards who were also at the level of a fighting master. After walking out of the stairs, the young man suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction where Ye Fei left, his eyes full of intoxication, passion, and desire. After a long time, the young man turned his head, his face became gloomy, with a sneer on his lips, and led the guards behind him to Bai Ji's side. Master Lei Yan. Seeing the young man, the maid standing next to Bai Ji hurriedly bowed to Lei Yan, but was pushed away by the young man named Lei Yan. Get out of the way. Master Lei Yan, don't do that. This gentleman is a friend of Lady Ye Fei. The maid almost fell down after being pushed by Lei Yan. However, she saw Lei Yan walking towards Bai Ji and couldn't help herself. Instead, she hurriedly advised him. After hearing what the maid said, Lei Yan seemed to be afraid and suddenly stopped. Step, but still said coldly, I know, don't worry, I won't hurt him. In fact, it is true. The current Ye Fei and the original Ye Fei in the middle family have completely different status. In the middle family, if we really talk about status, Ye Fei is actually higher than middle Tengshan, the patriarch. But because Ye Fei does not often live in the middle family, and middle Tengshan is an elder, Ye Fei has always been more respectful to middle Tengshan, and the same is true for some elders in the family. So in the eyes of most members of the middle family, Ye Fei is just a higher status in the family. And the source of this status, although some people know, is because Ye Fei is Bai Ji's disciple, and has good relations with important figures in other major branches of the Beatty sect, such as the Queen of the Snake People and the previous patriarch of the Yunlin sect. But Bai Ji has not appeared for more than 10 years. Cai Lin and Cai Dai are in the distant Warcraft Mountains and Tagar Desert, and Yun has long left the Jiama Empire. Now the Elders' Council is in charge of the Beatty sect. The middle family also has people joining the Council of Elders and have a say in the Beatty sect. Therefore, compared to being afraid of Ye Fei, most elders in the middle family hope that their descendants will pursue Ye Fei. This will facilitate them to go further. In the middle family, everyone knows that the next generation of the patriarch will definitely be Ye Fei, so whoever's descendants can pursue Ye Fei will get more resources. And Ye Fei is a beauty who brings disaster, so she is a sweet bun in everyone's eyes. However, due to Bai Ji's influence, Ye Fei is not only beautiful now, but also extremely powerful in strength. Although her qualifications are lacking, she has almost all the resources she can enjoy, so she is now at the Douwang level. Because of fear of Ye Fei's strength, most suitors only dare to show their courtesy to Ye Fei in public, and dare not think about it in secret. But this kind of dark place definitely does not include scaring off some guys who they think are not qualified to pursue Ye Fei, and Bai Ji is obviously among them. Haha, kid, who are you? Looking at Bai Ji, Lei Yan smiled coldly and pressed all his momentum on Bai Ji. Because he was afraid of Ye Fei, he didn't dare to really hurt Bai Ji now, but it was completely possible to intimidate and scare him. However, just when Lei Yan was afraid that Bai Ji would be frightened by his momentum and collapsed to the ground, he found that Bai Ji was not moved at all, and even took another bite of the candied haws in his hand, which made Lei Yan's face stiffen instantly. Under the powerful momentum of my fighting master level, he was not affected. Who am I to care about your shit? Seeing Lei Yan's aggressive look, it was obvious that he was here to make trouble. Bai Ji was not polite at all. After taking a bite of the candied haws, he spoke bluntly. What do you care about me? Do you know that the place you are in is called Middle Auction House, and my last name is Middle? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Lei Yan smiled coldly, and then said proudly. Oh, your last name is Middle, but what does this have to do with Middle Auction House? Do you mean that Middle Auction House is yours? Hearing the words of this idiot in front of him, Bai Ji smiled disdainfully. Middle Auction House is certainly not mine, but my last name is Middle, and I have more power than you in the auction house, so I order you to leave here as soon as possible. Lei Yan's eyes were full of threats, and as if to help Lei Yan, several tall guards beside Lei Yan suddenly stepped forward and surrounded Bai Ji. Although he didn't take action, looking at this momentum, it was still quite intimidating. Come on, who are you trying to scare? Do you think your father opened the middle auction house? If you want me to leave, I'll leave. As for you, you're just a parasite waiting to die here. Do you think you can represent the entire middle family? Bai Ji was speechless, and he didn't want to bother with the idiot in front of him. He turned around and pushed a guard away, ready to sit back down. This idiot didn't deserve to let him stand. Behind him, the guards around him found Bai Ji coming and were about to use their fighting spirit to shake Bai Ji away, but they found that their fighting spirit had no effect on Bai Ji. Bai Ji pushed him away, sat back down, and crossed his legs. This made the guards stunned, but after being stunned, the guards chose not to say anything and didn't tell Lei Yan about it. Doesn't this make him look too useless? Lei Yan just thought that the guards didn't use their fighting spirit because of their concerns, so they let Bai Ji push him away, so he didn't ask any more questions. I can't represent the middle family, but I can mobilize part of the middle family's power. I dare to touch you now, but I don't believe you can stay here forever. Seeing that Bai Ji dared to ignore him, Lei Yan also tore his face, sneered and stepped forward again, saying, "Are you threatening me?" Hearing Lei Yan's words, Bai Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. "Threatening you? You can think so. I admit that you have a good appearance. Most women like you, and Ye Fei is no exception. However, the feelings of people in a big family cannot be decided by themselves, but must be decided together with the family. For a big family, appearance is far from the first choice. You, a little white face, think that you can enter our middle family by hooking up with Ye Fei. You think too much." Lei Yan continued to sneer and threaten. "I advise you to get out of the auction house quickly and never appear next to Ye Fei, otherwise I will make you spend the rest of your life in bed. Do you think I want to climb the high branch of your middle family?" Hearing Lei Yan's self-righteous words, Bai Ji sighed. "Haha, if you want me to spend the rest of my life in bed, I will let you spend the whole day in bed today." After speaking, Bai Ji's face suddenly turned cold and he stood up from his seat abruptly. Chapter 675, I can't kill your whole family, but I can beat you into a pig's head. Why, do you still want to fight in our middle auction house? Seeing Bai Ji suddenly stand up, Lei Yan subconsciously took a step back, and then seemed to remember something, and suddenly sneered confidently. "Fight? Yes, I want to fight." Bai Ji wrapped up the unfinished candied haws in his hand, threw it to the hand of the maid beside him, and said slowly, "Then you fight." Hearing Bai Ji say that he wanted to fight, Lei Yan's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of joy, but he continued to mock. As long as Bai Ji fights first, he has a reason to let his guards fight back. As for whether he can win or not, there is no need to think about it. In front of him is just a little white face, who looks like he has just grown up. Unless he has been practicing since his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to beat several of his fighting master level guards. Do you think I don't dare to do it? Bai Ji sneered. He naturally understood Lei Yan's thoughts, but do you think I don't dare? Lord Lei Yan, sir, this is the middle auction house, please don't do it. On the side, seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the maid couldn't help but panic and hurriedly advised, but it was obvious that it didn't work. One wanted to make trouble, and the other was not afraid of trouble. It would be strange if they didn't fight. Swish! Looking at Lei Yan, who was not far away and was blocked by several guards behind him, Bai Ji stepped on the ground after getting up, and rushed out instantly with the recoil. "You actually want to hurt the young master in front of us?" Seeing that Bai Ji didn't take them seriously at all, the leading guard shouted angrily, and then activated the earth attribute fighting spirit in his body. Xian level low-level fighting skills, heavy rock shield. The surging grey-brown fighting spirit suddenly surged from the tall guard's body, and quickly condensed a grey-brown tower shield in front of him. The thickness was more than 3 centimeters, and it looked particularly thick, as if it could withstand the charge of thousands of troops. Xian level low-level fighting spirit, wooden thorns. Xian level low-level fighting skills, Xian Bing Palm. After the earth-attributed guards used defensive fighting skills, the other guards also shouted and used their own fighting skills to attack Bai Ji. For a moment, colorful fighting spirits burst out at the same time, and the whole hall was dyed with a layer of colorful halo. Humph! However, compared with several confident guards, Bai Ji was very disdainful. Facing these fighting skills, even if he did not exert the strength beyond the fighting master, but relying on the insight brought by the powerful mental power, Bai Ji could easily solve them, so these fighting skills had too many flaws in his eyes. Is that all you can do? Facing the guards who were attacking one by one, roaring and full of momentum, but all of them were good-looking but useless, Bai Ji sneered, and with a flash of his body, he avoided the first wind attribute fighter who attacked. After avoiding his attack, he kicked the fighter in the waist. It is said that wolves have copper skin, iron bones and tofu waist, but the human waist is actually not that strong, and it is also a vulnerable part. Bai Ji's kick directly broke the fighting spirit gauze that protected the wind attribute fighter. With a faint sound of bone cracking, and a scream, the wind attribute fighter was kicked out directly, hit a wall hard, and broke a large piece of marble brick. Old Wolf. Seeing that the wind attribute fighter was solved so quickly, the other few people suddenly changed color. But just when they were shocked, Bai Ji also quickly came behind them and solved them with a simple punch and kick. Finally, he kicked the earth attributed fighter who performed a defensive fighting skill away from behind. Under Lei Yan's shocked gaze, Bai Ji turned around and smiled. You think you can rest assured because there are many fighters guarding you? Do you know that even if they are all fighters, their strengths can be very different? What are you going to do? Seeing Bai Ji approaching, Lei Yan was full of fear and kept backing away. Although he was arrogant at the beginning, he was actually very sincere. I'll fulfill my promise just now. Bai Ji showed a bright smile. You can't hit me. My grandfather is the elder of the middle family. If you hit me, my grandfather will not let you go. Looking at Bai Ji's bright smile, Lei Yan felt extremely scared and couldn't help but sit on the ground all of a sudden, saying fiercely. Your grandfather? I'll wait for him to come to me, and then let your grandfather accompany you. The family must be neat and tidy. Bai Ji said with a smile. Sir, you can't hit Master Lei Yan, something will happen. On the side, seeing that Bai Ji was still planning to attack Lei Yan, the maid ran over again to stop him, but it was obviously impossible to succeed. Do you know what is the most important thing in life? Bai Ji suddenly turned around and asked the maid. What is it? The maid was stunned and asked. Yes, I keep my word. I admire some guys who say that if they kill a whole family, they will definitely kill the whole family, but unfortunately I am soft-hearted and dare not hit anyone, that would be too embarrassing. Bai Ji shook his head with a sigh, and then punched Lei Yan in the face, accompanied by a pig-like scream, followed by a series of crackling sounds. After a long time, looking at Lei Yan, who had been beaten black and blue and looked like a pig's head, lying on the ground unconscious, Bai Ji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling very happy. Comfortable. Okay, take me to the Tianzi auction house, I'll go see the excitement. After teaching Lei Yan a lesson, Bai Ji turned around and said to the maid. But Master Lei Yan. The maid was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, his guards are all fine, and these guards will solve his problems. Bai Ji waved his hand. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the maid thought about it and it was indeed the case. Besides, it was not easy for her to handle such a matter. It would be better to follow the person in front of her. Then, sir, please follow me. A few hours later, in a courtyard of the middle family. Lei Yan, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally woke up, but the pain from his body just after waking up made Lei Yan couldn't help but scream. Master, you are awake. Seeing Lei Yan wake up, a guard was immediately excited. What's wrong with me? After being beaten by Bai Ji, Lei Yan's head was a little amnesiac, but he felt pain all over his body. Lei Yan obviously knew that there was something wrong. Master, it's like this. The guard hurriedly explained to Lei Yan. After listening to the explanation, Lei Yan was stunned for a while, and then his eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared with resentment, asshole! How dare you hit me, how dare you hit me, I must take revenge, where is my grandpa? Take me to find my grandpa. On the other side, middle auction house. After a day, in the evening, the auction finally ended. Ye Fei happily took Bai Ji and left middle auction house directly, and went shopping in Jiamao capital. Master, let's go to our middle family today. Why? Bai Ji frowned. To be honest, he didn't really want to go. It's like this, Grandpa Teng Shan has always wanted to see you, so you go and see. Ye Fei hugged Bai Ji's arm and said coquettishly. Hey, okay. Feeling the softness on his arm, and being coquettishly acted by Yafei, Bai Ji suddenly became soft, and could only smile bitterly, and reluctantly chose to surrender. All the way to the middle family, Yafei was happily taking Bai Ji to meet middle Tangshan. But suddenly, a group of people blocked their way with murderous intent. Chapter 676, Confrontation, please ask the clan leader. You are Lei Yan's people, why are you blocking our way? In the courtyard, the guards who had been guarding Lei Yan before brought a group of people to stop Bai Ji and Yafei. Seeing the crowd blocking their way, Yafei couldn't help but frowned. Hearing Yafei's words, the crowd, which was originally aggressive, suddenly became a little timid. The guard in the lead subconsciously shrank his head and smiled. Miss Yafei, it's not that we want to block your way. As long as it's the guy next to you, he beat our young master today and beat our young master badly. We are following orders. I hope you will forgive us. He beat your young master. Yafei was a little suspicious. After the auction today, she and Bai Ji, who was waiting, left the auction house directly. They didn't go to the lounge at the back, so they naturally didn't know about Bai Ji and Lei Yan. But even if she knew, Yafei's position would definitely not stand on Lei Yan's side, so Yafei, who was only a little confused and quickly guessed what happened, reacted with a look of suddenly, he became cold. Humph! Don't you know the character of your young master? He deserves to be beaten. That Miss Yafei, it's useless for you to tell us these things. We, the young ones, can't make the decision on these matters. Please don't make things difficult for us. The leading guard still smiled apologetically, but he had no intention of giving way. Although he couldn't afford to offend the people on both sides, it was a pity that Lei Yan was his master. Who do you think you are? If I don't make things difficult for you, will I be embarrassed? Yafei sneered at the guard's pity. If you want to eat shit, don't think you have a bad mouth. You are just a group of servants, and you still want to give face. It seems that you have been away from Jiamatadu for too long. Don't act pitiful. If you want to cling to Lei Yan's dog legs, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to fight. I say it again, get out of my way, otherwise I won't be polite. I want to see who is in charge of this mitre family. After saying that, Yafei released the Douwang level momentum with a cold face. The powerful momentum was like a mountain pressing down on the guards. As the Douwang level momentum came like a stormy wave, the guards who were at most at the level of a great Dou master suddenly turned pale, stumbling back, and even standing became very difficult. Many people even went limp and collapsed to the ground immediately. Humph! You have been following Lei Yan to steal chickens and dogs all day long. It seems that you have forgotten what this world relies on. Looking at the guards who barely maintained their standing posture, Yafei said coldly. Hearing Yafei's words, the guards smiled bitterly in their hearts. They naturally knew that Yafei was not easy to mess with, but after all, they had to eat. Following Lei Yan, eating was simple. You didn't have to go through life and death, and you could get a good salary. If you occasionally please Lei Yan, you can also get rewards. Life is so easy and comfortable. Although today's task is difficult, they are all from the middle family. They also know that their lives will not be in danger. They just want to stop Yafei. This job must be done. Okay, let's go. Seeing Yafei teach a lesson to the guards, seeing Yafei's domineering side, it must be said that there is a special charm. Bai Ji couldn't help laughing. Humph! I'll spare you this time. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yafei snorted again, then turned back to Bai Ji and prepared to leave. But just as the two were about to leave, an old voice suddenly came from not far away. Wait! Hearing the voice, Bai Ji and Yafei, who were about to leave, couldn't help but stop and look towards the place where the voice came from. An old man in a gorgeous robe with a slightly gloomy face was seen walking over with a bruised young man and a group of guards. The people who came were naturally Lei Yan and Lei Yan's grandfather, Liu, one of the elders of the middle family. Yes, you heard it right, it was Liu, a very fresh and refined name. Grandpa, this guy beat me. As he approached, Lei Yan immediately pointed at Bai Ji and said with resentment. But Liu did not attack for a while, but looked at Yafei. In his opinion, the main difficulty in seeking justice for his grandson was still Yafei. But before Liu could speak, Yafei, who noticed that the visitor had bad intentions, took the lead in attacking. Elder Liu, your grandson Lei Yan actually sent someone to stop me in the family. I am an honorary elder in the family. When have I been treated like this? Does it mean that you are about to ascend to the position of clan leader? At the beginning, Ye Fei directly put a big hat on Liu, and directly put the blame on Lei Yan on Liu's head. Coveting the position of clan leader, this is too big a blame. Liu couldn't help but twitch his face, but he still forced himself to calm down and said. This matter was just Yanner's decision. I just came here, so I don't know. It's just the impulse of the young generation. Ye Fei, don't make a big deal out of it. Make a big deal out of it. Haha, your grandson is idle every day. If he dares to stop me today, he might dare to stop Nalan Yanran tomorrow. If you don't discipline him strictly, he might cause a big disaster for our Mitre family at any time. Will you be able to take responsibility when the time comes? For Liu's words, Ye Fei sneered and put another big hat on him. She naturally knew what Liu wanted to say, but she just didn't give Liu a chance to say it, which made Liu angry. This Ye Fei is really sharp-tongued. Liu was a little annoyed. This topic must not be led astray by Ye Fei. Ye Fei, let's talk about what happened just now later. I came here today to seek justice for my grandson Lei Yan. The guy next to you beat my Yanner like this today. You must give us an explanation. Liu forced the matter of blocking the road away and shifted the topic to Bai Ji. His purpose was naturally to get Ye Fei to hand over Bai Ji. Hand over? What do you mean by explanation? What happened today is all Lei Yan's fault. Ye Fei refused to give in to Liu's words. Who said that? He was the first to start today. They can all testify for me. Lei Yan was unwilling to be outdone and pointed at the guards not far away. They are all your people. Can they testify? You are too shameless. Ye Fei was extremely contemptuous. This was simply nonsense, but Lei Yan and his grandson obviously didn't care about it. Why can't they testify? Besides, when has our middle family been bullied by outsiders? If you don't call the people out today, I will ask the clan leader to come out and do justice. Liu did not give in at all and directly brought up the middle family and outsiders. However, when Ye Fei heard Liu invite middle Tengshan to do justice, her face turned strange. Not many people in the middle family knew Bai Ji, but the clan leader middle Tengshan was definitely one of them. Asking the clan leader to do justice is like lighting a light in the toilet and looking for shit, death. Take this opportunity to get rid of you two troublemakers. Just when Ye Fei felt strange, Bai Ji's voice suddenly came to her ears. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ye Fei immediately understood. These two bad apples should indeed be removed. Lei Yan annoyed her a lot. But, is this the plan you came up with? Ye Fei couldn't help but look at Bai Ji, full of curiosity. Chapter 677 He is the adult, punishment. Do you want to ask the clan leader to come out and preside over justice? Ye Fei's face was full of anger. But just when Liu thought Ye Fei would refuse, Ye Fei's face changed and she said with a smile, okay, then ask the clan leader to come out and preside over justice. Hearing that Ye Fei actually agreed, Liu couldn't help but frown. It was so easy to agree. Is there a trick? However, thinking of Ye Fei's identity, the clan leader Mitre Tengshan would not let her be with a pretty boy, so even if the clan leader has always valued Ye Fei more, he would not stand on Ye Fei's side this time. Liu calmed down and said unwillingly, okay. Then we will ask the clan leader to preside over justice. After that, the group went to the location of Mitre Tengshan in the Mitre family's residence. Seeing that Bai Ji was still leisurely, Lei Yan couldn't help but sneer, see how you end it later. Soon, everyone came to the room where Mitre Tengshan was. Because this matter was initiated by Liu, it was natural that Liu went to find Mitre Tengshan. Striding forward to the room where Mitre Tengshan was, Liu tidied his clothes and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who? In the room, middle Tengshan's voice came. Chief, it's me, Liu. Outside the room, Liu said respectfully. He dared to bully the inexperienced Ye Fei, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous to middle Tengshan, who was in a high position. Liu, what do you want to talk to me about? In the room, middle Tengshan was handling affairs and asked lightly. It's like this. Liu exaggerated and recounted what happened today in a big way. Not far away, listening to his grandfather's words, in which he threw all the responsibility on Bai Ji, Lei Yan couldn't help but smile triumphantly, and looked at Bai Ji with a look full of teasing and relief. However, Bai Ji and Ye Fei looked at each other and couldn't help laughing at the same time in their hearts for the pride of these two. With their strength, they could actually break the rules and directly press Liu and Lei Yan to death, but it would be so boring. It would be better to let the grandfather and grandson make trouble, and when the two were complacent and thought they had won, they found that the savior Middle Tengshan was standing on the enemy's side. It would be interesting to see the shock and despair of the grandfather and grandson who had done so many evil things. This is what happened. Please ask the clan leader to do justice for us. Not far away, Liu had already told the whole story in full, and respectfully asked Middle Tengshan to do them justice. I know, you guys come in. After listening, Middle Tengshan stopped writing with his feather pen, and looked thoughtful. Yes. After getting Middle Tengshan's consent, Liu looked back proudly and said, come in. After congratulating his grandson with his eyes, Liu looked at Bai Ji and Ye Fei. He wanted to see the two people with sad faces, but found that they looked calm, which made Liu a little angry. Just pretend, you will have a hard time. Under the leadership of Liu, several people walked into Middle Tengshan's office. Liu and Lei Yan stood on the left, and Bai Ji and Ye Fei stood on the right. Chief, my poor grandson's parents died early, and today they were beaten by others. In this case, please ask the clan leader to make the decision for my grandson. As soon as he stood up, Liu burst into tears and sobbed. Fuck, this is too shameless. Bai Ji's mouth twitched. I gave you such a big advantage, and you are still working so hard. You are really dedicated. Hearing Liu's words, Middle Tengshan obviously knew the temperament of this elder very well, so he didn't say anything special, just put down the feather pen and prepared to deal with this matter. But just raised his head and saw the silver-haired and silver-eyed boy next to Ye Fei. As time went by, Bai Ji's appearance had almost returned to what it used to be, so when he saw Bai Ji, Middle Tengshan couldn't help but tremble, and hurriedly prepared to stand up and salute, but was pressed back by Bai Ji with his mental power, and sent a voice transmission, no, just deal with this matter directly. Hey! Although he was pushed back by Bai Ji, Middle Tengshan's heart was still difficult to calm down. He was originally going to see what the situation was with the young man next to Ye Fei, and then see how to deal with it. But now that he found out that it was Bai Ji, there was no point in dealing with it. Just deal with Liu and his grandson directly. He thought he was very tolerant of his clan members, but tolerance was limited. Today's matter must be dealt with an iron-blooded hand. Middle Tengshan lowered his head, but the fierceness in his eyes became more and more intense. Are you done? After listening to Liu's words, Middle Tengshan tilted the table and lowered his head and said lightly. I'm done, please let the clan leader decide. Liu said respectfully. Lei Yan was beaten, I understand your feelings, but you said Ye Fei stood on the side of others, this is too subjective. I watched Ye Fei grow up, her feelings for the middle family are definitely no less than any of us. If there is no reason, I believe she would not stand against our middle family, so I don't think it's Ye Fei's fault. On the contrary, it's you. Lei Yan's matter is not the first time reported to me, every time I have investigated, I know who is at fault. You exaggerate here, and put all the faults on other people. Do you think I am blind or deaf? Lei Yan was beaten today, so he came to me for justice. What if Lei Yan is killed one day, or killed by someone our middle family can't afford to offend? Will you also drag me and our middle family into the water? As an elder, you don't set an example, and you have cultivated a dandy grandson who gets into trouble all day long. I doubt your ability. And you let your grandson get into trouble every day, and you ask the family to clean up the mess your grandson makes. I doubt your loyalty to the family. Do you want to contribute to the family and make it more prosperous and powerful, or do you just want to suck blood from the family and let the family meet your family's needs? Liu, tell me, what do you think? Middle Tengshan said lightly, but the more he said, the more frightened Liu became. This hat is getting bigger and bigger. After listening, Liu couldn't help but kneel on the ground immediately, kowtowed, and cried, Patriarch, it's unfair. I, Liu, have devoted myself to the family and have never thought about it this way. Never thought about it this way? That's what you do. As for what you think, who knows? Middle Tengshan sneered. For the safety of the family, I think you two should leave the family earlier and develop a career for the family. Hearing Middle Tengshan's words, Liu felt like a bolt from the blue in his mind. He wants to dismiss me and drive me out of the family? Liu's face couldn't help but become ferocious. He has worked hard for so many years and climbed to the position of elder. He hasn't enjoyed enough. How can he be willing to leave like this? Patriarch, I don't accept it. Liu's face was ferocious, and he gritted his teeth. Don't accept it, so what? I told you to leave and you must leave. Middle Tengshan's tone was cold. If Liu was just causing trouble, he would at most weaken his power, but Liu provoked Beg. Although Beg did not clearly express how to punish Liu, Middle Tengshan knew that he must not tolerate it. Chief. I know that Yafei is that person's disciple. It is normal for you to side with her, but don't forget that today's conflict is because of this pretty boy. If you do this, aren't you afraid that Yafei and this pretty boy will get along? Although that person has been gone for many years, I believe he absolutely does not want to come back and see that his beloved disciple has gotten along with a man. Liu's face was ferocious, pointing at Beg. He could not take revenge on Yafei, but he was absolutely unwilling to let Beg, the culprit, go. Seeing that Liu actually provoked Beg again, Middle Tengshan was completely angry this time. You are looking for death like this, even if I want to spare your life, I can't spare it. Are you threatening me? Middle Tengshan suddenly sat up from his seat, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Liu, grabbed Liu's neck, and lifted Liu up, and said coldly. Threat hee hee, you can think so, clan leader. Liu did not struggle, but grinned. It took him so many years to climb to the position of elder. It's not that easy to get him down. On the side, seeing that Middle Tengshan actually wanted to kill Liu, thinking that if his grandfather died, he might not be able to escape, Lei Yan couldn't help but feel weak in his legs and collapsed to the ground. Do you want to kill? Although he could take the initiative to vent his anger for Bai Ji, since Bai Ji was here, it was obviously up to Bai Ji to decide. Middle Tengshan couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Bai Ji. Haha, clan leader, you flattered Yafei, but I didn't expect you to flatter this little white face. I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted. Aren't you afraid that the adult will come back in the future? Seeing that Middle Tengshan actually asked Bai Ji, Liu, who didn't know the inside story, couldn't help but laugh wildly. Interesting, Tengshan, tell him my true identity. Seeing that Liu wanted to bite him in the end, Bai Ji couldn't help laughing and said to Middle Tengshan. What's your true identity? On the side, Liu and Lei Yan were stunned when they heard Bai Ji's words. You keep talking about that adult, do you know who that adult is? Middle Tengshan looked at Liu with pity. I only know his last name is Bai. Liu murmured. Let me introduce myself, my last name is Bai. Bai Ji smiled slightly. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Liu and Lei Yan seemed to realize something, and their eyes widened, and an incredible idea suddenly appeared in their minds. Yes, he is that adult. Middle Tengshan sighed. Impossible. Hearing Middle Tengshan's words, Liu couldn't help but tremble all over and muttered to himself. But knowing Bai Ji's identity, everything connected in his mind. Why was Yafei so close to the young man in front of him? Why did the clan leader suddenly attack? When Lei Yan heard what Middle Tengshan said, he was even more unbearable. While he was terrified, his lower body was instantly soaked by water stains. Clan leader, all the mistakes are my fault. It's because of me that I offended the adults. This has nothing to do with Yanner. Please spare Yanner's life. Knowing that Bai Ji was the adult back then, Liu was completely heartbroken, but he still held the last glimmer of hope to excuse Lei Yan. You can talk to the adults about this. Middle Tengshan shook his head after letting go of Liu. My lord, please spare Yanner's life. Yanner didn't hurt you, my lord. Please don't kill him. Liu kept kowtowed to Bai Ji and begged bitterly. He was so arrogant before. If he had known this, why did he do it in the first place? Bai Ji shook his head in his heart. Although the grandfather and grandson in front of him were very arrogant, they still followed the rules in the end, at least they didn't directly let people take action. Bai Ji was not a person who liked to kill, and there was no real conflict between Lei Yan and Liu, so in the end, Bai Ji decided not to kill them all. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Bai Ji said lightly. Thank you, sir, thank you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Liu couldn't help but kowtow faster. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Although I spared your life, you can't escape the punishment. It just so happens that the Snake Kingdom has been lacking miners who mine ore. You are quite strong. As a punishment, go there to mine. Bai Ji continued to say lightly. Mining. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Liu and Lei Yan couldn't help but change their faces at the same time. Mining, this is asking them to be miners, but they are very lucky to be spared from death, and they will naturally not seek death again. Thank you, sir. Thinking of their tragic fate in the future, the two of them felt sad, but they still forced a smile and bowed deeply to Bai Ji. Chapter 678, Changes in the Competition, the three mysterious changes of the sky fire come here. Looking at Liu and Lei Yan kneeling on the ground, Middle Teng Shan shook his head in his heart, shouted, called his men to take Liu and Lei Yan away, and sent them to the Warcraft mountain range to mine soon. After his men took Liu and Lei Yan away, Middle Teng Shan straightened his mind and respectfully saluted Bai Ji. When did you come back? You didn't notify us in advance. If we had greeted you, things like today wouldn't have happened. No need, I don't like to make a big fuss about everything. I just came back to participate in an alchemist conference. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Bai Ji found a chair in the room and sat down, waved his hand, and said casually. Is the alchemist conference because of the blood spirit demon fruit? Hearing that Bai Ji was going to attend the alchemist conference, thinking of the rewards of this alchemist conference, Middle Teng Shan couldn't help asking. Yes, I asked you to help collect the medicinal materials for refining the bone-melting blood pill a long time ago, but I never found the blood spirit monster fruit and the evergreen spirit vine. This time the blood spirit monster fruit finally appeared, so we can't give up just like that. Bai Ji smiled and said. I'm sorry, sir, in fact, our middle family has never forgotten your matter, but the blood spirit monster fruit and the evergreen spirit vine are too rare. We have collected them for more than 10 years and found nothing. Middle Teng Shan smiled bitterly. I know this, you don't have to take it to heart, and I actually have clues for these two medicinal materials, but they are difficult to get at present. You don't have to blame yourself, but it would be better if you can find them in advance. Bai Ji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. In fact, when the Alchemist Guild announced that the blood spirit fruit was included in the reward, we thought about making a deal with the Alchemist Guild and exchanging all our other precious medicinal materials for this blood spirit fruit. But unfortunately, the people in the Alchemist Guild were stubborn and said that the reward had been announced and could not be changed, so we failed and had to ask the adults to do it. Middle Teng Shan continued to smile bitterly. It's okay, just work hard. I have been practicing in Canaan Academy for so long, and I can relax this time. As long as this blood spirit fruit is released, I want to get it, but it will only take some effort. I thought there was no hope of getting this blood spirit fruit in the Jima Empire. Bai Ji smiled indifferently. The Alchemist Guild is not a small force in the Jima Empire. Although in terms of comprehensive strength, the Alchemist Guild is far inferior to the Beatty sect, and because the alchemists trained by Bai Ji for the Snake people have gradually grown up, the Alchemist Guild has gradually lost control of the Jima Empire's elixir market. However, the Alchemist Guild still has an extraordinary status in the Jima Empire, and it is normal for alchemists to be a little stubborn when they study prescriptions all day long. By the way, sir, there seems to be some changes in this alchemist conference. As if thinking of something, Middle Teng Shan suddenly said. Changes? What changes? Bai Ji was a little confused. On the side, Ye Fei was also very curious. She didn't receive any news that there was any change in this alchemist conference. It's like this. I heard from Fa Ma, the president of the Alchemist Guild, that in addition to the alchemists of our Jima Empire, the Chuyun Empire, the Yuhai Empire, the Haisha Empire, that is, several countries around our Jima Empire have sent alchemists to participate in our conference. There has never been such a thing before. I'm afraid there will be fraud. Middle Teng Shan said with a serious face. Don't worry, it's just an alchemist conference. Since I've taken action, I'm sure I'll win. But why did the Izumo Empire, Yuhai Empire, and Haisha Empire send alchemists here? This is a bit strange. Bai Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. In the original plot, it seemed that only the Izumo Empire sent people here, and in the end, the Izumo Empire and the Gamma Empire broke out in a national war. If you say that there is no connection between them, Bai Ji doesn't believe it. However, the reason why the Izumo Empire and the Gamma Empire broke out in a national war was largely because of the blackened Xiao Yuxian who took the lead, but he had already changed Xiao Yuxian's fate. Now the Izumo Empire, Yuhai Empire, and Haisha Empire have sent people to make trouble. There must be a reason for this. Sir, this is not surprising. Because of your influence, the largest forces in our Jima Empire have merged into the Beatty sect, and their power has increased greatly. Not to mention the Duhuang in the open, there are 3 Duzongs alone. The advantage of high-end combat power has allowed us to have an advantage in the friction with the Izumo Empire recently. If necessary, we can even conquer the Izumo Empire directly. However, it can also be because of fear that the Izumo Empire and several countries near Argama Empire have formed an alliance to resist the pressure of Argama Empire. Among these countries are the Yuhai Empire and the Black Evil Empire. Middle Tengshan explained. I see, but don't say that they are destined not to win the championship this time. Even if they win the championship of this alchemist conference, what does it matter? However, they can only hit the alchemy industry of Argama Empire. However, with the advantage in absolute strength, they will eventually retreat. The alliance is not unbreakable. Bai Ji shook his head. As long as you take action, not to mention the Yuhai Empire and the Black Evil Empire, even if 100 Yuhai Empires and the Black Evil Empires are added together, they are not your opponents. Middle Tengshan flattered him. Hee. At night, everything was silent. After enjoying dinner at the Middle family, Bai Ji was arranged to stay in a single family courtyard that had been tidied up. After entering the room, Bai Ji sitting on the bed, he took out the jade piece that he found today and recorded the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire, and played with it carefully. In his hand, the broken jade piece was ink black, and it felt strange and warm. Recalling the memories in his mind, Bai Ji remembered that this jade piece from the Burning Flame Valley was different from the ordinary jade pieces that recorded fighting skills. Ordinary jade pieces that recorded fighting skills could get the fighting skills in them as long as they were explored with mental power, but the jade piece from the Burning Flame Valley in his hand needed to be burned with flames to get the fighting skills contained in it. For the jade pieces from the Burning Flame Valley, ordinary flames are still difficult to have an effect on them. However, Bai Ji has the strange fire Qinglian Earth Core Fire, which is not among them. After stroking the black jade piece for a while, Bai Ji's heart moved, and the dark green flame suddenly gushed out from his hand, covering the black jade piece. Under the burning of the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, the broken black jade piece gradually began to melt. But after melting, the color of the jade piece was not black, but turned into a pool of strange green crystal liquid, which slowly flowed in the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, but there was no sign of evaporation. As the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire continued to burn, the green crystal liquid suddenly boiled, and the surface kept agitating. A green light suddenly rushed out of the liquid, exploded in the air, and turned into a scroll of green calligraphy and painting. At the top of the calligraphy and painting, 5 big characters were written, 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. It appeared, the secret method of burning Flame Valley, 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Looking at the green calligraphy and painting in the air, Bai Ji smiled slightly and slowly stretched his right hand towards the calligraphy and painting. As Bai Ji's right hand touched the calligraphy and painting, the green calligraphy and painting instantly turned into a stream of green light and poured into Bai Ji's body. At the same time, a large stream of information also appeared in Bai Ji's mind. That was the practice method of the first change of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. Chapter 679 The Influence of the Alchemist Conference, Xuemei and Lin Fei. The next day, early morning. The sky is blue, cloudless, the sun is warm but not blazing, and there is an occasional breeze, which makes people feel cool. It is a good day. Today is the day of the Gama Empire Alchemist Conference. Alchemists are an extremely noble profession in the entire Duqi continent. Compared with becoming a fighter, many people who want to practice have to lick blood on the edge of a knife, but becoming an alchemist has almost no such trouble. As long as you become an alchemist and learn to refine medicine, the ability to refine pills gives alchemists the ability to practice and make money. You don't have to lick blood on the edge of a knife like a mercenary, nor do you have to be trapped by a certain force. You can easily get money and status and become a guest of honor for countless forces. It can be said that in the Dupa world, alchemists are born rich. As long as you are an alchemist, even the lowest level first-grade alchemist, you can become the dream man of countless beautiful girls, which can make the bitter fighters envious to death. But becoming an alchemist is not that simple. To become an alchemist, you need both physical and spiritual mutations, which can be said to be 1 in 10,000. Most people find it difficult to see an alchemist, but today is different. Today is the day of the annual Alchemist Conference. As soon as the sky brightened, people wearing alchemist robes appeared on the streets from time to time. These alchemists who were rarely seen in the past all appeared outside today, and they were not those white-haired old alchemists, but most of them were young alchemists with noble bearing. So today, in addition to all the shops in Jiameidu opening early, countless noble daughters and concubines, as well as countless civilian girls who thought they were beautiful, also appeared on the streets, lining up to welcome the young alchemists who appeared. Although the noble daughters and concubines have a carefree life and can marry into a good family, compared to marrying a vulgar fighter, everyone is more willing to marry an alchemist with a higher status. The civilian girls are hoping to be favored by the alchemists and escape their fate. They don't ask to become the alchemist's wife, even if they become concubines, they can get a much better life and status than now, but this is obviously difficult to achieve. On the street, the alchemists hurriedly walked. Although there were countless beauties on the street, most of these alchemists turned a blind eye. They have seen too many ordinary beauties, and these ordinary beauties have long lost their appeal to them. At this moment, these alchemists only have the big stage that can make them famous, the Alchemist Conference. Accompanied by Yafei, facing the warm breeze, Bai Ji also walked on the street, heading towards the Royal Square where the Alchemist Conference was held. Because of the Alchemist Conference, there are few pedestrians on the street today, and most people have gone to the venue of the Alchemist Conference to watch the conference. Most of the people on the street are girls looking for their ideal husbands. Although Bai Ji was not wearing the alchemist uniform, his handsome appearance still attracted the bold gazes of countless girls. It was a pity that with Yafei by his side, no girl dared to throw love poems or small notes to Bai Ji. Master, you are really charming. Look at the girls around you. They all look like they want to eat you up. Beside him, feeling the hot gazes of the girls around him, Yafei felt a little jealous. You are naturally charming. Is it my fault? Bai Ji shrugged. I don't care. You can't get close to these girls. They are not worthy of you. Don't worry. I never thought so. Bai Ji was helpless. The two chatted all the way and walked towards the royal square. Gradually, a huge blue stone square appeared in front of them. Outside the square, it was surrounded by visitors and countless soldiers were maintaining order. Just as Bai Ji and Yafei were about to enter the square, a slightly happy and cold voice suddenly came from behind, Xiao Bai. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji couldn't help but look back and saw two old men and two girls walking slowly from behind. The one who made the voice was a silver-haired girl with a cold temperament among the two girls. This girl was naturally Xuemei, who had met Bai Ji once. Xuemei. Seeing Xuemei, Bai Ji couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I met her just before entering the competition venue. Xiao Bai, won't you introduce her to me? Right in front of Xuemei, Yafei suddenly hugged Bai Ji's arm with a smile and said. Seeing Yafei's action, Xuemei, who was originally slightly happy, suddenly looked unhappy. Let me introduce you, this is Xuemei, the second-grade alchemist who took the alchemist assessment with me yesterday. Bai Ji was a little helpless about Yafei's behavior, but he still introduced Xuemei to Yafei. Xuemei, this is my friend Yafei, currently the chief auctioneer of Middle Auction House. Bai Ji also smiled and introduced Yafei to Xuemei. Hello. Xuemei greeted Yafei expressionlessly. It turns out to be Sister Xuemei. Sister Xuemei, why do you always have a cold face? I heard that having a cold face all the time is not good for the skin and it is easy to age prematurely. You have to smile often like your sister. Boys like girls who love to smile. Looking at Xuemei, Yafei said to Xuemei with a smile. But after hearing Yafei's words, Xuemei's face became even uglier. What does this mean? Is it to mock her for having silver hair and premature aging, or is it to say that she can't please men? What a joke! She, Xuemei, has many liquors in Black Rock City. Thank you for your concern. My skin is very good. Besides, men only like beautiful women, regardless of whether they like to laugh or not. Xuemei bluntly retorted to Yafei's thorny words. Hehe, Xuemei, is this the alchemy genius you mentioned, Xiao Bai? Behind him, looking at Bai Ji, an old man in grey suddenly asked with a smile after looking at him for a long time. Yes, Master Otto, he is Xiao Bai. Xuemei answered Master Otto respectfully. To become a fourth-grade alchemist at such a young age is simply a monster. Xiao Bai, can I ask who your teacher is? On the other side, an old man in a white robe couldn't help but ask curiously. Sorry, my teacher likes quietness and won't let me reveal his name. Bai Ji politely refused. Faklan, didn't Xuemei say yesterday that her master doesn't like to show off his name? This is what a master of alchemy should be like, not like you. Master Otto teased on the side. Well, sorry, I offended you. Falkland shook his head and apologized to Bai Ge. It's okay. Bai Ge smiled. He still had a good impression of these two polite old men. Hello, my name is Lin Fei, nice to meet you. After Bai Ge finished speaking, another woman in purple suddenly smiled and stretched out her right hand to Bai Ge. Bai Ge hesitated and shook hands. Well, it feels good. You should be less than 20 years old? You have become a 4th-grade alchemist at such a young age. You are really a genius. I'm afraid you will be the champion of this alchemist conference. Lin Fei continued to say with a smile. It's just that I have good talent, nothing to praise. Bai Ge smiled modestly. Who said that? Good talent also requires hard work. It's not that easy to become an alchemist. You, don't be modest. Lin Fei curled her lips at Bai Ge's words. This damn Lin Fei. Seeing that her mortal enemy actually chatted with the man she liked, Shui was a little angry. Master Otto? Master Falkland? Suddenly, a strange male voice came from behind. Chapter 680, 3rd-grade alchemist Lu Ling, the underestimated Bai Ge. Hearing the voice from behind, Otto at the same time, he turned around and looked behind him. I saw a young man walking slowly towards this side with a smile. The young man looked to be about 20 years old, wearing a pharmacist's robe, handsome, upright, but slightly feminine. On the pharmacist's robe worn by the young man, 3 silver ripples flashed on the medicine cauldron-shaped badge, which was particularly eye-catching. This young man was a 3rd-grade pharmacist. Lu Ling. Seeing the young man, Otto and Falkland were a little surprised. Hello, Master Otto, hello, Master Falkland. Before and after Otto and Falkland, Lu Ling smiled and saluted to the two. It's Lu Ling, long time no see, I didn't expect you to be a 3rd-grade pharmacist, you are really talented, your master is also a treasure. Seeing the 3rd-grade pharmacist badge on Lu Ling's chest, Master Otto stroked his snow-white beard while marveling and sighing. Master Otto, you are too kind. My master is very famous. I am also very lucky to be able to worship under him and achieve such achievements. Lu Ling still smiled and looked calm. Well, you can't say that. We recognize your master's strength, but your talent also played a crucial role. Like Otto and I, we both accepted disciples, but none of our disciples are as outstanding as you. On the side, Falkland also stroked his long beard, but shook his head. Master Falkland, who is the master of this brother Lu Ling? Hearing Falkland's words, Lin Fei suddenly asked, not knowing whether she was curious or unwilling to admit defeat. You should all know the name of Master Lu Ling. His name is Gu He, the famous Dan King Gu He of the Gama Empire. Master Otto said with a smile on his side. Dan King Gu He is a 6th-grade alchemist, right? Hearing the answer from her own master, Lin Fei was a little speechless. Other people's masters are 6th-grade alchemists, so they can teach disciples who can become 3rd-grade alchemists at a young age. You two are only 4th-grade alchemists, and you can only teach 2nd-grade alchemists. Is it shameful? Disciple of Dan Wang Gu He. Hearing Master Otto's words, Bai Ge couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He remembered that in the original plot, Dan Wang Gu He won the championship of an alchemist conference, and then was hired by Yunlin sect as a guest elder. With a lot of resource support, he was able to quickly grow into a 6th-grade alchemist and achieve the name of Dan Wang Gu He. With his influence, if the name of Dan Wang Gu He is no longer spread, it should be that he changed the fate of Dan Wang Gu He. But now the name of Dan Wang Gu He still appears. It seems that the Beatty sect he founded should also recruit this Dan Wang Gu He. After coming to the Xiao family, Bai Ge did not interfere in the affairs of the Beatty sect, but handed it over to Yun to handle. Although Yunlin sect can share the elixir resources of the alchemists trained in the Snake tribe, it is still not as convenient as training an alchemist by itself. It seems that Gu He was still conquered by Yunlin sect. Master Otto, Master Falkland, may I ask who are the disciples of the two masters? Lu Ling's voice came from the side. This is my disciple, Lin Fei, and this is Falkland's disciple, Shui Mei. Although they are not as good as you, they are also 2nd-grade alchemists. Otto first pointed at Lin Fei with a smile, and then pointed at Shui Mei, saying, Meet Miss Lin Fei, meet Miss Shui Mei, both are alchemists, I think we can communicate when we have time. If you don't understand, you can ask me. If I know, I will definitely try my best to teach you. Lu Ling bowed to the two women and said with a smile. Haha, no need, you are the disciple of the famous Dan King Guhi, you must be very busy, so we won't bother you. Lin Fei curled her lips and politely refused. Although Lu Ling has always been very polite, Lin Fei always feels that the words of the young man in front of her are condescending, and it feels fake. Moreover, her master has said that she and Xue Mei are not as good as him, but Sun still insists on asking about their situation. I don't know if it's intentional. Being rejected by Lin Fei, Lu Ling's smile on his face can't help but become a little stiff. Relying on his identity as a genius alchemist, no girl has ever rejected him. He didn't expect to be rejected here. Lu Ling, my disciple has been naughty since she was a child. Don't be so mean to her. On the side, Master Otto laughed and made a round. Lu Ling smiled embarrassedly and turned to look at Xue Mei. Xue Mei had a cold face and looked even more difficult to approach. Having hit a wall with Lin Fei and Xue Mei, Lu Ling couldn't help but look at Ye Fei. Compared with Lin Fei's liveliness, Ye Fei exudes a charming temperament, which is more fascinating, but Ye Fei is holding Bai Ge's arm and doesn't care about him at all, which makes Lu Ling unwilling and jealous. Okay, it's getting late, we should go in. After standing in front of the square for a while, Falkland couldn't help but say. Hearing Falkland's words, everyone couldn't help but continue to walk towards the square in front of them. The wide royal square was full of people. Because there were too many people watching, in order to maintain order, a large number of fully armed soldiers were dispatched. The square is divided into inner and outer areas. The inner area has seats, one side is the audience seats, and the other side is the VIP seats. The audience seats need to pay a fee to sit, while the outer area has no such restrictions. But in terms of viewing experience, the outer area without seats is definitely far worse than the one with seats. Came to the entrance. There are two entrances to the square, both guarded by fully armed soldiers. One is the exclusive entrance for alchemists and their companions to enter, and the other is the entrance to the audience seats. In front of the alchemist entrance, after Master Otto showed the badge of the 4th grade alchemist, everyone entered the passage without inspection. Through this passage, enter the waiting room. After the game is announced to start, as long as you show the registration token, you can enter the competition area on the square to prepare for the game. On the way through the passage, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly turned and she said, Lu Ling, since you are a 3rd grade alchemist, then the champion of this alchemist conference must be you. No, I just have great hope. Lu Ling chuckled and shook her head, but the pride in her eyes could not be concealed. Hee. Hearing Lu Ling's confident words, Otto couldn't help but laugh. He naturally knew what his apprentice wanted to do. In order to prevent Lu Ling from being too shocked, Otto kindly reminded her, Lu Ling, this alchemist conference may be a little difficult, you have to be prepared. Master Otto, my master was a 3rd grade alchemist and won the championship. Now I am also a 3rd grade alchemist. My master said that I am better than him. I believe I still have a good chance of winning the championship of this alchemist conference. Hearing Master Otto's words, although Lu Ling's face did not change, he was a little unconvinced in his heart, so his tone could not help but have some rebuttal meaning. In fact, you still have some opponents in this conference, for example, Xiao Bai is your strongest competitor. Master Otto still made a few euphemistic remarks. Xiao Bai. Hearing Otto's words, Lu Ling frowned and looked at Bai Ji. Master Otto, may I ask who is the master of this brother Xiao Bai? My master is just an unknown person. Bai Ji answered with a smile before Master Otto. Nobody. Lu Ling naturally didn't believe Bai Ji's words, but seeing that Bai Ji didn't even want to say the name of his master, he must not be a powerful master. Thinking of this, Lu Ling couldn't help but reveal a few traces of contempt in his eyes. He is the disciple of Dan Wang Guhi, and he is a genius in alchemy who is even better than Dan Wang Guhi in the past. A teenager who doesn't know who his master is from wants to defeat him in alchemy. It's a joke. Chapter 681 Goodbye Yao Yat. A provocation from the contestant of the Izumo Empire. Seeing the contempt in Lu Ling's eyes, Bai Ji shook his heart. Another overconfident guy. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, to some extent, you are indeed a genius, but I'm sorry, I'm cheating. Bai Ji didn't mean to correct Lu Ling's thoughts with words, because some things can't be explained clearly, and the best way to refute is to slap him in the face with facts. Crossing the passage, he came to the waiting room. In the waiting room, many alchemists were sitting cross-legged on the ground, adjusting their states and preparing for the upcoming competition. At the entrance to the competition venue in the waiting room, there were staff members checking the registration tokens. Everyone, take a rest here first, the conference won't start so soon. Entering the waiting room, Master Otto said with a smile. Hearing Master Otto's words, Bai Ji looked around the room. There were many cushions in the waiting room for alchemists to meditate and regulate their breathing, and there were also many chairs. Bai Ji found a row of empty seats and pulled Ye Fei to sit over. Seeing Bai Ji sitting down, Xue Mei and Lin Fei also sat in the same row as Bai Ji. Lu Ling also sat down with a smile. But when she saw Lu Ling sitting not far from her, Lin Fei immediately pulled Xue Mei to Bai Ji's seat with a look of disdain, moving several seats away from Lu Ling. This made Lu Ling's smile on her face a little uncomfortable. But Lin Fei and Xue Mei didn't care about Lu Ling's thoughts. In the empty waiting room, it was very quiet because most of the alchemists were sitting cross-legged, meditating and regulating their breathing. Suddenly, Master Otto and Master Faklan stood up at the same time and bowed respectfully in one direction, President Fama. Hearing what Master Otto and Master Faklan said, Bai Ji couldn't help but look up in the direction they were facing. At the entrance, an old man and a young man were walking slowly, talking and laughing. Behind the two old men, there was a cold and beautiful woman and a girl in a white dress who looked as cute as a porcelain doll. After hearing the greetings from Master Otto and Master Faklan, he entered from the entrance, wearing the thin old man in a pharmacist's robe smiled and nodded to the two of them. On the side, another young man in a simple linen robe and with long white hair subconsciously looked in the direction of Fama's smile. When he saw Bai Ji, he couldn't help but tremble and subconsciously prepared to speak. Don't make a fuss. Wait until the end of the meeting. Seeing the action of the white-haired young man, Bai Ji said with his spirit. This young man with white hair is naturally Jia Xingtian, the ancestor of the Jiama royal family. With the help of Bai Ji, Jia Xingtian successfully broke through the Douzong realm, rejuvenated, and turned back to his youth. After being transmitted by Bai Ji's spirit, Jia Xingtian's face immediately returned to normal. On the other side, the cold and beautiful woman, now the eldest princess of the Jiama Empire, Yao Yet, was also transmitted by Bai Ji after she accidentally saw Bai Ji. Yao Ye was Bai Ji's registered disciple. Compared with Yun Yun and Xiao Yuxian, Yao Yi's cultivation talent was not good, and was about the same as Ye Fei. However, unlike Ye Fei, as the eldest princess of the empire, Yao Ye needed to learn not only cultivation, but also governance, commanding the army, etc. Therefore, she did not spend as much time with Bai Ji as Ye Fei, but Yao Yi's feelings for Bai Ji were also very deep. After all, unlike the teachers who taught Yao Ye other courses, Bai Ji, as a time traveler, although he was also Yao Yi's master, never put on airs to Yao Ye, but taught him in a very equal way. Rather than being a master, he was more like a friend, or a teacher and a friend. This is also the reason why Ye Fei, Yun Yun and Xiao Yuxian were not afraid of Bai Ji at all, but dared to tease him in various ways. Because of his talent, Bai Ji did not teach Yao Ye the technique he got from the lottery, but the blood evil technique practiced in the Jiama Empire army, combined with the Beiming divine art, and deduced the blood evil Shura technique, which can absorb blood and transform it into fighting spirit, and become more and more courageous in battle. Now Yao Yi's strength is even better than Ye Fei, but although the blood evil Shura technique is practiced quickly, the potential of this technique is not as high as the heavenly demon technique practiced by Ye Fei. Because of Bai Ji's voice transmission, after entering the waiting room, Jia Xingtian still talked and laughed with Fama. Since the alchemist conference was held in Jiama imperial capital, the Jiama royal family naturally had to send representatives to watch, and Jia Xingtian was the representative of the royal family. Yao Ye took his sister, the little princess, and found an empty seat not far from Bai Ji and sat down, but while talking to his sister, Yao Yi's eyes still drifted towards Bai Ji inadvertently. As time went by, the time for the conference to start was getting closer and closer. All the alchemists who were sitting cross-legged in the waiting room opened their eyes and began to prepare to enter. Suddenly, there was a burst of violent footsteps at the entrance. Everyone looked at the entrance and saw 4 teenagers walking slowly into the waiting room with indifference. The 4 teenagers were all wearing alchemist robes. 2 of them had medicine cauldron badges with 4 silver ripples on their chests, and the remaining 2 had alchemist badges with 3 silver ripples on their chests. They were actually 2 4th-grade alchemists and 2 3rd-grade alchemists. On the shoulders of the right arms of the 4 teenagers, there were also 4 different badges, namely a badge with clouds and sun shapes, a badge with a black skull and 2 crossbones, a badge with 3 drops of water, and a badge with a ball of yellow sand. These were the national emblems of the Izumo Empire, the Black Evil Empire, the Yuhai Empire, and the Shaluo Empire. In other words, the 4 teenagers in front of them came from 4 different countries outside the Gama Empire. Are these people from the Izumo Empire, the Black Evil Empire, the Yuhai Empire, and the Shaluo Empire? Are you kidding me? Such young 3rd and 4th grade alchemists? We are so old that we are living like dogs. Impossible. How can there be such young 3rd and 4th grade alchemists? Seeing the 4 teenagers, almost all the alchemists in the waiting room were in a commotion, and no one could believe what they saw. On the side, Lu Ling, who was originally full of confidence, looked unhappy when he saw that there were 2 3rd grade alchemists and 2 4th grade alchemists. He worked hard to learn alchemy knowledge and improve his alchemy skills from his master Guhi, and then he became a 3rd grade alchemist. But in front of him, there were 2 alchemists who looked younger than him, but were already at the same level as him, or even better than him. Are you kidding me? In the shocked eyes of everyone, the 4 teenagers walked into the waiting room. The grey-robed teenager in the lead looked around the waiting room and sneered. Your Gama Empire's alchemist community is really useless. You don't even have a 4th grade alchemist, only a 3rd grade alchemist. It seems that the champion of your alchemist conference this time will belong to us. All the alchemists were furious when they heard the words of the grey-robed boy. The president of the Alchemist Guild, Fama, also looked unhappy, but as the president, he couldn't speak casually about the dispute between the younger generation. You think too highly of yourselves, a 4th grade alchemist is so great? Our Gama Empire is full of hidden talents, but it's just a 4th grade alchemist. We have it, too. You like to brag so much, be careful not to get your tongue stuck in the wind. Lin Fei, who has always been a hot-tempered person, couldn't help but stand up and retorted. Hee hee. The grey-robed boy just sneered at Lin Fei's rebuttal. Although he just came in, he has seen this waiting room several times. There is only 1 3rd grade alchemist, not a 4th grade alchemist. Then I'll wait and see. Hearing the grey-robed boy's disdainful words, Lin Fei was a little angry. She wanted to say that the boy next to me is a 4th grade alchemist. But Bai Ji's previous performance clearly showed that he didn't like to expose his identity. Lin Fei still wanted to get close to Bai Ji, so she held back. On the other hand, because she was a little worried that these arrogant alchemists from foreign countries would say something that would provoke public anger, resulting in being attacked by the crowd, which would be difficult to deal with at that time. Fama frowned and could only announce the start of the conference in advance. Okay, the rest time is over, everyone prepare to enter, this alchemist conference is ready to begin. Chapter 682 The competition begins, the strange fire is shocked. Following the words of President Fama, many alchemists waiting in the waiting room stood up at the same time, walked to the entrance leading to the central competition area of the square, and lined up at the entrance. Under the inspection of the conference staff, one by one the alchemists showed their registration tokens, passed through the entrance, and entered the competition area in the center of the square. As time passed, the team continued to move forward, and finally it was Bai Ji's turn. After showing the registration token he got when he registered, Bai Ji also passed the entrance smoothly and entered the competition area in the center of the square. In the competition area in the center of the square, there were hundreds of bluestone square platforms that Bai Ji had seen in the Alchemist Guild. On one side of the square platform was a medicine cauldron for refining medicine, and on the other side was a pile of medicinal materials. At this moment, many participating alchemists have already chosen the bluestone square platform and are standing quietly behind it, waiting for the competition to begin. After entering the square, Bai Ji first glanced at the VIP seats. In the VIP seats, Fama, Jia Xingtian, Yao Yat, Ye Fei, Otto and Fa Klon have all boarded, and there are many people Bai Ji knows or doesn't know. The people he knows include the patriarchs of big families like Nalan Ji, while most of the people he doesn't know are some of the great nobles of the Jiama Empire. In the audience seats, it is difficult to see the people clearly. The densely packed seats are almost full, and all the audience are looking at the competition area in the center of the square with eager and expectant eyes. In the Dopo world, there is no such profession as a star. The stars in the Dopo world are those powerful and famous fighters, such as the top 10 fighters of the Jiama Empire, Dan King Guhi, etc. Of course, this refers to people. If we have to name a star profession, then the alchemist is undoubtedly it. So this alchemist conference, for the people of Jiama Imperial Capital, is like a talent show, which is particularly eye-catching. Not only the people of Jiama Imperial Capital, but also the cities near Jiama Imperial Capital, have people coming to watch. His eyes quickly swept across the bluestone platforms, and soon, Bai Ji chose a bluestone square platform in the corner. After walking to the square platform, he also waited quietly. Because the competition has not officially started yet, Bai Ji continued to look at the square. In the square, the alchemists from several countries in the Izumo Empire chose several bluestone square platforms in the center of the square, and it seems that they are determined to attract attention. And several alchemists familiar to Bai Ji, such as Lin Fei, Xuemei, Lu Ling and the little princess chose the more peripheral areas. Although it is not a corner like Bai Ji, it is also very close to the edge. For several people, it is the first time to refine medicine in front of so many people, and they are still a little nervous, so they choose a place that is as inconspicuous as possible when choosing the alchemy platform. However, after scanning the square, Bai Ji felt a little strange. It seems that Xiao Yan was not seen. Bai Ji didn't know that when he noticed this problem, Xiao Yan, who had gone to the wrong place outside the royal square, finally arrived at this moment and was standing at the entrance panting. Time passed by bit. When the game was about to start, Xiao Yan finally arrived and entered the square. Shortly after Xiao Yan arrived, several alchemists arrived late. In the VIP seats, Fama found that the bluestone square platform on the square was finally occupied. Because the bluestone square platform was placed according to the number of registered alchemists, all the registered alchemists were now here, and it was time to start the game. Fama waved his hand gently to the side. Behind the VIP seats, a staff member noticed Fama's action and immediately pulled the bronze bell in his hand. Ding! As a crisp bell sounded, the whole square suddenly became quiet. Fama slowly walked to the VIP seat, looked at the countless alchemists competing in the audience, and the audience on the opposite side, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly in an old but loud voice. In the name of the President of the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild, I declare that the 7th Alchemist Conference has begun. As Fama said this, the whole square suddenly boiled up, cheers and applause shook the 9 heavens. Nuwa Library. This is the topic of your first round of assessment. After announcing the start of the competition, Fama suddenly waved his sleeves, and with a flash of light, a large stack of thin paper suddenly appeared in the air, held up by Fama's fighting spirit. Under the control of Fama's exquisite fighting spirit, countless thin papers were constantly shot out, shooting at the participating alchemists in the square below the stage. After seeing Fama show his skills, exclamations and cheers were heard again in the audience on the opposite side. In the air, thin papers were continuously shot out and fell on the bluestone platforms in the square below. Soon, all the thin papers that Fama had taken out were distributed. On Bai Ji's bluestone platform, a thin paper also fell, with some words written on it. This was the prescription for the assessment. Bai Ji picked up the thin paper and quickly glanced at it. The prescription was a prescription for a second-grade elixir, called Shengudan, which had a miraculous effect on bone injuries. Bai Ji glanced around again. The medicinal materials on all the bluestone platforms felt similar. It seemed that the elixirs for the assessment should be the same. But the problem was that this prescription was not complete. It only wrote the types and quantities of the medicinal materials needed, but did not write any specific details. However, this did not surprise Bai Ji, because it was also the case in the original plot. Compared with Bai Ji's calmness, the countless alchemists around him panicked when they found that their prescriptions were incomplete and not regular prescriptions. Most of these alchemists are first-class alchemists. They may be considered young talents in various places, but they obviously have not laid a solid foundation in alchemy and lack resilience. A dream alchemist will develop his own pill formula in the future, which requires countless experiments. If he is not resilient enough, he will never succeed. This assessment has just brought this process forward. However, compared with developing the prescription by himself, this assessment also gives the most important part of the prescription, the required medicinal materials and the amount of medicinal materials. Although there are no records of the problems that need to be paid attention to when refining, as long as you have a certain amount of experience in refining second-class pills, you can completely ignore these problems. However, most of the contestants are first-class alchemists. Except for some lucky people who have seen the regular bone-growing pill formula, most people may not be eliminated. However, the first round is to eliminate most of those who are not up to standard, which is also normal. Haha, this is the alchemist from the Gama Empire. In the center of the square, when countless alchemists were looking at the prescriptions in their hands with sad faces, the grey-robed boy from the Izumo Empire suddenly sneered and swept around with contemptuous eyes. Then he picked up the medicinal materials on the blue stone in front of him, and quickly put his left hand on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron in front of him. As the orange-red flame rose, he began to refine. After the grey-robed boy, the other 3 alchemists from foreign countries also sneered and began to refine. Seeing these 4 alchemists from foreign countries were so arrogant, not only the participating alchemists in the square, but also the audience in the audience were very angry. However, most of the participants in the alchemist conference were first-grade alchemists. Although they were extremely angry, most of them were still helpless when facing the second-grade elixir Shengudan. However, on the blue stone platform on the left, after reading the prescription and thinking for a while with his eyes closed, the third-grade alchemist Lu Ling suddenly showed a confident smile, picked up the medicinal materials, put his hand on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron, and began to refine the pill. After Lu Ling, the little princess, Lin Fei, Shui Mei also started to refine, and finally Xiao Yan also started. The little princess's medicine refining level is unknown, but Shui Mei and Lin Fei's medicine refining levels should be similar, both are second grade, and Xiao Yan is even first grade. It stands to reason that this incomplete second-grade Shengudan prescription should be very difficult. However, since Shengudan is the most basic one among the second-grade prescriptions, it is often used as a textbook by alchemists to teach their disciples, so many alchemists whose medicine refining level is close to the second grade have often tried to refine Shengudan. As disciples of the fourth-grade alchemists Master Otto and Master Faklan, and formal second-grade alchemists Lin Fei and Shui Mei have naturally refined the bone-growing pill. There is no prescription, but they just need to remember it carefully. Xiao Yan is luckier. When he was in Canaan College, he also tried to refine the bone-growing pill under the guidance of the head of the alchemy department, but failed. This time, he may succeed. Seeing that many alchemists around him have started to refine the bone-growing pill, Bai Ge slowly retracted his gaze, chuckled, and put his left hand on the fire of the medicine cauldron. As the azure lotus earth core fire gushed out from his palm, the dark green flame suddenly rose in the medicine cauldron. Among the countless orange-red flames on the square, this dark green flame was extremely eye-catching. Is this azure lotus earth core fire? In the VIP seats, Fama, who had already sat down, noticed the dark green flame rising from Bai Ge's medicine cauldron, and his face suddenly changed, and he stood up from his seat. Chapter 683. The protagonist always appears last. What kind of flame is this? Why is the color blue? I have never seen this color of flame. Blue flame, so special. After seeing Bai Ge's azure lotus earth core fire, countless audiences in the audience seats exclaimed, and then they started talking. Compared with the audience in the audience seats. In the VIP seats, after seeing the azure lotus earth core fire, in addition to Otto and Faklan who already knew that Bai Ge had the azure lotus earth core fire, the other alchemists all stood up in shock, looking at Bai Ge with eyes full of disbelief. This is actually the azure lotus earth core fire? The azure lotus earth core fire, although only ranked 19th on the list of different fires. But for the alchemists, not to mention the 19th on the list of different fires, even the 23rd at the bottom are all supreme treasures for the alchemists. But different fires often only exist in legends in the Duki continent, and are extremely rare. And even if they appear, they often only appear in extremely dangerous places. The process of conquering different fires is extremely difficult, and it can be said that there is no chance of survival. But even so, it is difficult to stop the alchemists' fiery determination to pursue different fires. They found that the different fire they had dreamed of appeared in the hands of a young alchemist. In the VIP seats, countless alchemists who were famous in the Jiama Empire were shocked. And after Bai Ge showed the azure lotus earth core fire, countless alchemists in the square were also stunned. Although most of them are only first-class alchemists, they can become alchemists who are one in a million. Many of them have also dreamed of obtaining strange fire and reaching the peak of life, but they were not able to resist the reality in the end. Originally thought that there was no protagonist in reality, but found that there was an alchemist with strange fire next to him, and countless alchemists were envious and jealous. In the center of the square, 4 foreign alchemists found that there was an alchemist with strange fire in the arena, and they were also jealous. However, although they were extremely jealous, these guys still very skillfully suppressed the jealousy in their hearts, adjusted their mentality, and focused on refining medicine. Facing the jealous eyes from all directions, Bai Ji didn't care at all. Since he dared to show the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, he naturally had been mentally prepared. After releasing the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, wait until the temperature in the medicine cauldron rises to a limit, that is, when the medicine cauldron is heated. Bai Ji skillfully picked up the medicinal materials that had been stacked on the bluestone square table and put them into the medicine cauldron. Compared with the alchemists around, it takes a long time to extract the liquid medicine. Bai Ji, who has the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, quickly extracted the first batch of medicinal materials, took out the small jade bottle, and put the purified liquid medicine into the small jade bottle. Then Bai Ji put other medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron one after another, extracted them quickly with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and put them into different small jade bottles. After the purification is completed, the second step is fusion. First open the small jade bottle containing the liquid medicine after the main medicine is extracted, introduce the liquid medicine into the medicine cauldron, wrap it with fighting spirit, use mental power to sense the changes in the medicinal properties of the liquid medicine, burn it with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and accelerate the fusion of the liquid medicine. While Bai Ji was steadily refining the pill. Due to the incompleteness of the prescription, many alchemists made mistakes in the step of fusion of the liquid medicine after the extraction. The lucky ones were just too high in temperature, which burned the fused liquid medicine into ashes and needed to be refined again. The unlucky ones had a series of problems, which caused the flame to explode directly, blowing up the entire medicine cauldron, and they were eliminated directly. Listening to the series of explosions around him, there was an inexplicable sense of rhythm. Bai Ji felt a little strange. As time passed, in addition to the alchemists whose cauldrons exploded, some alchemists who had used up the medicinal materials but failed to refine the pills also left the field with ugly faces. In this round of competition, only the medicinal materials for refining 2 Shengu pills were placed on each bluestone square platform. In other words, if the Shengu pill failed to be refined twice, then it would be automatically eliminated. After the purification, Bai Ji completed the fusion of the liquid medicine. Because of his strong mental power and pure wood attribute constitution, not to mention knowing the specific recipe of Shengu pill, even if he didn't know, Bai Ji could rely on his meticulous knowledge of the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials. Perception, successfully completed the steps of purifying and fusing the liquid medicine. After completing the fusion of the main medicine liquid and the auxiliary medicine liquid, Bai Ji finally performed the pill condensation. Wrapping the final fused liquid medicine with Do Qi, under the perception of spiritual power, finally controlling the temperature of the flame in the medicine cauldron, constantly rotating the liquid medicine, further purifying the liquid medicine, and finally turning the liquid medicine into a round pill. Although Bai Ji was very casual in refining it because it was a second-grade pill, Bai Ji still completed the refining of Shengu Dan first. After the pill in the medicine cauldron was finally formed, Bai Ji retracted his right hand that was attached to the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron, and the deep green Qinglian Earth Core Fire was immediately retracted. Looking at the pill in the medicine cauldron, Bai Ji waved his right hand, and the round pill suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot out of the medicine cauldron, and was grabbed by Bai Ji. Damn it! In the square, because of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the grey-robed boy who kept paying attention to Bai Ji from time to time noticed that Bai Ji had actually finished refining the bone-growing pill before him, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. It's just a second-grade pill. I rely on the strange fire. If I have a strange fire, I can also refine it so quickly. Beidou. Although he saw Bai Ji was the first to refine the pill, the grey-robed boy was not convinced. He just felt that anyone could refine a second-grade pill, and Bai Ji just relied on the advantage of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. However, the facts could not be changed. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, the grey-robed boy could only speed up and try to refine the bone-growing pill second. Time passed by. While Bai Ji was waiting leisurely, 4 foreign alchemists, led by the grey-robed boy from the Izumo Empire, successively refined the bone-growing pill, and soon after, it was Lu Ling. When the first round of the competition was about to end, the little princess, Lin Fei and Xue Mei also refined the bone-growing pill. Finally, Xiao Yan, who had failed once, finished refining the bone-growing pill as the bell rang. Facts have proved that for the bone-growing pill, after giving the most important types and quantities of medicinal materials required, as long as there is a certain amount of experience, purpose and strategy in refining, it is still easy to refine it. Ding! As the time was over, at the VIP seat, at the signal of Fama, the staff in the back rang the bronze bell again. With the crisp sound of the bell, Fa stood up again and walked to the VIP seat, saying loudly. Okay, please stop if you are still refining medicine, the time is over. Hearing Fa words, some alchemists who were still insisting in the square could only reluctantly retract their hands that were close to the fire mouth, and turned around and walked out of the square in silence. Congratulations to everyone who is still in the square, you have successfully passed the pre-test of the first round of assessment, but the assessment is not over yet. Fa smiled and continued. Because everyone must know that there must be some cunning little guys. Although they have refined pills that look round in appearance, they do not have the effect of bone-growing pills. Therefore, next, we will test whether the bone-growing pills you have refined meet the requirements. Please press the green button on the lower left corner of your bluestone platform. After hearing Fa words, Bai Ge noticed that there was a strange green button in a corner on the lower left of the bluestone platform, but because the color was very similar to that of the bluestone platform, it was difficult to notice. Bai Ge pressed the button. With a slight tremor of the bluestone platform, there were subtle and inaudible clicks. Above the green button, a round bluestone slab suddenly opened, revealing a disc covered with strange patterns. In the center of the disc, there was a tiny black hole, just slightly larger than the size of the pill. Okay, as you can see, this is a test device that can test whether the bone-growing pills you have refined are qualified. Now please put the bone-growing pills you have refined into it. If the device emits green light, it proves that your pills are qualified. The brighter the green light, the better the efficacy of your pills. Let's start. In the VIP seat, Fa continued. After hearing Fa words, except for some guys with guilty consciences, the rest of the alchemists put their own bone-growing pills into the black hole. However, with a rolling sound, the discs on most of the bluestone platform's detection devices started to rotate, but there was no abnormal movement. Seeing that the alchemists of the Gamma Empire around them had all failed to refine, the 4 alchemist representatives from the Izumo Empire, the Black Evil Empire, the Yuhai Empire and the Shaluo Empire laughed at the same time like a mockery. What are you refining, a sugar pill? There is no movement at all, look at us. After saying that, the grey-robed boy in the lead sneered and threw the bone-growing pill he had refined into the black hole in the center of the disc on the bluestone platform. As the bone-growing pill was thrown in, the disc started to rotate rapidly, and a bright green light suddenly bloomed from the pattern on the disc, condensing the word superior in the air. Haha, you rubbish, look carefully, I have refined a superior bone-growing pill. The grey-robed boy laughed wildly. Some alchemists around were indignant. Some alchemists who thought they could do it threw their own bone-growing pills into the detector, but most of them only emitted a faint green light, and only the word passed appeared. After the test, the little princess, Lin Fei, Xuemei and Xiao Yan only got low grades. As for Lu Ling, the bone-growing pill she refined was only medium, and she was still one level lower than the high grade of the grey-robed boy. Haha, is this the alchemist of the Jiama Empire? His level is really low. Looking around, he found that there was no one who could fight, and the grey-robed boy became even more rampant. Damn it! If there was no problem with the recipe of the bone-growing pill, I could also refine a high-grade bone-growing pill. Behind a bluestone platform, Lu Ling was very dissatisfied and pounded his fist on the bluestone platform, and uttered a helpless rage. Although he knew in his heart that the other party did not have the recipe, he knew it, but he still had to be dissatisfied. Damn it! Is there no one who can stop these arrogant guys? Seeing these foreign alchemists being so arrogant, some alchemists in the Gamma Empire were very angry. In the VIP seats, the VIPs watching the game also looked very unhappy. No, there are still people who can stop it. Hearing the indignant voices of the alchemists around, Xuemei suddenly said softly. Then, under the puzzled eyes of many alchemists, Xuemei looked towards a corner of the square. In the corner, seeing that all the alchemists had tested the pills, but they were all useless, Bai Ge shook his head as expected, and slowly put the bone-growing pill in his hand into the black hole of the test disc on the bluestone platform in front of him. The protagonist always has to appear last. As the pills were put in, under everyone's gaze, the disc slowly turned, faster and faster. Finally, a brilliant green light suddenly burst out from the disc, almost turning into a beam of emerald light, rushing straight into the sky, and condensed into 2 big words in the air, special. Seeing the 2 big words appearing on the control, everyone was excited. This is, special bone pill. How is it possible? Behind the bluestone platform in the center of the square, seeing that Bai Ge had actually refined a special bone pill, the grey-robed boy's originally proud face could not help but look ugly. Chapter 684 The big guys in the alchemist world were shocked. How could he refine a special bone pill? The grey-robed boy was full of reluctance. Although he knew that Bai Ji had the legendary strange fire. Alchemists of the same grade, refining the same pill, the final quality of the pill must be better than the alchemist with the strange fire. But the boy in front of him looked no more than 20 years old. At such a young age, even if he is the top talent, his cultivation should only barely reach the level of Dushi. There is a condition for becoming an alchemist, that is, he needs to have the cultivation of Duhi level. Only in this way can the fire attribute Duki in the body be converted into Duki flame for alchemy. From Duhi to Duhi, the time for the boy to learn alchemy should be within this period, about 3 to 5 years. He has heard that the most talented alchemist, Guhi, the current Dan King of Jiama Empire, was in his 20s when he became a third-grade alchemist. Even if the alchemy skills of the boy in front of him have reached the third grade, he is still not as good as him. The advantage of the strange fire is enough to offset this advantage due to the lack of the second-grade Shengudan recipe. Because he has refined Shengudan before, although he can't say that he has complete control over it, he is also very skilled, so he can ignore the problem of the lack of Shengudan recipe. Calculating all this, although the boy in front of him has the strange fire, he is not on the same starting line as him. How could he refine a higher grade elixir than the Shengudan he refined? The grey-robed boy was angry and puzzled. He naturally didn't know that the advantage he thought he had was completely his own wishful thinking. In fact, it was Bai Ji who had the advantage, which was like cheating. It was impossible for him to win the championship of this alchemist conference. But sometimes, people always prefer to believe what they believe, and never want to believe what they see. Although Bai Ji refined the special Shengudan, because Bai Ji has the strange fire, the grey-robed boy attributed everything to Bai Ji's possession of the strange fire, including the fact that he refined the special Shengudan. In the eyes of the grey-robed boy, Bai Ji was just lucky, and he had the strange fire, so he could refine the special Shengudan. The special Shengudan is just one grade higher than the superior Shengudan he refined. If he had the strange fire, he could do it. The grey-robed boy was extremely jealous. As long as I have the strange fire, I can do it too. But sometimes one-sided wishful thinking will eventually be ruthlessly overturned by the blow of reality, and it won't take long. Is there anyone who can refine a special grade bone-growing pill? I gave you an incomplete recipe for the bone-growing pill. Even if you have a strange fire, it's still difficult to refine a special grade bone-growing pill. It should be a bit difficult, right? In the VIP seats, Fama was very surprised. Originally, he was very annoyed when he saw the arrogant appearance of the alchemists from the 4 empires headed by the Izumo Empire. But because he saw that even Lu Ling, the strongest person in this session, did not defeat the opponent. When Fama was about to accept the reality, he did not expect that another monster who refined the special bone-growing pill would pop up. This made Fama particularly incredible. Where did this level of genius alchemist come from? Hearing the words of President Fama, Otto, and Faklan, who were sitting on the side in the VIP seats, couldn't help but look at each other and laughed. The alchemists around and Fama heard Otto and Faklan laughing inexplicably. Everyone was a little strange at first, and then they couldn't help but guess that Otto and Faklan knew some inside information. Otto, Faklan, do you know this boy who refined the special bone-growing pill? President Fama asked curiously. Haha, we only know some of the situation. You should ask Brother Su for details. This young man took an alchemist grade assessment before attending the conference, and the assessment was presided over by Brother Su. Faklan stroked his snow-white beard and answered with a smile. Hearing Faklan's words, everyone looked at the old man in a white robe in the corner of the VIP seat who had been indifferent and didn't say much. This old man was naturally Solao, who assessed by GE. Nuanke Literature Network. Yishan, you have assessed this young man, what is the situation? Fama was full of curiosity, and so were the other alchemists around him. I have never seen it before. Solao stroked his long beard, smiled calmly, and said slowly. Everyone. Can you explain it more clearly? Countless people roared in their hearts. As if he knew that he was a little bit suspenseful just to give an evaluation, Solao coughed a few times, spoke again, and continued. This young man is called Xiao Bai. He took the 1st to 4th grade alchemist assessment here. The pills he refined in each grade assessment are all perfect, with pill patterns and special grades, even the 4th grade pills are the same. And do you know what pill he chose to refine in the 4th grade assessment? What is it? Seeing Soulao's mysterious look, countless alchemists were full of curiosity, just like countless kittens scratching, itching. It's the purple heart-breaking barrier pill. Soulao said proudly. Wouldn't the purple heart-breaking barrier pill also be special? An alchemist asked tremblingly. You guessed it right, it's special. Soulao stroked his long beard and smiled calmly. Countless people were shocked. To refine a special grade purple heart barrier breaking pill, even those present here may not be able to refine it, but the problem is that they are all well-known veteran alchemists in the entire Jiama Empire. This is really a monster. An alchemist swallowed his saliva and said in shock. This is a generation of talented people, each leading the trend for hundreds of years. Fama sighed. Hearing what you said, now I feel relieved. Being able to refine a special grade purple heart barrier breaking pill is not something that some ordinary 4th grade alchemists can do. This strange fire should also play a big role. In the VIP seats, the alchemists who saw that the stomping of their feet could shake the entire Jiama Empire were shocked. Ye Fei and Yao Ye looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. In the square, most alchemists were very excited to see Bai Ge refine the special bone-growing pill. Because Bai Ge defeated the arrogance of the 4 foreign alchemists and saved the face of the alchemist community in the Jiama Empire. But some alchemists were jealous, such as Lu Ling. If I had a strange fire, I would definitely be able to refine a special bone-growing pill. Lu Ling was jealous and unwilling, and attributed everything to Bai Ge's possession of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, just like the grey-robed boy. In his opinion, he was the disciple of Dan Wang Guhi, and was a pharmacist who was considered by Dan Wang Guhi to have a talent that was better than his own. How could he be surpassed by an unknown person who jumped out of nowhere? This guy must be lucky and has the help of the strange fire. Lu Ling thought over and over again in his heart. And it was at this time. In the VIP seats, after learning about Bai Ge's information from Soulao, Fama, who was full of confidence, smiled, stood up and walked slowly to the front of the VIP seats. Chapter 685 The Relaxed and Cruel Second Round of Assessment, Bai Ge sucked? In front of the VIP seats, Fama smiled, his eyes slowly swept across the remaining pharmacists in the square and the audience opposite, clapped his hands, and said loudly. Okay. The first round of assessment is over, and now everyone in the square has passed. The first round of assessment, so let's start the second round of assessment now. Now, please look at the upper left of your respective bluestone platforms. There is a small red button there. Please press the button. After hearing Fama's words, everyone looked at the upper right of their bluestone platforms. Sure enough, there was a very inconspicuous red button here. It was difficult to find even without covering it, not to mention that there was a medicine cauldron blocking the view. Everyone pressed the red button with curiosity, and Bai Ge was no exception. As the red button was pressed, the entire bluestone platform suddenly heard a series of clicks, clicks. The sound of the mechanism and gears turning. Then the huge bluestone platform suddenly trembled, the previous test disc area closed again, and the bluestone slab on the right suddenly opened. A bluestone tray filled with medicinal materials slowly rose from the bluestone platform and seamlessly joined the bluestone platform. Everyone, please note that the medicinal materials you need for this assessment are on this bluestone square platform. Just like the last time, there are only 2 copies, which means you only have 2 chances to fail. However, for this assessment, I will no longer give you an incomplete prescription, but a complete prescription. You must refine the pill within the specified time and pass the test. In front of the VIP seats, Fama continued. It's not an incomplete prescription? Hearing Fama's words, many alchemists who passed the first round of assessment in the square were very excited. The incomplete recipe of Shengu Dan made them very embarrassed. But compared with the excitement of most alchemists, some alchemists looked a little ugly. Because the assessment is definitely more difficult than the previous round, since the difficulty of this round of assessment is no longer the incomplete recipe, the difficulty will only be transferred to other places, and as for where it is, some alchemists have already guessed. In short, this round will definitely not be as simple as it seems. Just when countless alchemists were talking about it in the square, Fama had taken out the recipe from the ring again in the VIP seat. But because it was not an incomplete recipe this time, the recipe was not thin paper, but parchment. I saw that with the flash of light on the ring on Fama's left hand, a large pile of parchment suddenly appeared in the sky, wrapped in Fama's fighting spirit. Then, with Fama's control, countless parchments fell like rain, flying towards countless alchemists in the square below the stage. This is not easy. To control the parchments to fly to different people at the same time, it requires extremely fine fighting spirit control ability. This move is enough to prove that Fama is not a weak person. In the sky, parchments flew down and soon landed on the blue stone platform in front of the alchemists who passed the first round. All the alchemists picked up the parchments in front of them curiously. Because the prescription this time is no longer incomplete, but regular, as long as the soul power is probed into the prescription, a piece of data will be transmitted to the mind. This includes not only the types and quantities of the most important medicinal materials needed, but also various matters that alchemists need to pay attention to, such as temperature, techniques for purifying liquid medicine, and the best dosage when fusing liquid medicine, etc. After checking the prescription, many alchemists who were excited before suddenly changed their faces and looked very ugly. Because the pill they refined this time was actually a third-grade pill. Although it was only the Fengxing pill, which was of average difficulty among the third-grade pills, most of the alchemists who were still participating in the competition in the square were only of the second grade. How could they refine a third-grade Fengxing pill? Haha, is this the alchemist of the Jiama Empire? He can't even refine a third-grade Fengxing pill. He's really useless. In the center of the square, seeing the alchemists of the Gamma Empire around him looking ugly after getting the prescriptions, not knowing what to do, the grey-robed boy laughed again in a mocking manner. Reading nest. Several alchemists from other countries around him also laughed. Being humiliated like this, countless alchemists couldn't help but glare at these four foreign alchemists. However, since the four people headed by the grey-robed boy dared to come to the Gamma Empire to provoke the alchemist world of the Gamma Empire, they would naturally not be afraid of the angry eyes of these ordinary alchemists. Under the angry eyes of the alchemists of the Gamma Empire around him, the grey-robed boy sneered and put his left hand on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron in front of him. As the fighting spirit surged out, after the transformation of the medicine cauldron fire mouth, the orange-yellow flame suddenly rose from the medicine cauldron. In the process of heating the medicine cauldron, the grey-robed boy also turned his head to look in the direction of Bai Ji, ready to provoke Bai Ji. But unfortunately, Bai Ji didn't even look at him, so he didn't notice his provocation, so the grey-robed boy could only look away frustratedly. Three-tailed wind leaf, cloud grass, Li-earth fruit on the other side. After reading the recipe, Bai Ji slowly separated the two medicinal materials on the blue stone table. Then he separated the main medicine and various auxiliary medicines from one of the medicinal materials, put them away, and finally put his left hand on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron in front of him. As the deep blue-green lotus earth core fire rose from the medicine cauldron, envious eyes and exclamations came from all around again. In the medicine cauldron, the deep blue-green lotus earth core fire burned fiercely and soon heated the medicine cauldron. Bai Ji picked up the medicinal materials with his left hand and put them into the medicine cauldron. Under the burning of the green lotus earth core fire, the medicinal materials were quickly burned into ashes, leaving only a ball of liquid medicine. The liquid medicine was drawn out of the medicine cauldron and put into a small jade bottle, and then Bai Ji continued to put one plant after another into the medicine cauldron, constantly purifying it. This time, Bai Ji was very slow and not anxious. Last time, he refined the medicine too fast, so after refining the pill, there was still almost half of the time left, and he had to wait for a long time before the assessment was over. During the waiting process, Bai Ji was watched by many people, but he didn't like being watched by a group of people. This time, Bai Ji planned to refine it slowly and try to keep a similar pace to others. The azure lotus earth core fire was churning in the medicine cauldron. Bai Ji steadily purified and fused the medicinal materials. The speed was not fast or full, and he tried to keep the same pace as most of the surrounding alchemists. Not far away, the grey-robed boy and another fourth-grade alchemist had completed the purification and fusion, and were preparing to start the last step of condensing the pill. When he saw that Bai Ji was still fusing the liquid medicine, the grey-robed boy couldn't help but feel very proud. Sure enough, his alchemy skills were better. It was just that the grade of Shengu Dan was too low before, so this boy relied on the strange fire to defeat him. But this time, he refined the third-grade Fengxing Dan. Facing the same level of pills, even with strange fire, it wouldn't be so easy, right? The grey-robed boy sneered in his heart. After secretly belittling Bai Ji in his heart, the grey-robed boy continued to carry out the last step of refining medicine, condensing the pill. Time passed by bit by bit. With the grey-robed boy's level as a 4th grade alchemist, the difficulty of refining was only the 3rd grade medium level Fengxing pill. Before the time was up, the grey-robed boy had finished refining it. Looking at the Fengxing pill that had already formed in the medicine cauldron, the grey-robed boy waved his right hand. An array of green light suddenly shot out of the medicine cauldron and was held in the grey-robed boy's hand. Holding the Fengxing pill in his hand and feeling the fragrance of the pill coming from his hand, the grey-robed boy could conclude in his heart that this Fengxing pill must have reached the upper grade just by smelling the fragrance. Thinking of this, the grey-robed boy couldn't help but look at Bai Ji who was still condensing the pill, and sneered triumphantly. Boy, this time, let's see if you can surpass me. Chapter 686, Slap in the Face. Your father is still your father. After refining the Fengxing pill, the grey-robed boy looked at Bai Ji with a sneer and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, several foreign alchemists behind the grey-robed boy also successively refined the Fengxing pill. They are not ordinary 3rd grade and 4th grade alchemists, but senior alchemists. Refining a 3rd grade pill with a difficulty of only ordinary is not a problem for them at all. Time passed by bit. It may be because several foreign alchemists headed by the grey-robed boy were the first to refine the Fengxing pill, which put pressure on everyone. In the square, almost all alchemists tried to speed up the speed of refining the Fengxing pill. But because the difficulty of the 3rd grade Fengxing pill is still too great, the alchemists participating in the conference are mainly 1st grade and 2nd grade alchemists. It is undoubtedly a bit difficult to refine a 3rd grade pill. As time was running out, some alchemists who were capable of refining the Fengxing pill were nearing the end of their refining. Seeing that the alchemists around him had either given up or were about to finish, Bai Ji also slightly sped up and refined the Fengxing pill. Looking at the green pill spinning in the medicine cauldron, Bai Ji waved his right hand, and the pill suddenly turned into a green stream of light and shot out of the medicine cauldron, and was caught by Bai Ji. It seemed that Bai Ji had refined the Fengxing pill. In the distance, the grey-robed boy who was resting suddenly opened his eyes, sneered at Bai Ji, and made a throat-cutting gesture to Bai Ji, as if to say, I will win this time. However, Bai Ji's face did not move at all for the grey-robed boy's actions, and he calmly ignored the grey-robed boy's show of force. This made the grey-robed boy's face pale, and he was angry and hateful. Wait! Watch me win your alchemist conference and ruin the reputation of your Jiama Empire's alchemy industry. The grey-robed boy secretly hated and clenched his right fist. On the other side, in the VIP seats. In the hourglass, the fine sand on the top of the hourglass was almost gone. In the square, just when the fine sand on the hourglass was about to run out, Lu Ling and the little princess finally refined the Fengxing pill one after another, and couldn't help but feel relieved. But then, the fine sand on the hourglass ran out, which meant that time was over. But in the square, there were less than 2 hands of alchemists who had refined the Fengxing pill. In addition to the 4 foreign alchemists, the remaining ones were only Bai Ji, Lu Ling, the little princess, and several 3rd grade alchemists who had reached the age limit of the conference and successfully refined the Fengxing pill, but Xuemei, Lin Fei and Xiao Yan had all been eliminated. Seeing that time was over. In the VIP seats, Fa Ma stood up and slowly walked to the front of the VIP seats, clapped his hands, and said loudly, Okay. Congratulations on completing the 2nd round of assessment, but the assessment is not over yet. Just like the last assessment, please put the Fengxing pill you have refined into the test device. Only those who successfully pass the test will be allowed to participate in the 3rd round of assessment tomorrow. Hearing Fa Ma's words, because of the experience of the last time, everyone skillfully found the green button on the lower left, pressed it, and turned on the test device again. Looking at the test disc in the blue stone platform, many people were a little uneasy. In the end, it was the grey-robed boy who looked around with a sneer and took the lead in putting the Fengxing pill in his hand into the test device. As the Fengxing pill was put in, the test disc began to rotate, and then, a bright green light suddenly bloomed from the disc, condensing the word superior in the air. Miyobi Pavilion. After the grey-robed boy, the other 3 foreign alchemists also put the Fengxing pills they refined into the detection device. As the detection device rotated, bright green light bloomed, and the quality of the Fengxing pills of the 3 foreign alchemists was surprisingly medium. Damn! They are all above medium. Seeing that the Fengxing pills refined by the 4 foreign alchemists were all above medium quality pills, many alchemists who had not left the square could not help but grit their teeth and felt a little worried. And the facts really proved this point. After the grey-robed young man, the little princess and Lu Ling also put the refined Fengxing pill into the test device, but the results were inferior and medium, while the results of the other alchemists were just passing and inferior. This made everyone feel a little discouraged, and now only Bai Ji was left. Thinking of Bai Ji's last time to refine a special quality Shengu pill, everyone couldn't help but raise hope for Bai Ji. But as an alchemist, everyone also knows the difference between the second grade and third grade pills, so they dare not expect Bai Ji to refine a special Fengxing pill. As long as it is of the best quality, it will be fine as long as it does not lose to the other party. And under the worried and expectant eyes of everyone, Bai Ji slowly put the refined Fengxing pill into the test device. As the Fengxing pill was put into the test disc slowly turned, and then under the nervous gaze of everyone, a bright green light suddenly burst out from the test disc. The dazzling emerald green light condensed into the word special in the air. Haha, special again. Sure enough, the talents of our Jiama Empire are the best. The alchemists of our Jiama Empire are the strongest. Seeing that Bai Ji had actually refined the special Fengxing Dan, many alchemists who had originally had no hope could not help but be overjoyed and praised Bai Ji fiercely. On the other side, seeing that the alchemists of the Jiama Empire won, the audience also cheered and cheered like a tide. On the side, the alchemists led by the grey-robed boy had a gloomy face. After testing the refined Fengxing Dan, Bai Ji glanced at the grey-robed boy who was secretly angry. As if sensing Bai Ji's gaze, the grey-robed boy cast an unwilling and angry look at Bai Ji. However, Bai Ji smiled faintly at the provocation of the grey-robed boy, and turned his head slowly without any concern. Others may not know the details of these four guys, but how could Bai Ji not know? They are all veteran alchemists who have taken special pills to change their bodies, and the grey-robed boy is also the vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Izumo Empire. Now he disguises himself like this to participate in the Alchemist Guild of the Jiama Empire. Do you really think he is a young alchemist? How shameless! It's a pity that although they are all cheating, Bai guess cheating is obviously bigger. Seeing that his team still won the first place in the second round of assessment, although this is useless, Fama is very comfortable. Standing in front of the VIP seat, Fama cleared his throat and spoke. Okay. The second round of the competition is over. All alchemists who have not passed the assessment are requested to leave. Alchemists who have passed the assessment should not leave for the time being. We will issue everyone a pass to enter the venue tomorrow. Chapter 687, Revealed, Goodbye Yao Yat. After receiving the token, Bai Ji left the square and entered the waiting room. In the waiting room, Ye Fei was waiting, and Shui Mei and Lin Fei were also here. Seeing Bai Ji coming in, Lin Fei immediately walked quickly. He came to Bai Ji and said excitedly. Xiao Bai, you are so amazing. Not only did you refine the second grade special bone growing pill, but you also refined the special wind moving pill. Not bad, not bad. Bai Ji waved his hand and smiled modestly. At this moment, the grey-robed boy was walking into the waiting room with 3 alchemists from foreign countries. Hearing Bai Ji say that refining the special bone growing pill and the special wind moving pill was just okay, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. When the grey-robed boy and the other 4 left the waiting room, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a little angry. What are you so proud of? Isn't it just that the alchemy skills are a little better? Not as good as you, Xiao Bai, why are you so proud? They just want to attack the alchemists of our Jiama Empire. On the side, Shui Mei was silent for a while, then said. Do you think their alchemy skills are really high? Hearing what Lin Fei and Shui Mei said, Bai Ji couldn't help but say. Of course. Although these people are indeed a bit arrogant and their alchemy skills are not as good as yours, they are not as old as us, but they have reached the 3rd and 4th grade alchemists. Of course, their alchemy skills are high. Lin Fei sighed. Shui Mei also nodded, and obviously agreed with Lin Fei's words. But after hearing Bai Ji's words, Ye Fei looked at Bai Ji strangely. She always felt that Bai Ji's words were not that simple. Haha. Congratulations, Xiao Bai, you are the first in both rounds of assessments. This has greatly saved the face of our Jiama Empire's alchemy industry. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from not far away, and Otto and Fa Clan walked slowly. And with Otto and Fa Clan was the president of the Alchemy Guild, Fa Ma. Come, Xiao Bai, let me introduce you. This is the president of our Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma. Fa Clan came to Bai Ji and introduced him to Bai Ji with a smile. Hello, President Fa Ma. Bai Ji greeted Fa Ma. Xiao Bai, Thank you for your contribution to the alchemy industry of our Jia Empire today. Fa Ma stroked his grey beard and looked at Bai Ji with emotion. Nothing, just doing it by chance. Bai Ji smiled slightly. For today's matter, he really didn't do it deliberately, just because others thought he was an alchemist of the Jia Empire, so he represented the Jia Empire. Anyway, you have saved face for our Jia Empire. I thank you on behalf of the Jia Empire's alchemy industry. Fa Ma shook his head and said solemnly. I hope you can be like today in tomorrow's assessment. I will try my best. Bai Ji responded. But President Fa Ma, don't you feel something is wrong? Bai Ji suddenly changed his tone and asked. What's wrong? Fa Ma frowned and asked. Don't you think there are too many genius alchemists like me? There is one in the Chuiyun Empire, one in the Haisha Empire, and although the Yuhai Empire and the Shailuo Empire are a little worse, they also have a young third-grade alchemist each. Are there so many genius alchemists? Bai Ji smiled. Do you think they are disguised? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Fa Ma couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. In fact, he also felt that something was wrong, but he just couldn't find evidence. What are you talking about? Lin Fei asked strangely on the side. They think that the 4 alchemists from the Chuiyun Empire may have disguised their identities to attend our alchemist conference, otherwise how could 4 genius alchemists suddenly appear? Ye Fei smiled slightly and said. 22 Literature Network. But when we find an unidentified alchemist, don't we check the identity? It shouldn't be possible, right? Lin Fei was still a little suspicious. There are too many unknown elixirs in this world, and it is difficult to guarantee whether there are any elixirs that can escape detection. Master Otto couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. But even if there is, as long as we can't detect it, then it's not there. If we rashly say that these alchemists are disguised, they will bite us back and say that we are operating behind the scenes and can't afford to lose, then it will be bad. Fa Klan sighed. I have already said what I said. It's enough for President Fa Ma and the 2 masters to know about this matter. We can deal with it after the competition. It's getting late, so we will leave first. When the assessment started in the morning, it was almost noon. After completing 2 rounds of assessments, it was already evening, so after saying that, Bai Ji was ready to say goodbye. He left the waiting room with Ye Fei. Because he stayed in the waiting room for a while, when Bai Ji left, there was almost no one outside. But just as Bai Ji and Ye Fei left the royal square, 3 figures suddenly came over. They were Jia Xingtian, Yao Yin the little princess. Master, Ye Fei, come to my place today. Seeing Bai Ji and Ye Fei, Yao Ye hurried over and said respectfully. Although Yao Ye is the eldest princess of the empire, she has already grown up and has been training on the border for a long time, so she has a mansion in the imperial city of Jia imperial capital. Okay, you lead the way. Bai Ji had expected Yao Ye's arrival, so he did not refuse, but agreed very readily. However, on the side, the little princess was very curious and puzzled when she saw her sister being so respectful to a man other than her father and grandfather for the first time. Following Yao Ye, she came all the way to the eldest princess's mansion in the imperial city of Jia imperial capital. After entering the reception hall and sitting down, Yao Ye quickly asked the servants to serve tea and snacks, and asked the kitchen to start preparing dishes. Master, long time no see. Since you are back to the imperial capital, you didn't even notify me. Sitting across the table from Bai Ji, Yao Ye said with some resentment. Hehe, I just came back too, and you are different from Ye Fei. You are the eldest princess of the empire, and you have to learn to handle political affairs and command troops. I won't bother you. Bai Ji smiled and said. Sister, he is your master? But sister, you are in your 20s, how can he still be so young? Hearing Yao Ye calling Bai Ji master, the little princess couldn't help but widen her eyes. Little princess, your grandfather has become young after practicing to Douluo, and I am stronger than your grandfather, why can't I stay young forever? Bai Ji said with a smile. But since you are my sister's master, why do you still want to participate in the alchemist conference? Aren't you bullying the weak? The little princess pouted. I have a reason, and it's not intentional. And if I don't participate, the Gamma Empire will lose face today. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Hearing Bai Ji's words, thinking of the arrogant look of the 4 foreign alchemists today, the little princess couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Master, you are giving out the blood spirit fruit as a reward for the champion, right? Yao Ye suddenly spoke up. Although it was mainly the middle family that was collecting the materials for refining the bone melting blood pill, the Jiama royal family, the Yunlan sect, and the snake people were also trying to find them, but they just didn't have as many channels as the middle family. So knowing that the reward for the conference was the blood spirit fruit, Yao Ye immediately guessed Bai Ji's purpose. That's right, if there were no blood spirit fruit, this alchemist conference would have no appeal to me. Bai Ji took a sip of tea and said. Fortunately, the conference had the blood spirit fruit as a reward, otherwise, if there were no master, our Jiama Empire would have lost face at this conference. The alchemist conference we held was actually won by an alchemist from another country. Thinking of that terrible situation, Yao Ye couldn't help but sigh. But since the sect master is here, there will be no problem. Jia Xingtian suddenly interjected with a smile. Of course, but I hope my identity won't be exposed. Bai Ji smiled faintly and looked at the little princess. Here, only the little princess might be exposed. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The little princess curled her lips at Bai Ji's gaze. Although she doesn't like to lie, as a member of the Jiama royal family, she doesn't like to see the face of the Jiama Empire being trampled on by others. Although her identity is an alchemist, her identity is first the little princess, and then the alchemist. Chapter 688 The third round of assessment, the changed rules. The next day. The assessment on the second day was carried out as scheduled. However, compared with yesterday, although there were still many spectators, the number of participating alchemists was reduced by more than 95%, and there were only less than 10 remaining who could participate in the third round of assessment. When Bai Ji brought Yafei to the waiting room, there were not many people in the waiting room. However, several people from the Alchemist Guild, including Fama, had already arrived. When Bai Ji came in, Fama was talking to Otto and Fa Clan, while Lin Fei and Shui Mei on the side were clenching their fists and biting their teeth, looking very angry. What's wrong? Seeing the scene in front of him, Bai Ji walked over curiously and asked. Last night, I found a few old friends to secretly visit the residences of the alchemists in the Izumo Empire. Their identities were indeed disguised as you said. Their current appearance is not their true appearance. They are actually the top leaders of several Imperial Alchemists Associations, and the grey-robed boy is the vice president of the Izumo Empire Alchemist Association, named Yan Li. Fama stroked his long beard and said solemnly. These guys are too shameless. They actually violated the rules. They are all veteran alchemists, but they also participated in the alchemist conference held for us young alchemists. Lin Fei clenched her fists, very angry. Attending the conference is not their real purpose. Their real purpose is to strike at the alchemist community of our Jiama Empire. This conference is just a coincidence. Even if there is no alchemist conference, if there are other similar alchemist events, they will still come to participate. On the side, Shui Mei calmly analyzed the other party's real motive. I heard that the assessment today requires you to prepare the prescription and medicinal materials yourself. The prescription is fine, but how do you prepare the medicinal materials yourself? Lin Fei was a little discouraged. Xiao Bai, you are just an ordinary alchemist. Even if your master gives you a prescription, you may not have enough medicinal materials. But Yan Li is the vice president of the Alchemist Guild of the Izumo Empire. The prescription and medicinal materials must have been fully prepared. Xiao Bai, you need to prepare the prescription and medicinal materials for the assessment today. If you want to win, it is best to prepare a high-quality 4th-grade pill recipe. In terms of the pill recipe, our Alchemist Guild can provide it to you, but you need to prepare the medicinal materials yourself. This is the rule of the competition. In addition to your alchemy skills, your connections are also tested. Beside him, Fama turned his head and looked over, stroking his long beard and spoke. No, I have a suitable prescription in my hand. Bai Ji smiled slightly, indicating that there is no need to worry. What about the medicinal materials? Master Otto on the side also asked. Master, don't worry, our middle family has also prepared the medicinal materials. Hearing Master Otto's words, Yafei smiled and replied. That's good. The third round of assessment is about to begin. You should also prepare. They should be here soon. I hope you can win today. Fama stroked his snow-white beard and sighed. Hearing Fama's words, Bai Ji took Yafei to find a seat in the waiting room and sat down. Soon after, Lu Ling and the little princess also arrived, and then several other alchemists who passed the assessment also arrived one after another. Finally, with the arrival of the 4 alchemists headed by Yan Li, the atmosphere in the waiting room suddenly became solemn. Entered the waiting room. Although several big men of the Jiama Empire Alchemist Guild, including Fama, were there, Yan Li did not show the slightest timidity, as if he was sure that several people would not dare to take action. After looking around, Yan Li's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. Although he was defeated by Bai Ji yesterday, Yan Li learned from his mistakes after returning. For today's assessment, he decided to use his trump card and took the vitality pill and soul rising powder to temporarily improve his control over Do Qi and mental strength. This kind of temporary improvement pill will definitely have sequelae afterwards, but the Chuan Empire is in danger now. In order to make the plan successful, Yan Li can't care so much. With the vitality pill to improve the control over Do Qi, and the soul rising powder to improve the strength and perception of mental strength, he should be able to refine special quality pills. And because he checked a lot of information before coming, Yan Li is also very clear about the Alchemist Conference of the Jiama Empire. In the last round of the assessment of the Alchemist Conference of the Jiama Empire, the Alchemist Guild will not provide prescriptions and medicinal materials. After all, whether it is a 4th grade prescription or the medicinal materials for refining 4th grade pills, they are extremely precious. If the Alchemist Guild provides them, it will be a blood loss. In the last round of assessment, the prescriptions and medicinal materials all depend on the alchemists themselves to prepare, so this round of assessment not only tests the alchemist's level of medicine, but also tests the alchemist's foundation and connections. No matter how high the level of medicine is, if the prescription is not good, it will be a sure loss, and even if there is a prescription, without medicinal materials, it will be a failure. Yan Li knew it in advance, so he had already prepared the prescription of the excellent 4th grade elixir and several copies of medicinal materials. So Yan Li was full of confidence in this assessment. He didn't believe it. The alchemist who defeated him yesterday had a high level of medicine, but he was so young, what foundation could he have? If the prescription and enough medicinal materials were not prepared in advance, he would definitely win. In the quiet waiting, the competition was finally about to begin. Seeing that the time was almost up, Fama turned around and looked around, saying, "Okay, the time is almost up, everyone get ready to enter, the competition will start soon." Hearing Fama's words, everyone stood up and walked to the entrance, and took out the pass tokens they received yesterday. When Fama and his group entered the VIP seats from another entrance, Bai Ji and his group had already shown their pass tokens and entered the competition square. The audience seats not far away were still full of people. It looked crowded and there were constant discussions, but the number of bluestone platforms placed in the square was unknown. Because the first 2 rounds of assessments eliminated most people, the number of bluestone platforms naturally decreased accordingly. And because the number of people decreased, in order to facilitate the audience to watch, the bluestone platforms were moved to the central area of the competition square. A full 9 bluestone platforms were neatly placed. The distance between each bluestone platform is just right, not too close or too far. As long as you want to see, you can probably see the progress of the alchemists around you at any time. After Bai Ji and others chose their own bluestone platforms, Fama and others also went to the VIP seats on the opposite side. The others sat down, and Fama slowly walked to the front of the VIP seats, looking at the square and the audience seats on the opposite side. Chapter 689. The game begins, each of their trump cards. Seeing that all the participating alchemists in the square have arrived, Fama, the president of the Alchemist Guild who was responsible for announcing the start, also walked to the front of the VIP seats. In the audience seats on the opposite side, deafening cheers and applause suddenly broke out. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the start of the game. Fama had obviously expected the cheers and applause from the audience seats, and did not show any surprise at all. His eyes slowly swept across the whole audience, and Fama pressed his hands in vain. Seeing Fama's actions, the audience heard a deafening sound, which gradually decreased and finally fell silent. Everyone understood that Fama was going to speak. The first 2 rounds of assessment have ended. Here, congratulations to every alchemist who entered the 3rd round of assessment. You are all great, but the 3rd round of assessment is very different from the first 2 rounds. Fama paused and continued. In the 3rd round of assessment, the guild will not provide any help to the contestants, neither prescriptions nor medicinal materials. Contestants need to prepare everything by themselves. This is a test of your connections. As a pharmacist, making connections is the most basic ability. Of course, we will also take into account the difficulties of the contestants, so the time of this round of assessment will be greatly extended. It is morning now, and this round of assessment will last until the evening. If you don't have the prescriptions and materials prepared, you can leave now and seek help. As long as you refine the pills before the evening. Because the guild did not provide prescriptions in this round, it is up to the contestants to refine what pills. As long as you successfully refine the pills within your ability within the specified time and test them, we will select the final champion based on the level and practical value of the pills refined by all contestants. Fama said loudly. Although in his words, Fama gave this third round of assessment a lot of freedom. After hearing Fama's words, alchemists with backgrounds like the little princess and Lu Ling were fine, but the two alchemists with unknown backgrounds looked ugly. There is no doubt that they did not prepare the appropriate pill formula and medicinal materials. Although Fama gave enough time, the two were not locals of Jiama Didu, but lived in another city, and it was unknown how far away from Jiama Didu. Half a day, let alone taking a carriage back, even if they took a flying magic beast, they could not get back, and even if they got back, they would not be able to get back in time. Because of the first two rounds of the competition, the two knew that in order to win the championship in the third round, the pills they refined must be at least 4 grades or above. But all the pills in their hands were only enough to refine the third grade pill. Although they knew in their hearts that the third grade pill would definitely not win, they were unwilling to give up, so they finally decided to use the third grade pill recipe in their hands. Unlike the two alchemists, the little princess and Lu Ling's expressions did not change much, and it was obvious that they were well prepared. However, it was unknown what level of prescriptions and medicinal materials they prepared. Does anyone want to leave to collect prescriptions or raise medicinal materials? Looking at the alchemists in the square, Fama asked loudly. But there was no response to Fama's words in the square, and it was obvious that no one was ready to leave. Since no one wants to leave, then I declare that the third round of assessment will officially begin. Seeing that no one was going to leave, Fama announced loudly. Following Fama's words, a roar like a mountain entering the sea suddenly broke out in the audience. All the audience were very satisfied with today's test questions, because the degree of freedom was high and it was more watchable. In the square, when Fama said that the competition had begun, the little princess and Lu Ling were the first to break the calm. Looking at the ordinary medicine cauldron placed on the blue stone platform in front of them, in order to show fairness, everyone used the medicine cauldron provided by the Alchemist Guild. But in the last round, Fama said that everything can be prepared by himself, so the medicine cauldron can naturally be replaced. For medicine refining, the most important thing is naturally the flame, and the second most important thing is the medicine cauldron. A high-quality medicine cauldron can not only improve the success rate of medicine refining, but also improve the quality of the refined pills. Dang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Lu Ling and the little princess simultaneously grabbed the pull ring on the outer wall of the medicine cauldron in front of them, lifted the medicine cauldron violently, and then put it on the ground. Although the medicine cauldron of the Alchemist Guild looks relatively it was a small one, but it was half a meter high and weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Lu Ling was fine, but the little princess, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, seemed to have burst out with unparalleled strength like the king of Chu, and lifted the heavy medicine cauldron with one hand, which looked really amazing. The audience in the opposite audience seats were stunned. After picking up the medicine cauldron on the blue stone platform in front of them, the little princess and Lu Ling each took out a new medicine cauldron, a green and a red medicine cauldron respectively. Both medicine cauldrons were very tall, more than 1 meter high, and looked very simple, exuding a faint deep momentum, which was extremely extraordinary. Although the medicine cauldron did look very high-end, for the green medicine cauldron taken out by the little princess, because she was not tall enough, the little princess had to step on a stone chair to reach the medicine cauldron and put her hand to the fire mouth, which looked really funny. This is the Qingjian Ding, and the volcano flame furnace, right? In the VIP seats, Master Otto was amazed and envious when he saw the medicine cauldrons in front of the little princess and Lu Ling. You know, these two medicine cauldrons are both 5th-level medicine cauldrons, which have caused several 4th-grade alchemists to fight. And this fight was not just a fight between alchemists. Several 4th-grade alchemists also used their own connections to call friends and find countless helpers. At that time, the competition was simply a big fight. But in the end, one of the two medicine cauldrons fell into the hands of the royal family, and the other was taken by the Dan King Guhi. Old man Jia is really willing to give this Qingjian Ding to this little girl, and Guhi too. With these 2 medicine cauldrons, maybe these 2 little guys can also refine 4th grade pills. Fa Ma stroked his long beard and sighed. On the square, Yan Li was a little jealous when he saw the little princess and Lu Ling both took out the 5th level medicine cauldron. Although he was the vice president of the Azumo Empire Alchemist Guild, Yan Li only had a 4th level medicine cauldron, named Chang Shan Ding. After the little princess and Lu Ling, Yan Li and the other 3 foreign alchemists also took out their own medicine cauldrons. Although the medicine cauldrons brought by Yan Li and the 3 foreign alchemists were not as high as those of the little princess and Lu Ling, they were only 4th level and 3rd level, but they were far better than the medicine cauldrons provided by the Alchemist Guild. The 3rd round of assessment was not just about passing the elixir, but also about the quality of the elixir. So any method that could improve the quality of the elixir would be used, and the medicine cauldron was naturally indispensable. After Yan Li and his group, the other 2 Gamma Empire alchemists also took out their own medicine cauldrons. Because they were only young alchemists, the 2 alchemists had relatively poor foundations. They only took out 2 second-level medicine cauldrons, which were only slightly better than the standard first-level medicine cauldrons provided by the Alchemist Guild. It can only be said that it was better than nothing. Hey, didn't Xiao Bai prepare the medicine cauldron? Seeing that everyone took out the medicine cauldron and began to prepare the medicinal materials needed for alchemy, Bai Ji had no intention of preparing the medicine cauldron at all, and Fa Ma couldn't help but feel a little confused. He really didn't prepare it. On the side, Ye Fei chuckled and answered Fa Ma's question. But there will be some problems, right? Fa Ma frowned a little. Bai Ji was able to refine special grade elixirs twice in a row yesterday, so his level of alchemy is naturally beyond doubt. But Yan Li failed twice in a row yesterday, and he was definitely prepared to make up for it when he went back to rest at night, plus a top-grade medicine cauldron. Fa Ma couldn't help but feel a little worried. Will there be any problems? Chapter 690, Strange Fire Appears, 10,000 Fires Pay Homage. Bai Ji naturally didn't know about Fa Ma's worries. If he knew, Bai Ji would definitely answer, you think too much. Because of the accumulation of the Douluo continent, others use Do Qi cultivation of the Dehi realm and the soul of the mortal realm to refine medicine, but Bai Ji uses the cultivation that can rival the Duhuang and the Emperor-level soul realm to refine medicine. Not to mention the cultivation, just the Emperor-level soul, in terms of refining medicine, the entire Dupa world has no rivals. Not to mention the several small countries in this remote area, even if you look at the Zhongzhou in the Dupa world, it is the same. Anyway, since he got the alchemy technique from Yao Chen, Bai Ji has hardly used the medicine cauldron. Even if he uses it, he just picks up a medicine cauldron and doesn't go out of his way to find any advanced medicine cauldron. Others need advanced medicine cauldrons because their own alchemy techniques are limited, and they are afraid that they can't refine the desired pills, so they need the help of the medicine cauldron. But Bai Ji's current alchemy skills have completely reached the peak of the entire Dupa world. No matter what kind of elixir, as long as there are medicinal materials, Bai Ji can easily make it quickly, without the help of any medicine cauldron, so the medicine cauldron is naturally dispensable. However, because Bai Ji is hidden, for Bai Ji's realm, except for those around him, almost no outsiders know. So now, seeing that Bai Ji did not take out the medicine cauldron, but was going to use the standard medicine cauldron provided by the Alchemist Guild, everyone was very surprised. Yan Li and his men naturally sneered, thinking that their guess was correct. Although the young man in front of him had an amazing talent for alchemy, and his alchemy skills at a young age were comparable to those of himself who had studied alchemy for decades, he still had a poor foundation and did not even have a decent medicine cauldron. As for Bai Ji not taking out the medicine cauldron, Lu Ling was relieved. Because of his master Guhi, he naturally had acquaintances in the Alchemist Guild, such as Fa Ma, who was an elder he was familiar with, so he also knew the true identity of Yan Li and his men. This made him regard Yan Li and his men as opponents. If he defeated Yan Li, he would naturally be a hero in the entire alchemist world of the Jiama Empire. It was for this reason that Master Guhi lent him the medicine cauldron, just to prevent him from losing the reputation of the alchemy world of the Jiama Empire. And because of Bai Ji's performance in the first 2 rounds of assessments, Lu Ling had already regarded Bai Ji as his biggest competitor. Although he did not have any confidence in winning against Yan Li, it would be good if he could perform better in this round of assessments. However, because of Bai Ji's previous performance, Lu Ling was a little afraid that Bai Ji would steal the limelight. Now seeing that Bai Ji did not take out a good medicine cauldron, Lu Ling could not help but relax. He used a 5th level medicine cauldron, while Xiao Bai used a 1st level medicine cauldron. The difference in the medicine cauldrons should barely offset the difference in the level of medicine refining, right? Compared with Lu Ling, the little princess was very confused. Because she knew Bai Ji's true identity, Bai Ji did not have a good medicine cauldron, which made her very strange. But thinking of Bai Ji's true identity, maybe he disdains to use a medicine cauldron? The little princess couldn't help thinking in her heart. After taking out the medicine cauldron, the scene fell silent for a while. Everyone wanted to refine the elixir, but the Alchemist Guild did not give a fixed prescription assessment. Everything depended on the contestants themselves, so no one knew what level of elixir could win the championship. Therefore, in deciding what elixir to refine, everyone was very serious. Although the medicinal materials for refining 4th grade elixirs are not hard to find in the world, they are also very precious. Each person brought few medicinal materials. If they did not decide in advance, if they changed the elixir halfway, they might not be able to refine a 4th grade elixir. In the square, 2 unknown alchemists from the Jiama Empire took the lead in refining. Unlike Yanli, Lu Ling, and the little princess, the 2 did not have a 4th grade elixir recipe, nor did they have enough medicinal materials to refine a 4th grade elixir. Therefore, in this last round of assessment, they did not want to win the championship, but just wanted to show their alchemy skills and make a name for themselves. With their alchemy level, they have reached the end in their hometown. If they want to go further, they need to go to a bigger city, make more connections, get more resources and support, and go further. Book Garden. And this alchemist conference is their platform to show themselves. As long as they can show their alchemy level above the 3rd grade here, even if they don't win the championship in the end, they will definitely be treated as guests of honor by countless forces after they go out. After these 2 alchemists, Yan Li also started to refine. For today, he had planned for a long time before coming, so he quickly selected the elixir to be refined, which was the famous purple heart barrier breaking pill among the 4th grade elixirs. As one of the most difficult elixirs to refine among the 4th grade elixirs, the difficulty of the purple heart barrier breaking pill can be said to be the most difficult among the 4th grade elixirs. Even a senior 4th grade alchemist may not be able to refine this purple heart barrier breaking pill. Even for Yan Li, under normal circumstances, if he does not use a good medicine cauldron, the success rate of refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill will not exceed 50%. Even if a high-level medicine cauldron is used, the success rate is only 75% to 80%, and it is still difficult to guarantee 100% success in refining. But because he took the vitality pill and the soul rising pill, and with the help of a 4th grade medicine cauldron, Yan Li was confident that he could refine the purple heart barrier breaking pill 100% this time. And it is not an ordinary low grade or medium grade, but at least a high grade or special grade. After deciding to refine the purple heart breaking barrier pill, Yan Li began to take out the necessary medicinal materials from the ring. On the other side, Lu Ling and the little princess also decided to refine the 4th grade elixir. However, due to the limitation of the level of alchemy, even with the help of the medicine cauldron, they could only barely refine low-level 4th grade elixirs because they had not yet reached the 4th grade alchemy. If there was a mistake, the medicinal materials might be lost in vain and they would not succeed. Compared with the other people, Bai Ji was not thinking hard and looking for a suitable prescription, but was in a state of choice. He had too many 4th grade prescriptions, including the purple heart breaking barrier pill, the 3-striped green spirit pill, the divine wind rising chi pill, the water rime rejuvenating pill, the diamond rock armor pill and the recently developed fire spirit pill. Which one should he choose? Forget it, let's choose the purple heart breaking barrier pill. After thinking about it, Bai Ji decided to refine the purple heart breaking barrier pill. Because most of the prescriptions behind were obtained by Yao Chen from Zhongzhou, and some were developed by Bai Ji himself, the Alchemist Guild might not recognize them, and it would be too troublesome to verify them at that time. Or choose a pill that everyone can recognize and the most famous, the purple heart breaking barrier pill, it's decided for you. Bai Ji made a decision in his heart. And when Bai Ji made up his mind, the medicine refining had already begun. Another different color flame, it's actually a blue flame. In the square, there was a burst of exclamations and noises all around, but the audience was shocked by another special flame that appeared in the square that was very different from ordinary flames. Bai Ji glanced slightly and immediately found that the little princess's white and tender little hand, which was close to the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron, was actually gushing out a deep blue flame. This flame was very familiar to Bai Ji, it was the beast fire of the guardian beast Yuhaijiao of the Jiama Empire. Look, there's another kind of black and brown flames. Surprised voices were heard again from all around. Bai Ji glanced around and found that in the direction of Yan Li and another fourth-grade alchemist had grey-brown and black flames rising from their medicine cauldrons. Bai Ji didn't recognize these two kinds of flames, but they were far less powerful than the strange fires, so they must be beast fires. As for the attributes, judging from the color and the fluctuations of the aura emitted, one should be earth attribute and the other should be water attribute beast fire. Haha, they all have a trick up their sleeves. Seeing the alchemists around him taking out their trump cards, Bai Ji chuckled. While taking out the medicinal materials, he put his left hand on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron in front of him. As the deep green blue lotus earth core fire gushed out from the palm of his hand, it suddenly exploded from the medicine cauldron, and a scorching heat spread out to the surroundings. The beast fire that was burning fiercely in the medicine cauldrons of the little princess, Yan Li, and others, at this moment, seemed to be attracted by something, and all tilted, pointing to Bai Ji, or the Qinglian earth core fire in the medicine cauldron. This scene was like worshipping the king. 10,000 fires worship, it is worthy of being a strange fire. In the VIP seat, Fa Ma stroked his long beard and made a sound of emotion and praise. Chapter 691 The Last Hope. Compared with the tall medicine cauldrons with their own characteristics around, Bai Ji's medicine cauldron looks ordinary, but the flames in each medicine cauldron all point to the slowly burning deep blue flame in Bai Ji's medicine cauldron. This scene is like a minister worshipping the king in the court, which makes the onlookers amazed. However, as Bai Ji put the medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron, after the Qinglian earth core fire began to work, the majesty of the strange fire was restrained, and the beast fires around it immediately returned to their original state. At this time, the third round officially began. Compared to the noisy square yesterday, today's square is particularly quiet. To reach the last level, everyone's alchemy skills are perfect, and there will be almost no problems in the first step. Everyone looked solemn, looking at the medicine cauldron in front of them, constantly using fighting spirit to pull the medicinal materials on the blue stone platform, and put them into the medicine cauldron for purification. To refine pills, what is needed is the purest essence of the medicinal materials. Therefore, the higher the purity of the extraction, the better the quality and medicinal properties of the final refined pill, and this depends largely on the flame. It is precisely because of this that alchemists are so eager for various special flames. Among them, the strange fire is naturally the first. The strange fire born from heaven and earth is naturally powerful. And the second only to the strange fire is the beast fire of powerful monsters. The more powerful the monster, the stronger the beast fire, and for alchemy, the beast fire is the most wood-based. On the basis of improving the refining, it can also catalyze the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials in the fusion step. As time goes by, in the square, the blue stone tables in front of the alchemists were unknowingly filled with small jade bottles, which were filled with the essence of purified medicinal materials. The blue stone table of Bai Ji was also full. Although Bai Ji could quickly refine the purple heart barrier breaking pill as long as he wanted, he had to do things in accordance with his current status. Bai Ji's current identity is a genius young alchemist. Although he is a genius, it is already amazing to be able to refine a 4th-grade purple heart barrier breaking pill. If he refines it too quickly, it is somewhat inconsistent with his status. It is enough to refine it almost. However, while slowly purifying the medicinal materials, Bai Ji glanced in the direction of Yan Li and found that Yan Li was also refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill. This made Bai Ji frown. With Bai Ji's strength, it is naturally easy to refine a special purple heart barrier breaking pill with pill patterns. But Bai Ji felt that Yan Li seemed to have taken some kind of tonic medicine today, and his medicine refining skills had improved a lot. With the addition of the Black Beast Fire and the 4th-level medicine cauldron, Yan Li might also be able to refine a special purple heart barrier breaking pill. Although Bai Ji's medicine refining skills were much higher than Yan Li's, the purple heart barrier breaking pill was only of the 4th grade. With the same medicinal materials, Bai Ji could not refine it into the 5th grade. And since they were both, Bai Ji refined a special grade elixir, and Yan Li also refined a special grade elixir. Wouldn't that mean a tie? No, we have to think of a way. Bai Ji didn't want to play an extra game. But changing to another elixir was not realistic. If he refined a 5th grade elixir, it would be too eye-catching. Among the 4th grade elixirs, except for the purple heart barrier breaking pill, only the 3-striped pill and the 3-striped green spirit pill could barely suppress the purple heart barrier breaking pill. But to refine the 3-striped pill and the 3-striped green spirit pill, 3 special flames are required. Bai Ge only has 1, so he can't refine it at all. There is only one way left, that is to improve the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Bai Ge's eyes flashed. After purifying the medicinal materials in his hand, he stopped and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Bai Ge's actions, the audience around him was a little confused. They couldn't help but talk about it. Obviously, they were very puzzled by Bai Ge's behavior. And in the VIP seats, Fama was also very surprised. What's going on? Why did Xiao Bai stop? He should be refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill. He refined this pill during the assessment and refined a perfect grade special purple heart barrier breaking pill. There were no accidents. He should be able to refine it now. Old Su, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but frown. Haha, is it really not possible? In the square, seeing Bai Ge actually stopped, Yan Li couldn't help but sneer. He refined the purple heart barrier breaking pill, and naturally saw that Bai Ge also refined the purple heart barrier breaking pill. However, for the purple heart barrier breaking pill, which is the most difficult among the 4 grades, even he needs to use means to refine it perfectly. Even he wants to refine it so difficult, in his opinion, Bai Ge wants to refine it naturally, it won't be easy. And although Bai Ge has a strange fire, he doesn't have a medicine cauldron, so it's normal to encounter difficulties. This championship is mine. 7 realms. Yan Li was extremely determined and continued to devote himself to the great cause of refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Compared with Yan Li, although Lu Ling and the little princess also noticed Bai Ge's actions, they were only a little surprised because they needed to refine the elixir, but they didn't think too much. With his eyes closed, Bai Ge seemed to be resting, but that was not the case. Although Bai Ge seemed to be resting, he was actually using the mind sword body method and the computing power brought by his strong soul to deduce the method of improving the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Time passed, and with his powerful computing ability, Bai Ge's improved purple heart barrier breaking pill was finally about to be completed in the continuous deduction. Suddenly, Bai Ge opened his eyes abruptly, and 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes. Improved purple heart barrier breaking pill, it's done. Compared with the ordinary purple heart barrier breaking pill, the improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill is twice as effective as the ordinary version. In order to double the medicinal materials of the purple heart barrier breaking pill, some new auxiliary medicinal materials need to be added. The role of auxiliary medicinal materials is to increase the efficacy of the medicine by 2 times, and to eliminate the defect of not being able to take the next one after taking the purple heart breaking barrier pill. After all, twice the efficacy is equivalent to taking 2 purple heart breaking barrier pills in a row. However, to verify, 2 pills need to be refined at the same time. Thinking of this, Bai Ge took out 3 more medicinal materials needed to refine the purple heart breaking barrier pill, and also took out the corresponding auxiliary medicinal materials. Let's start refining. His left hand was placed on the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron again. As the deep green blue lotus earth core fire gushed out, Bai Ge continued to put the medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron. However, this time, Bai Ge's speed was much faster. Start to continue. In the VIP seats, seeing Bai Ge continue to refine, Fama and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. While Bai Ge continued to refine, the others were also constantly refining pills. But because everyone was trying to refine the best pills they could, some people still made mistakes. Bang! Accompanied by a faint explosion, Lu Ling took out a piece of black charcoal from the medicine cauldron with a somewhat ugly face. He made a mistake when fusing. Fortunately, the quality of the volcanic furnace medicine cauldron he used was good enough. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary standard medicine cauldron, I am afraid that the medicine cauldron would also explode with the mistake. Damn it! There is only 1 pill left. If I fail again, I will fail completely. Taking out the spare medicinal materials from the ring again, Lu Ling gritted his teeth in his heart. In the square, in addition to Yanli and Beg, after Lu Ling's mistake, others made mistakes one after another. In the process of refining medicine, purification is the simplest, and there will be almost no problems in this step, but when it comes to the step of fusing the liquid medicine, it is easy to make mistakes. After all, everyone refines the pills to the limit of their ability, which is easy to make mistakes. As the competition gradually draws to an end, problems continue to occur. In the process of fusing the liquid medicine, the little princess also made a mistake and wasted a portion of the medicinal material. And in the step of condensing the pill, Lu Ling made another mistake and refined a black irregular pill. Looking at the black defective pill in his hand, Lu Ling's face was particularly ugly. At this moment, the 2 medicinal materials he had for refining the 4th grade pill were all used up, and the championship had completely missed him. Just as Lu Ling looked at the defective pill in his hand with an ugly face, a bang sound suddenly came from his side. Turning his head, he saw that the little princess's white and tender little hand was also holding a black and blue irregular pill, and she was in a daze. There is no doubt that she is out. Among Yan Li's group, because Yan Li was holding the scene, the rest chose to play steadily. And the 2 alchemists who refined the 3rd grade pill just wanted to show their level of alchemy, and did not intend to refine an elixir that exceeded their level. Therefore, although they failed once, they still steadily entered the final condensation of the pill. With only 2 people refining the 3rd grade elixir, there is no doubt that even if they succeed, they will not be able to compete with Yan Li for the championship. So now, the last hope of the Gamma Empire is Bai Ji. Chapter 692. Sorry, I actually won this game. Alas! Seeing that Lu Ling and the little princess were eliminated one after another, the audience around them sighed. The audience is not very familiar with Lu Ling, but the little princess is a star player in the Gamma Empire. Although now because of the participation of Yan Li and others, the competition has become a competition between the entire Gamma Empire's alchemy world and the foreign alchemy world. But if the little princess can laugh to the end, it will undoubtedly make the audience in the audience, most of whom are from the Gamma Empire, happier. After all, even if they belong to the Gamma Empire, there are also regional differences. After 2 failures, the medicinal materials for the 4th grade elixir that Lu Ling and the little princess planned to refine were all used up. Seeing that Yan Li seemed to be refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill, the 2 did not plan to continue refining. Anyway, even if they succeeded, they would not be able to defeat Yan Li. Now it's up to you. Looking at Bai Ji, Lu Ling felt a little complicated. Although she was unwilling to see the younger generation of the Gamma Empire have a better alchemist than herself, from the perspective of the entire Gamma Empire, Lu Ling did not want to see Bai Ji fail. After all, Bai Ji now represents the last face of the Gamma Empire's alchemy world. If Bai Ji also lost to Yan Li, it would undoubtedly mean that the Gamma Empire's alchemy world is not as good as the Izumo Empire's alchemy world. Although this is not very accurate, it is the case in the eyes of outsiders, and public opinion will also think so. Compared with Lu Ling, the little princess was a little depressed, but she was not too pessimistic. From her sister Yao Yat, she knew the true identity of Bai Ji. This handsome big brother was actually an old monster at the Dozun level, and he had shown amazing alchemy skills a long time ago. Now more than 10 years have passed. Even if he is not specialized in alchemy, his superb cultivation is enough to crush everyone on the scene. Haha, now there is only this last guy left. Hearing the faint explosions around him and seeing the 2 alchemists of the Jiama Empire second only to Bai Ji eliminated, Yan Li couldn't help but sneer in his heart and glanced at Bai Ji. However, although he took the Vitality Pill and the Soul Rising Pill, and with the help of the 4th level Heavy Mountain Cauldron. But thinking of Bai Ji's performance in the first 2 rounds of assessments, although he was verbally disdainful, Yan Li still didn't dare to relax in his heart. He wanted to do his best to refine a special purple heart barrier breaking pill. As long as he could refine a special purple heart barrier breaking pill, no one could be his opponent unless someone could refine a 5th grade pill. In the square, with Lu Ling and the little princess eliminated, there were only 7 medicine cauldrons left. In the medicine cauldron, colorful flames were burning. Because the purple heart breaking barrier pill was improved, and 2 pills had to be refined at the same time, more time was needed in the purification and fusion steps. Until now, Bai Ji was still in the step of fusing the liquid medicine. Except for Yan Li, who wanted to refine the special purple heart breaking barrier pill with all his strength, the others had entered the final step of condensing the pill. And several 3rd grade alchemists were almost ready to make the pill. After all, the pills they made were the simplest, and they did not pursue the ultimate quality. Boom! Finally, accompanied by a muffled sound, the flames in the medicine cauldron suddenly raged. I saw several 3rd grade alchemists stretch out their hands almost at the same time, and under the wrapping of fighting spirit, several streams of light shot out of the medicine cauldron and were caught by several people. Now only Yan Li and Bai Ji have not yet finished refining. But in terms of progress, because Bai Ge did not go all out, and the improved version of the purple heart-breaking barrier pill did need to be carefully refined, Yan Li's progress was one step faster than Bai Ge. After several third-grade alchemists succeeded in refining the elixir, another fourth-grade alchemist on Yan Li's side was also about to succeed. The alchemist did not refine any high-level fourth-grade elixir, but just a very common fourth-grade elixir, the Qi-raising and Yuan-gathering elixir, which can improve the cultivation of a great doshi by 1 star. However, unlike the purple heart barrier breaking elixir, it can only be taken once, and it will be ineffective if taken again. The existence of this fourth-grade alchemist is for insurance. After all, although Yan Li used a variety of means to ensure the success of the elixir, what if there was an error and failure? So in order to cover the bottom, this fourth-grade alchemist refined a very conventional fourth-grade elixir to ensure that it can be refined 100% to make up for the error. Time passed again in a flash. This time, Yan Li was about to make the elixir. In the grey-brown heavy mountain cauldron, the black flame was churning, and Yan Li grinned with a wild smile, one hand on the fire mouth, controlling the black flame, and the other hand controlling the dou qi, finishing the condensation of the elixir. Haha, come out! Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out of Yan Li's eyes, and he laughed loudly with his mouth wide open. He slapped the medicine cauldron with his right hand. With a muffled sound, as the black flames retreated like a tide, a thick purple cloud suddenly rose from the medicine cauldron, and then a purple stream of light suddenly shot out from the medicine cauldron and was caught by Yan Li. It is indeed a perfect level special purple heart barrier breaking pill. This pattern, haha, I will definitely win. Gently twisting the purple heart barrier breaking pill in his hand and looking at the pill pattern on it, Yan Li grinned and laughed wildly in a low voice. It hasn't been successfully refined yet. It seems that you are struggling to refine it. Putting the purple heart barrier breaking pill back and looking at Bai Ge, Yan Li couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In the previous 2 rounds, although Bai Ge was not the fastest to refine, he was also in the first batch. But now, Bai Ge dragged it to the end, and there was no sign of success. In Yan Li's opinion, it was obvious that Bai Ge was not as good at refining the purple heart-breaking barrier pill as he was in the first 2 rounds. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Bai Ge was still refining the pill slowly. Although almost everyone else had succeeded in refining, Bai Ge was not in a hurry. It was not even evening yet, and the competition was far from over. Bai Ge was refining an improved version of the purple heart-breaking barrier pill. Although the refining method should not be wrong from the deduction results, it was not tested after all, and all the data had not been figured out, so he still needed to be careful. In addition, Bai Ge was refining 2 pills at the same time, which undoubtedly took more time and required more caution. Time continued to pass quietly. Under the expectant, nervous, or sneering eyes of the people around him, Bai Ge's refining of the improved version of the purple heart-breaking barrier pill finally reached the last step. Out. As 2 improved versions of the purple heart barrier breaking pill were refined, Bai Ge shouted, grabbed with his left hand, and quickly retracted the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and then made a move with his right hand. As the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire retreated, a purple cloud filled with strange fragrance suddenly rose from the medicine cauldron, and a stream of purple light shot out from the cloud and was grabbed by Bai Ge. It's still successful, but can your purple heart barrier breaking pill reach the special grade? Looking at Bai Ge, Yan Li's mouth curled up a little proudly. It's finally over, can we start the test? Seeing that Bai Ge finally refined the pill, Yan Li turned and looked at the VIP seat and asked. Well, we can start. Fa Ma slowly sat up from the VIP seat and came to the VIP seat with a calm expression. Tell me the names of the pills you made. I made Qi Ju San. I made Hui Yuan Dan. I made Sheng Qi Ju Yuan Dan. I made Zixin Po Zai Dan. As Yan Li finished speaking in a frenzied voice, Bai Ge continued, I made. He also made Zixin Po Zai Dan. Among all the pills, our Zixin Po Zai Dan is the highest grade. You just need to test the quality of our 2 pills to determine who is the champion. Aside, Yan Li suddenly interrupted Bai Ge and said directly. Okay, bring your pills up. In response to Yan Li's words, Fa Ma nodded lightly and took out a test disc. Boy, you are very good, but your time has not yet come. I will definitely be the champion of this alchemist conference. On the way to the VIP seat, Yan Li suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Ge and sneered in a low voice. My era has always been here, and the championship will only be mine. Bai Ge said lightly. Haha, you're just being stubborn. Yan Li sneered. He climbed up to the VIP seat and came in front of Fa Ma. Everyone around him looked at the VIP seat nervously. The results of this test will determine who will be the champion of the conference. Who will go first? Fa Ma asked, looking at the two people in front of him. I'll go first. Yan Li smiled coldly and handed over the purple heart barrier breaking pill in his hand. Seeing the pill pattern on Yan Li's purple heart barrier breaking pill, Fa Ma's face suddenly changed, but he quickly regained his composure, took the purple heart barrier breaking pill, and put it into the detection disc in his hand. As the purple heart barrier breaking pill was put in, the detection disc began to rotate, and under everyone's nervous gaze, the magic pattern on it also continued to rotate. Suddenly, a ray of green light burst out from the magic pattern, and then a brighter green light bloomed. I saw a green emerald light column suddenly burst out from the disc, and in the air, the scattered green light condensed into two big words, special grade. Hey! Off the stage, several foreign alchemists suddenly cheered. As the purple heart barrier breaking pill, Yan Li's quality is special, it can be said to be invincible. Haha, it's your turn. After the test, Yan Li looked at Bai Ji and sneered. Here. Bai Ji didn't care about Yan Li's sneer at all, and directly handed a modified version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill to Fa Ma. Seeing the pill pattern on the purple heart barrier breaking pill handed over by Bai Ji, Fa Ma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while Yan Li's face looked a little ugly. How is it possible? There are also pill patterns on his purple heart barrier breaking pill. Is this round of assessment going to be a draw? Hey, it doesn't matter, the effect of the vitality pill lasts for 3 days, and I haven't used up the medicinal power of the soul-raising pill, enough for another round. Feeling a little irritable, Yan Li took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Just as Yan Li was forcing himself to calm down, a brilliant emerald green light suddenly burst out from his side. As the green light scattered by the emerald light column in the air condensed into the two words special, a whistling sound like a mountain entering the sea suddenly sounded around. Special. Special again. We didn't lose. This round is a draw. Listening to the cheers around him, Yan Li felt particularly harsh. He thought he would win a game but failed. Yan Li's face was gloomy. Although it was no problem for him to play an extra game, each round of the game consumed precious medicinal materials he had accumulated for many years. Tomorrow is an extra game, can I leave now? Yan Li said in a somewhat stiff tone. Well. Fa Ma's face relaxed a little and nodded. But just as Yan Li was about to leave, Bai Ji beside him suddenly laughed softly. Sorry, I actually won this game. Chapter 693 Improved version of Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill, Drug Testing. You won. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yan Li couldn't help but stop and looked back with a sneer. We both made special Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills, why did you win? Haha, who said we both made Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills? Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of teasing. When did I say that I made Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills? You. Yan Li wanted to say something, but suddenly realized that it seemed that the boy in front of him had never said that he made Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills, and he was the one who answered and said that the other party made Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills. The herbs you used are obviously the herbs for making Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills, and the pills look similar to Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills. If you didn't make Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills, what else could it be? Although he felt a little strange, Yan Li still sneered and retorted. Haha, the difference between pills is basically the difference in color, but there are thousands of pills in the world, and there are countless pills of the same color. To distinguish pills, you need to distinguish them by their efficacy, not by their appearance. Bai Ji shook his head lightly. Then tell me what kind of elixir you refined and what its efficacy is. Yan Li said directly. Although what I refined is not the Purple Heart Breaking Barrier Pill, it is also related to the Purple Heart Breaking Barrier Pill. If I have to say, it should be the improved version of the Purple Heart Breaking Barrier Pill. As for the efficacy, the medicinal materials I used to refine the improved version of the Purple Heart Breaking Barrier Pill are 2 portions of the medicinal materials used to refine the Purple Heart Breaking Barrier Pill, plus some other medicinal materials, so the efficacy is naturally twice that of the Purple Heart Breaking Barrier Pill. Bai Ji smiled lightly and said slowly. On the side, seeing that the situation seemed to have changed, the entire royal square fell silent. Everyone was very curious about what was going on. It sounds better than singing. The elixir has been consumed by the test disc. You said that you refined the improved version of the purple heart-breaking barrier pill, and I said that I refined the 9 heavens purple rhyme pill, a 6th grade elixir. Yan Li retorted coldly. Then how do you think I should prove it? Bai Ji asked with a chuckle. It's very simple. If you want to prove it, just refine another improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill you mentioned, and then find a great fighting master to test it. Yan Li sneered. He was not thinking about Bai Ji. Since refining the improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill requires 2 medicinal materials for refining the purple heart barrier breaking pill, the consumption is absolutely amazing, and the difficulty is needless to say. Even if Bai Ji's words are true, if he wants to refine it again, he will need new medicinal materials, and if he wants to succeed in refining, it is impossible to say that it is 100%. If he fails, he will have a reason to say that Bai Ji lied and wanted to win by cheating. As long as this matter is spread, even if Bai Ji and him are tied, the prestige of the Gamma Empire's medicine refining industry will also be hit. After all, as long as Bai Ji's lies are confirmed, while Bai Ji's reputation is ruined, others will also think that this matter has been tacitly approved by the Alchemist Guild, or it is required by the Alchemist Guild. After all, who dares to lie in the competition without the tacit consent of the Alchemist Guild? Thinking of this, Yan Li couldn't help but sneer even more. In this matter, one careless mistake could lead to eternal damnation. He waited for Bai Ji to make a choice. Xiao Bai, are you sure that what you refined was not an ordinary purple heart barrier breaking pill, but a more powerful and improved purple heart barrier breaking pill? On the side, Fa Ma also asked Bai Ji in a deep voice. As for the impact of failure in this matter, he also knew deeply that it would not only affect Bai Ji, but also the Alchemist Guild. I'm sure. Bai Ji smiled faintly. Seeing Bai Ji's persistence, Fa Ma looked at Bai Ji deeply and said nothing. The champion of the Alchemist Guild is important to the young man in front of him, but it is definitely not indispensable. However, for the Alchemist Guild, if the champion is from the Jiama Empire, it would be fine, because it would just be rotten meat in their own pot. But if the championship is won by the alchemist of the Izumo Empire, it will be a slap in the face of the entire alchemy world of the Gamma Empire, so this matter is even more important to the alchemy world of the Gamma Empire. Since the young man in front of him does not care about his own reputation and wants to restore the reputation of the alchemy world of the Gamma Empire, as the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire, how can he refuse and chill the heart of this young man who is loyal to the country? After answering Fa Ma, Bai Ji looked at Yan Li again, but suddenly smiled. Can I not refine it? No refining. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Fa Ma was stunned. Since you don't plan to refine it, what are you sure about? And Yan Li's mouth corners became more sarcastic. It seems that it is really fake. But just when Yan Li thought he had guessed the truth, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand again and spread it out. In his right hand, a purple pill with a strange fragrance was lying in the palm of his hand. Actually, I had already refined 2 pills in advance when I was refining them. A playful voice came to his ears, and Yan Li's face suddenly stiffened. Haha, since you are prepared, then you naturally don't need to refine it again. Seeing that Bai Ji had actually refined the pills in advance, Fa Ma couldn't help but be overjoyed and laughed while stroking his beard. You actually refined 2 pills at the same time. Looking at Bai Ji, Yan Li's face was extremely ugly. No wonder the refining speed was so slow. I didn't expect that 2 pills were refined at the same time. If it is really an improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill, then wouldn't it be that even if I took the vitality pill and the soul rising pill plus the 4th level medicine cauldron, I couldn't catch up with the young man in front of me? This made Yan Li angry and jealous. Okay, now that we have a finished pill, let's find someone to test it. If the efficacy is true, then the champion belongs to Xiao Bai. Fa Ma stroked his long beard, glanced at Yan Li, who looked ugly, and looked at the audience in front of him, and said loudly. Now our competition needs help. Xiao Bai said that the pill he refined was not the purple heart-breaking barrier pill, but a modified version of the purple heart-breaking barrier pill, which can improve the cultivation of a great fighter by 2 stars. We need an audience with a cultivation below the 8-star great fighter to help test the medicine. Is there anyone willing to help? Hearing Fa Ma's words, the audience suddenly became quiet, and then dozens of voices responded loudly and excitedly at the same time. I am willing, I am willing. I can test the medicine. Choose me, I am a 5-star great fighter. President Fa Ma, if we choose this candidate, it may be a bit controversial. Why don't we let this person choose? On the side, Bai Ji smiled lightly and looked at Yan Li. Okay, contestant, you choose one. Fa Ma thought about it, nodded, and looked at Yan Li. Yan Li was not happy at all when he heard Fa Ma asked him to choose someone. Because this proved that this so-called improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill was very likely to be real, which made Yan Li a little irritated. Okay, I'll choose. Yan Li did not refuse. After scanning the audience, he chose a grey-clothed man. Haha, I got it. I got it. The man excitedly activated his fighting spirit, jumped down from the audience, landed on the square, and then ran quickly to the VIP seat. President Fa Ma, what should I do? Take this improved pill directly. The man rubbed his hands and said excitedly. No. Test your cultivation first. Fa Ma shook his head and asked someone to bring a test magic stone tablet and put it on the VIP seat. Okay, you test it. Looking at the dark test magic stone tablet in front of him, Fa Ma said. Okay, I'll test it now. The man excitedly put his right hand on the test magic stone tablet and injected his fighting spirit into the pressure test magic stone tablet. With the infusion of Do Qi, the test magic stone tablet suddenly burst into a bright light. When the light dissipated, several golden characters appeared on the magic stone tablet. 6-star Grand Do Master. President, is it okay now? The big man scratched his head and asked. It's okay. Fa Ma glanced at Yan Li, nodded, and handed the improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill given by Bai Ji to the big man. The big man took the pill with some excitement and stuffed it into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, a purple light burst out from the big man's whole body. The big man's face suddenly changed, and he quickly sat cross-legged in the VIP seat, running Do Qi and regulating his breath under the gaze of everyone. The purple light kept flickering on the big man's body, and as the purple light flickered, the big man's momentum continued to rise and rise. Then, the big man suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, and laughed. Haha, I've made a breakthrough. I'm now an 8-star master. Hearing the words of the big man, there was a commotion all around. Some were shocked, some were jealous, and some were envious. Yan Li and several foreign alchemists in the audience couldn't help but change their faces. Let's test it again. Looking at Yan Li's ugly face, Fa Ma chuckled, stroked his long beard, and said to the big man. Haha, I'll test it right away. The big man laughed and put his right hand on the test magic stone tablet again. With the injection of fighting spirit, the dazzling golden light still appeared. But when the golden light dissipated, the golden words on the magic stone tablet had changed and became, 8-star master. Chapter 694 Final Champion, Blood Essence Demon Fruit. One pill allowed a great doshi to continuously break through 2 stars in cultivation. This medicine is indeed twice as effective as the ordinary purple heart barrier breaking pill. Seeing that the big man's cultivation level really improved by 2 stars after taking the improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill refined by Bai Ji, Fa Ma couldn't help but stroke his long beard in amazement. I don't know who Xiao Bai's master is. He was able to improve this purple heart barrier breaking pill. He was able to improve this purple heart barrier breaking pill, which is the most difficult among the 4th grade pills. The medicinal grade of Xiao Bai's master's refining is probably at least above the 7th grade. Looking at Bai Ji, Fa Ma couldn't help but sigh in his heart. And on the side, seeing that the big man's cultivation level actually improved by 2 stars, Yan Li's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, he thought there would be an extra game, and he finally accepted the reality in his heart, but he didn't expect that the other party actually refined an improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill, which was twice as effective as the ordinary purple heart barrier breaking pill. Now there was no need for an extra round, he had lost the game directly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yan Li clenched his fists, his eyes turned red, and he began to breathe heavily. He was very angry, and he was very unwilling. He risked his life to come to the Gamma Empire, and took the Vitality Pill and Soul Raising Pill, which had huge side effects, but he still lost the game. If he could, he really wanted to incite the audience at all costs, to question the opponent's improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill, to make trouble and ruin the game. But it was as if he had guessed that he might do something fishy. He asked him to find the person who tested the drug in the audience. Before and after taking the improved version of the purple heart barrier breaking pill, he also asked the person who tested the drug to test his cultivation with the test magic stone tablet to prove the authenticity of everything. Now Yan Li could not use any excuse to make trouble, because the opponent had already dealt with all the places that could make trouble. Yan Li was not from the Gamma Empire, so if Yan Li wanted to make trouble, Yan Li could only incite the audience. But because the person who tested the medicine was selected by Yan Li himself, this completely eliminated the possibility of Yan Li's success in causing trouble. If the person was appointed by the Alchemist Guild, Yan Li could still say that there was something fishy about the competition. But the person who tested the medicine was selected by himself. If Yan Li still said so, he would be treating the audience as fools, which would anger the audience and make him lose face. So, now Yan Li can only grit your teeth and swallow it. The Alchemist Conference has failed. Yan Li took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Now, he should put aside the Alchemist Conference and think about how to safely leave the Gamma Empire. Now, I declare that the champion of this Alchemist Conference is Xiao Bai. After testing the efficacy of the improved version of the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill refined by Bai Ge and proving it to be correct, Fa Ma turned to face the audience opposite and shouted loudly. The championship belongs to us. Long live the Gamma Empire. We are the champions. Hearing that the championship finally belongs to the Gamma Empire, the audience suddenly rang with deafening cheers and applause. Countless people stood up, clapping and shouting excitedly. President Fa Ma, now the game is over, can we leave? In the VIP seat, Yan Li suddenly said with a gloomy face. On the surface, it seemed that Yan Li was angry because he lost the game at the last minute, and couldn't bear to see his opponent enjoying cheers and applause. But in fact, this was only part of the reason. Another part of the reason was that Yan Li wanted to take advantage of the Alchemist Guild to award the champion and take his men away from Jiama Imperial City. Although Yan Li is not sure that the people of the Alchemist Guild have discovered their true identities, the Alchemist Guild's previous watertight handling method has really made Yan Li alert. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Since the mission has failed, what needs to be done now is to bring back as many living forces as possible. Jushaku. Haha, okay. Hearing Yan Li's words, Fa Ma stroked his long beard, smiled lightly, and nodded. But after Yan Li left, looking at the backs of Yan Li and his group, Fa Ma's eyes, which seemed to be slightly narrowed because of the smile, revealed a cold murderous intent. In the eyes of most people in Jiama Imperial City, Fa Ma is a good guy. However, being able to ascend to the position of president of the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild and making the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild flourish to its current scale, Fa Ma is definitely not just a good guy. After knowing the true identity of Yan Li and his group, Fa Ma had the intention to kill them. A group of veteran alchemists used special elixirs to disguise their identities to participate in the Alchemist Conference of his Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild. Isn't this purpose to slap him in the face? If it weren't for Bai Ge's sudden appearance, the Alchemist Guild would definitely be slapped in the face. If the other party was a real genius, it would be fine, but they were all disguised and came to bully the weak, which made Fa Ma very angry. Before, because there was no evidence and considering the influence of public opinion, Fa Ma couldn't act easily even if he knew. But now that the conference is over and the championship has been won by the people of the Gamma Empire, Fa Ma doesn't have so many scruples now. President, are we just going to let them leave like this? On the side, Otto suddenly walked to Fa Ma's side and asked with a frown. Go find someone to keep an eye on them, temporarily close the flying transport station, and don't let them leave on flying magic beasts. As long as they don't leave on flying magic beasts, no matter how far they run, I can catch them back. After the award ceremony, I'll find someone to deal with them together. Fa Ma said coldly. If they are allowed to leave the Jiama Empire alive, I don't have to be the president anymore. Yes, I'll do it right away. Hearing Fa Ma's instructions, Otto nodded, turned around and walked down the VIP seat quickly, but it was to implement Fa Ma's instructions. After whispering to Otto, Fa Ma turned his head and faced the audience, and his face returned to a kind smile. Okay. This alchemist conference has ended successfully. In this conference, countless new stars have emerged in the alchemy industry of our Jiama Empire. Looking at the audience, Fa Ma loudly summarized this alchemist conference. That's all I have to say. I hope that at the next alchemist conference, more young alchemists with more potential will emerge in our Jiama Empire's alchemy industry. The future belongs to you. Next, we will present the awards. After saying that, Fa Ma clapped his hands. In an entrance behind the VIP seats, a pretty girl in an alchemist apprentice robe walked out slowly with a tray covered with red cloth and came to Fama's side. "This is our champion reward. The reward includes the prescription of the 6th grade elixir Ronglington and some high-level medicinal materials," Fama said loudly and lifted the tray covered with red cloth. On the tray, there was a tied sheepskin scroll and a black ring. "Now, we will give the award to our champion." While Fama said, he handed the tray to Bai Ji. Seeing the tray handed over, Bai Ji first picked up the scroll, put it in the ring, and then picked up the ring containing the medicinal materials. Bai Ji probed his spiritual power into the ring and saw clearly that among the pile of medicinal herbs in the ring, a blood-colored fruit stood out. This blood-colored fruit was the blood evil fruit that Bai Ji had been looking for. Chapter 5, Tracking all the way and capturing Yan Li. After receiving the reward, Bai Ji turned to the audience and waved with a smile. The audience burst into enthusiastic cheers again. A champion of the Alchemist Conference has attracted much attention in the Gama Empire. In addition, this Alchemist Conference has also attracted the participation of alchemists from several countries in the Izumo Empire. And these foreign alchemists are also very powerful, crushing most of the alchemists in the Gama Empire. If it weren't for Bai Ji's efforts to turn the tide, the championship might have fallen into the hands of alchemists from other countries. So in the eyes of the audience, Bai Ji is undoubtedly a hero of the Gama Empire. Most men have a hero complex, and they naturally admire Bai Ji, who defeated the alchemist of the Izumo Empire. In addition, Bai Ji's handsome, elegant and unrestrained appearance has attracted countless girls. So now Bai Ji is simply a popular superstar in the capital of the Gama Empire. If a person walks on the street, I don't know how many girls will come to chat with him. Okay, this alchemist conference is over, everyone can leave now. Following Fama's words, the audience in the audience, who had watched the twists and turns of the game for 2 days, began to leave one after another. However, Bai Ji did not leave immediately, but looked at Fama and asked, "President Fama, are you going to find Yan Li now?" "Well, I've been very angry these days, and now it's time to find them to settle the accounts." Fama nodded lightly, and a cold light flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes. "There are 4 of them, and President Fama alone is not enough, right?" Looking around, Otto and Faklan had left at some point, and Bai Ji frowned a little. Yesterday, perhaps because all forces had alchemists to attend the conference, many forces sent people to visit. But today, because there are only a few alchemists participating in the 3rd round of the competition, only a few people from the Alchemist Guild are in the VIP seats. After Otto and Faklan left, only Fama and several alchemist girls who were presenting awards were in the VIP seats. Who said there was only one president? Suddenly, accompanied by a chuckle, an old man in a white robe came out of the entrance of the VIP seats with a smile on his face, and it was Faklan. "And me." After Faklan, a white-haired young man in a grey robe also came out of the entrance with a faint smile, and it was Jiaxing Tian, who returned to youth after being promoted to Douzone. As a person of the same generation as Fama, Jiaxing Tian already had a certain friendship with Fama, and Fama was also the little princess's teacher, so Jiaxing Tian would naturally help Fama. Among the 4 people of Yanli, only Yanli and Hei Mo are Do Wang. They may leave by transforming Do Qi into wings. Brother Xing Tian and I will deal with them, but the other 2 are just Do Ling. I asked Faklan to find 6 Do Ling and 1 Do Wang. It should be enough to deal with these guys, right? Fama stroked his long beard and smiled lightly, looking like he was planning a strategy. "President, you are wise." Faklan complimented with a smile. "President Fama, I want to go with you to see it. I think Yanli came to the Alchemist Conference. In addition to attacking the alchemist world of our Jiama Empire, there may be other purposes. I am very curious about this." Bai Ji's heart moved, and he also said, "It's okay to take you there, but Yanli may escape by transforming Do Qi into wings. If so, we can't take you with us." Fama pondered for a while, a little embarrassed. Fama naturally wanted to give Bai Ji a face for being able to refine 4th grade elixirs at such a young age. With his Do Huang strength, it was no problem for him to protect Bai Ji in front of a Do Wang. But the problem was that Yan Li was a Do Wang and had the ability to transform Do Qi into wings. If he escaped by transforming Do Qi into wings and flying, he couldn't take Bai Ji with him. "No, I can catch up by myself." Bai Ji smiled, and his heart moved. The black and white holy demon wings instantly stretched out from behind him. "Is this Do Qi wings?" Seeing the holy demon wings suddenly appearing from behind Bai Ji, Fa Ma was shocked. No, it's not Do Chi wings. There is no Do Chi fluctuation. On the side, Fa Klan sensed it and shook his head. Hearing Fa Klan's words, Fa Ma carefully sensed it and found that it was indeed the case. The holy demon wings did not emit Do Chi fluctuations. Is this a flying fighting skill? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Fa Ma thought of the flying fighting skill that has always been very rare and is said to allow people to have the ability to fly before reaching the Do Wang realm. Yes, this is indeed a flying fighting skill, President Fa Ma, is it okay now? Bai Ji smiled and nodded, he knew it would be like this. It's okay, but wait, when we catch up with Yanli, you should hide behind him and don't get hurt by him. Wait until I subdue him, then you can come out. Fa Ma pondered for a moment and reminded. Okay. Bai Ji nodded. Well, then we will leave now. Fa Klan, you take people to the Gordon Hotel. Otto should have people watching there. After you get the news, go find the two dueling spirits. Siem Tian and I will go to kill Yanli and Hei Mo. While talking to Fa Klan, Fa Ma circulated his duki and condensed a pair of scarlet duki wings behind him. Not far away, Siem Tian also condensed a pair of grey-brown duki wings. Let's go. Behind him, the wings of Do Chi fluttered, and Fa Ma suddenly turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. Jia Siem Tian and Bai Ji followed closely behind. The Gordon Hotel, located in the center of Jiama Imperial City, is a luxuriously decorated hotel. It is also the place where Yan Li and others stayed in Jiama Imperial City during the Alchemist Conference. When Fa Ma, Bai Ji and Jia Siem Tian landed outside the Gordon Hotel, a young man in a black robe hurriedly came over. Where are they? Fa Ma asked in a deep voice. They all left. The alchemist of the Chuyun Empire and the two fourth-grade alchemists of the Black Evil Empire used Do Chi to transform wings and left in these two directions, while the other alchemists left in the direction of leaving the city. The young alchemist said respectfully, pointing to the direction where Yan Li and the other four fled. Okay, we know, don't leave yet, someone will come to ask you later. After receiving the news, Fa Ma said to him. After that, Fa Ma once again fluttered his wings of fighting spirit and rushed into the sky. Bai Ji and Jia Siem Tian also soared into the sky and followed him. Brother Siem Tian, you go to track the black demon of the Black Evil Empire, and Xiao Bai and I will track Yan Li. In the air, three figures cut through the sky, and Fa Ma said as he flew towards the outside of the Jiama Empire. Okay, then we'll meet at the Alchemist Guild after we catch him. Jia Siem Tian said in a deep voice. After that, Jia Siem Tian suddenly accelerated and turned into a stream of light and flew in another direction, which was the direction where the fourth-grade alchemist Black Demon of the Black Evil Empire fled. Xiao Bai, I'm going to speed up. It doesn't matter if you can't keep up. You just have to follow me. After Jia Siem Tian left, Fa Ma turned to Bai Ji beside him and said. Don't worry, I know. Bai Ji nodded. After receiving Bai Ji's reply, Fa Ma immediately sped up and rushed in the direction where Yan Li was escaping. And Bai Ji also played the role of a lucky person with flying fighting skills at the level of a great fighting master. He fluttered the wings of the holy demon and followed Fa Ma slowly. They left the Jiama Empire quickly. In the sky above an endless forest, a familiar figure finally appeared from a distance. It was Yan Li. Chapter 696 Chasing and Interrogating. Finally found this bastard. In the sky above the endless forest, seeing Yan Li still flapping his fighting wings in the distance trying to escape, Fa Ma couldn't help but sneer on his old face. During the Alchemist Conference, Yan Li's arrogant attitude made Fa Ma very angry. In addition, knowing Yan Li's true identity, Fa Ma now has no patience for Yan Li. Where are you running to? Looking at Yan Li in the distance, Fa Ma shouted angrily, and once again swung the wings of fighting spirit behind him, accelerating at full speed and rushing towards Yan Li in front. In the distance, Yan Li couldn't help but tremble when he heard Fa Ma's roar, and was so scared that his soul almost jumped out. Oh no! They're catching up! Yan Li was sweating profusely. Although he had prepared for the possibility of being discovered before coming to the Gamma Empire, he knew that the outcome would definitely not be good. But there is a premise, that is, in their imagination, their two fourth-grade alchemists and two third-grade alchemists can definitely get the top 3 places in the Gamma Empire Alchemist Conference. With this premise, the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild will definitely be cautious. Because if they are caught, the several major empires behind them will definitely spread rumors that the Gamma Empire can't afford to lose. The Alchemist Conference lost, and they actually embarrassed the contestants of their country. Limited by public opinion, not to mention the Gamma Empire, at least the reputation of the Gamma Empire's alchemy industry will definitely become a mess, which the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild will definitely not allow. But what they didn't expect was that they actually lost in the end, and the winner was a person from the Gamma Empire. Since they lost, the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild will naturally not be cautious. On the contrary, if they were caught by the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild at this time, because the restoration pills they took to disguise their identities had a time limit, once the time limit was reached, they would return to their original appearance. If the Alchemist Guild gets the evidence and exposes it, the reputation of the countries participating in the competition will be greatly damaged. Whether this matter is true or not, Yan Li believes that most people will believe it. Because there is evidence, and more importantly, the champion of this Alchemist Conference is from the Gamma Empire. People always like to listen to the winners, and they do have clues. If they win, some people may think that the Alchemist Guild is angry and retaliates to save their face, and public opinion can be used, but if they lose, it will all be in vain. No, we can't be caught by them. Yan Li gritted his teeth and took out a black and a red pill from the ring. These two pills are his trump cards to save his life, which are the 5th grade pill Dui pill and the 3rd grade pill Baokai pill. The deliverance pill can consume 20% of the user's lifespan and temporarily improve the user's cultivation by one major level, while the violent chi pill is a high-end version of the violent chi powder, which can improve the user's strength by 3 stars. His own cultivation is a 3-star Do Huang, and taking these two pills can instantly improve his cultivation to the level of a 6-star Do Huang. Because it was improved by the pills, his foundation was weak. In terms of strength, he was definitely not a match for Fama, but he didn't intend to fight back, but only planned to escape. He stuffed the deliverance pill and violent chi pill in his hand into his mouth, chewed them like a whole date, and then swallowed them into his stomach. Yan Li suddenly felt that a surging warm current suddenly surged out of his stomach and quickly flowed through his limbs. Under this warm current, Yan Li only felt that his cultivation was rising, just like riding a rocket. A strong force suddenly filled his body, making him feel that he could solve the person behind him with one punch. But Yan Li didn't believe this feeling. He is an alchemist, and he doesn't know how many pills he has taken. Naturally, he knows that this is just an illusion caused by the rapid increase in cultivation after taking the pills. If you really believe it, you will definitely die without a burial place. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Yan Li clenched his teeth, and tried his best to activate the Do-Chi in his body. He suddenly shook the Do-Chi wings behind him, and while Fama accelerated, he also burst out at a faster speed again and fled to the distance. Is this a pill that improves strength? Fama was a little stunned when he found that Yan Li in front of him had a great momentum, and then burst out at a speed that was not inferior to his own. With his experience, he naturally guessed what Yan Li had done. But what should he do now? As the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fama knows a lot about various pills. The pills that temporarily improve cultivation often come at the cost of overdrawing the body. There will be no consequences during the effect of the pill, but once the effect of the pill ends, then there will often be weakness, or even the cost of shortening life and weakness. Although Yan Li has taken the elixir and forcibly distanced himself from him. 101 Chinese network. But as long as he doesn't lose him, the effect of Yan Li's elixir will eventually end, and he will be at his mercy. But the problem is that there is a younger boy following him. It's embarrassing that a Do Huang can't catch up with a Do Wang for a long time. Even if he finally catches up, he will find that the helper he invited has already caught the prey and waited for him for a long time. Thinking of the possible scenes, Fama felt his old face flushed a little. He is the president of the Alchemist Guild and can't lose face in front of his juniors. But if he also takes some elixir that temporarily improves his cultivation, he will be troubled by weakness when the effect of the medicine ends. He is already old, and his old bones can't stand the side effects. Fama was struggling in his heart, looking at Yan Li who was running away with all his strength and was in a dilemma. Bai Ji, who was following far behind, also noticed Yan Li's abnormality. Did he take some kind of elixir to improve his cultivation? Seeing Yan Li suddenly speed up, Bai Ji frowned, and while vibrating the wings of the holy demon, he guessed in his heart. If this continues, won't it take a long time to chase him? Bai Ji didn't want to chase him anymore. Forget it, I'll intervene. In the air, Bai Ji made a decision, and with a thought in his mind, he directly unfolded the gravity field and applied 10,000 times the gravity on Yan Li's body. In an instant, the gravity like a mountain crushed down, and Yan Li seemed to be suppressed by a mountain. His body shook, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person fell directly and fell into the forest below. Hey? What's going on? Originally struggling, he suddenly found that Yan Li vomited blood and fell down. Fa Ma couldn't help but stop in a daze and pulled a tuft of snow-white beard under his chin. Is there something wrong with the pill I took? Fa Ma was puzzled and leaned over to fly down. In a clearing in the forest, Yan Li was lying on the ground with his hands covering his chest, spitting blood. President Fa Ma, did you catch him? In the air, Bai Ji also followed and pretended to ask. Well, I caught him, let's take him back to join us. Fa Ma didn't care about Yan Li, he knocked Yan Li unconscious with a palm, picked him up, and then spread his wings of fighting spirit again, turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, aiming at the Alchemist Guild of Jiama de Du, and Bai Ji followed closely behind. All the way back to the Alchemist Guild. In the guild, Jia Xingtian and Fa Clan had also caught the remaining 3 people except Yan Li, and were sitting on the chair waiting. Fa Ma, you are back a little late. Seeing Fa Ma, Jia Xingtian smiled jokingly. I am not as strong as you, and this guy also took the elixir that temporarily improved his cultivation. I wanted to escape, and it took a lot of effort to catch him. Fa Ma rolled his eyes at Jia Xingtian unhappily and threw Yan Li in his hand to the ground. Give up, we won't tell you anything. Seeing that Fa Ma had also captured Yan Li, a tied-up third-grade alchemist roared, not knowing whether to cheer himself up or something else. Hee, don't worry, you think you won't tell, but I believe that you will definitely beg to tell us when the time comes. Jia Xingtian said with a smile to the roar of the third-grade alchemist. But after hearing Jia Xingtian's words, thinking of the subtext in Jia Xingtian's words, the third-grade alchemist couldn't help but feel a basin of cold water pouring down from the top of his head, and his heart was chilled. This is obviously to torture me. Although he was a little scared, he just said something cruel, and he couldn't hit himself in the face so quickly, right? The third-grade alchemist could only pretend to be stubborn, gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Chapter 697 Enemy Country Conspiracy, News of National War. It's not that easy to force these guys to tell you the news. Xiao Bai, wait a few days. We'll tell you after we force you to tell us the news. Seeing the unconscious Yan Li and the 3 silent guys tied up, Fa Ma turned to Bai Ji and said with a smile. No, let me do it. My master taught me to refine a kind of elixir that can make people tell the truth. It's called the God-confusing pill. I just have the finished product. Bai Ji shook his head, took out a small jade bottle, opened the small jade bottle, and poured out a black pill from the small jade bottle. God-confusing pill, what kind of pill is this? Fa Ma chewed on these 2 words, but searched his mind and didn't find any information about this pill. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could this be a new pill developed by himself? Thinking that he could teach a genius alchemist like Bai Ji, the other party must have a level of alchemy above the 7th grade, and it is possible to be the 8th or 9th grade. Perhaps it is indeed possible to develop this new pill. However, what Fa Ma didn't know was that the God-confusing pill did not exist. What Bai Ji took out was actually the Wujing pill, a pill that can be used for fasting. Although the God-confusing pill could indeed be developed, it was not necessary. Bai Ji could still force out the result by using the soul transferring technique. Okay, then you try it. When Fa Ma was confused, it was Jia Xingtian who took the initiative to cooperate with Bai Ji with a smile. On the side, after hearing Jia Xingtian's agreement, Fa Ma didn't say anything. After getting the promise, Bai Ji gently twisted the black God-confusing pill and walked slowly towards the 4 people thrown to the ground with a calm face. Don't come over. Don't come over. Seeing Bai Ji approaching, the third-grade alchemist who said I won't say anything before did not face death with fear, but showed a look of fear and kept retreating. However, just when the third-grade alchemist thought that the target would be himself, Bai Ji walked up to the third-grade alchemist, but the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and turned around and walked towards Yan Li again. Ahem, this person has a high status and is injured, so the pills will work better. Bai Ji coughed a few times, stretched out his right hand, and slapped Yan Li on the face, then continued to slap him while explaining until Yan Li woke up. He was definitely not taking revenge, and even if he was, it was just convenient. Ahem, where am I? Although Yan Li woke up after being slapped by Bai Ji, his face was almost swollen like a pig's head. When Yan Li opened his eyes in confusion, while Yan Li was mumbling to himself, Bai Ji flicked his fingers and directly flicked the confusing god pill into Yan Li's throat. Done. The black pill melted at the entrance, and as the confusing god pill entered his stomach, Yan Li's body suddenly shook, and his eyes became absent-minded, as if he had indeed entered a psychedelic state because of the pill. What are you doing in the Jiama Empire? Bai Ji asked in a tone full of bewitching. At the side, Fama found that the god-confusing pill actually had miraculous effects. He could not help but marvel at it while leaning against came over, and so did Jia Xingtian. We came to the Jiama Empire to strike at the alchemist community of the Jiama Empire, prove the strength of our alchemist alliance, and take the opportunity to recruit enough strong people to complete the plan. Yan Li answered with a hollow look in his eyes. Alchemist alliance? Plan. Hearing the two keywords in Yan Li's words, Fama and Jia Xingtian couldn't help but look at each other, and they became interested. I didn't expect there was really something. Yan Li, don't tell them. On the side, another third-grade alchemist suddenly shouted loudly, trying to wake Yan Li up. But before Yan Li woke up, Fakla, who was in charge of guarding, took a dirty rag, stood up and stuffed it into the mouth of this alchemist. Let you talk too much. Faklan wiped his dirty hands on the clothes of this alchemist, and then sat back leisurely. What's the matter with the alchemist alliance? After thinking about it, Bai Ji asked the first question in Yan Li's words. Due to the continuous expansion of the power of the Jiama Empire, we don't know the illusory and unknown Dozun level leader of the Beatty sect, but because there are 4 Dozun in the open, our Chuiyun Empire, the Black Evil Empire, the Yuhai Empire, and the Shaluo Empire all feel threatened, so they formed an alliance. And because of the alliance of the Empire, our Alchemist Guild also formed an alliance, and the name is called the Alchemist Alliance. Yan Li answered dully. Haha, no wonder people from the Chuiyun Empire, the Black Evil Empire, the Yuhai Empire, and the Shaluo Empire came at the same time. Fama chuckled a few times, and the doubts were explained. What about the plan? Bai Ji continued to ask with curiosity. Because the power of the Gamma Empire is getting stronger and stronger, we are afraid that the Gamma Empire will launch an attack on us. Therefore, we are ready to strike first to strengthen ourselves. Now, we have found the help of 4 Dozongs and are still looking for them. However, because our middle-level forces are not as strong as the Gamma Empire, we plan to take advantage of the opportunity of the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild to attack the Gamma Empire's alchemy industry, promote the reputation of our Alchemist Alliance, and summon more powerful people. 360 Literature Network. If the plan succeeds, when we summon a few more Do Huang and Do Zong level masters, we will launch a national war against the Gamma Empire. Yan Li's eyes were empty, and he continued to answer Bai Ji's questions like sleepwalking. So that's the case. I didn't expect that they planned to strike first before we started. Hearing Yan Li's answer, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but sneer. But they probably didn't expect that we do have a Dozun here. As he spoke, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but glance at Bai Ji calmly. Do you have any other conspiracy? Bai Ji continued to ask. No. Yan Li shook his head with empty eyes. I've asked enough questions, that's all. After getting the answer, Bai Ji stood up and said to Fama and Jia Xingtian beside him. We didn't do anything, but they still wanted to do something to us. Since they have already got the news, they are useless. Let's get rid of them all. Jia Xingtian said first with murderous intent. He led his troops to conquer the Jiama Empire. How could Jia Xingtian tolerate hearing that someone wanted to destroy his country? Although the 4 alchemists in front of him were of no use, killing them would also relieve his anger. Kill them if you want to. We will definitely destroy your Jiama Empire when we destroy the Jia Alliance. Hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the third-grade alchemist whose mouth was stuffed with a rag by Faklan struggled to spit out the rag and said angrily. Haha, we'll wait. Jia Xingtian said disdainfully. Fama, what are you going to do? If you have no objection, I will do it. Wait, if I surrender, can you spare my life? I can do anything. Suddenly, the second 4th-grade alchemist who had been silent all the time, the black demon from the Black Evil Empire, suddenly spoke. You, surrender. Everyone was a little surprised to hear the words of the black demon. Black demon, how can you betray your country? The 3rd-grade alchemist on the side was full of disbelief. What, my country? I am not from the Black Evil Empire. My country has long been destroyed. I finally became a 4th-grade alchemist. Now I just want to live comfortably. Black Demon retorted coldly. Fama, how should this 4th-grade alchemist be dealt with? Jia Xingqian narrowed his eyes slightly. Fama pondered. Since the news has been asked, then President Fama, I will leave first. Bai Ji did not intend to understand the treatment of the Black Demon. He just wanted to know why the butterfly effect he created led to a few more people participating in the Alchemist Conference. Now that I know, there is no need to stay any longer. Okay, then goodbye, thank you for your help today. Fama nodded and said with a smile. You're welcome. In response to Fama's thanks, Bai Ji waved his hand and turned to leave the Alchemist Guild. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, the full moon was shining, and the stars filled the sky. Although Bai Ji could already do fasting due to his cultivation, his habit still made him unable to give up his appetite. It took almost a day to participate in the 3rd round of assessments. Now that it was successfully completed and he won the championship, it was time to reward himself. Bai Ji touched his chin, thinking in his heart, while walking towards the direction of Tianshang Renjian, the largest restaurant in Jiamadi capital. Although it was already night, when Bai Ji arrived, the door of Tianshang Renjian was still crowded with people. Just as Bai Ji was about to enter the restaurant, a familiar figure suddenly walked out. Xiao Bai. Seeing Bai Ji, a figure walked over quickly, it was Xiao Yan. Chapter 698 Leaving and heading to the Blackhorn region. Xiao Bai, why didn't I see you come out after the last game? Outside the Tianshang Renjian restaurant, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask with confusion when he saw Bai Ji. I went to the Alchemist Guild with President Fama and dealt with some problems. Bai Ji smiled, but didn't explain much. Then when are you going to return to the academy? Xiao Yan asked again. It will take a few days, I don't plan to go back for the time being. Why, do you want to go back quickly? Bai Ji touched his chin and said. Yet. Xiao Yan nodded. Although I didn't achieve any good results in the Alchemist Conference, I have gained a lot of knowledge and accumulated a lot of experience. Now I really want to practice alchemy again, but there are no conditions here, so I want to go back to the academy as soon as possible. And you know, Nalan Yanran and I still have a 3-year agreement, and now there is only 1 year left. Although I know that you don't think I can win, I still want to try my best, at least I don't want to fall too far behind in cultivation. Xiao Yan clenched his fists. Oh! Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Bai Ji nodded casually. If it was Yao Chen, the old man of the ring, Xiao Yan might still have a chance of winning, but Yao Chen was robbed by himself, and Nalan Yanran became stronger because of him, so Xiao Yan's chance of winning can be said to be very small. Although Xiao Yan in the original plot is quite a bastard, he was a girl since childhood, and when he grew up, he left so many debts of love, but he refused to accept them all. It's like being a whore and building a memorial archway. But now it's good. Under Bai Ji's influence, all the women who had been entangled with Xiao Yan in the original plot have basically nothing to do with Xiao Yan now, except for Xiao Mei, a little green tea girl, who has always had a hot relationship with Xiao Yan because Xiao Yan has never fallen. A scumbag and a green tea girl, these two are made for each other. Then you go back first. You have already passed the qualification of a 1st-grade alchemist. The flying transportation station in the imperial capital has always been preferential to alchemists, and you can take it for free. You can go directly to the flying transportation station in the imperial capital to find a flying monster to Canaan College. I will go back in a few days. Bai Ji said to Xiao Yan while thinking in his heart. Is it free? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Of course it's free. You asked me if we can go back together. It's not because you don't have money, right? Bai Ji was a little suspicious. Well, the money is indeed short. Xiao Yan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Come on, are you a formal alchemist? Even if you don't have money to buy herbs to make medicine, you can find someone to partner with, others provide herbs, you do the medicine, and then you can split the money after selling it. Can't you make a lot of money? Can't you be smarter? Bai Ji was speechless. Could it be that this fellow traveler in front of him grew up in the Douluo world after traveling through time, and even his brain has changed? Ahem, I know. Hearing Bai Ji's advice, Xiao Yan touched his nose with embarrassment and said embarrassedly. In fact, he is not ignorant of adaptability. The main reason is that he has always thought that only high-level alchemists will have people begging for herbs to make medicine. A first-grade alchemist like himself has no chance, but he didn't expect to find someone to cooperate in refining pills for sale. This is indeed a blind spot in thinking. Okay, if you want to go back first. I'm still hungry. If someone asks you after you go back, just say I'll be back in a few days. Bai Ji didn't care about Xiao Yan, waved his hand, and walked into Tianshang Renjian. Waiter, serve the food. Handan Literature. After eating and drinking at Tianshang Renjian, Bai Ji left the restaurant and went to the courtyard he had purchased in the Jiama Empire. Although Bai Ji had not lived in this courtyard for more than 10 years. But whether it was the middle family, whether it was the clan or the royal family, they had always hired someone to take care of it. So when Bai Ji opened the door and went in, the various landscape trees and flowers in the yard were all well taken care of. Pushing open the door of the bedroom where he used to live, the inside was also cleaned up, and the sheets and quilts were neatly stacked, looking very comfortable. Sitting on the bed, Bai Ji did not start practicing or sleeping, but took out the parchment scroll he got during the day. It recorded the prescription of Rongling pill, which was needed to repair the residual soul of Tianhuo Venerable. When his hand touched the parchment scroll, a stream of information suddenly flooded into Bai Ji's mind. While Bai Ji was browsing the prescription of Rongling pill, the snow-white warm soul ring on his right hand suddenly flashed, and a phantom white-haired old man in red appeared in the room. Can this Rongling pill be refined? Looking at Bai Ji, Tianhuo Venerable asked a little nervously. It's definitely not difficult to refine, but some herbs are hard to find. Although I can ask my subordinates to find most of the herbs for you, there are several herbs that are extremely rare and may be difficult to find for a while. Bai Ji pondered for a while and replied. Then it can still be refined, right? Yes, but you still need to wait for a while, and it's not that simple to reshape your body. There is still one main ingredient for the bone-melting blood pill that has not been found, and it's also missing the corpse of a dozong or above strong person. Of course, the most important thing is that I only have one kind of strange fire in my hand now, and if I want to refine the bone-melting blood pill and bring out its medicinal effect, I need 3 kinds of strange fire. Bai Ji nodded and said. As long as it can be refined, I have been waiting for hundreds and thousands of years in the underground world, and I don't mind waiting a few more years. I will continue to go back to practice. Tianhuo Zun sighed and went back into the soul-warming ring again. After the Skyfire Venerable returned to the soul-warming ring, Bai Ji probed his spiritual power into the ring that contained the champion reward herbs issued by the Alchemist Guild today, preparing to take out the blood spirit monster fruit and put it away. But when taking out the blood spirit monster fruit, Bai Ji found a wooden box inside. After taking out the blood spirit monster fruit and the box together and putting the blood spirit monster fruit in a special jade box, Bai Ji opened the wooden box, which contained a token and a letter. The honorary elder token of the Alchemist Guild can be used to seek help from the branches of the Alchemist Guild in various parts of the Gamma Empire. Interesting. After reading the letter, Bai Ji smiled, put the token back into the wooden box, and put it into the ring. This honorary elder token is indeed useful, but it is useless to him. 3 days later. After informing Middle Tengshan and Jia Xingtian of the various herbs needed to refine the Rongling pill and asking them to collect them, Bai Ji left the Gamma Empire with Ye Fei. When she first enrolled in Canaan College, Ye Fei had been clamoring to come along, but Bai Ji refused because she had not yet established a firm foothold in Canaan College. Now a year has passed, and there is no excuse to find, so Bai Ji was too lazy to make excuses and simply took Ye Fei with him. It seems that the medicinal materials for Ronglingdon cannot be found in the Jiama Empire, but the Blackhorn region can try. Bringing Ye Fei with him is just right for Ye Fei to open an auction house in the Blackhorn region and collect the necessary medicinal materials. Of course, Ye Fei cannot open an auction house alone, so in addition to bringing Ye Fei, Bai Ji also brought some auctioneers, maids and guards trained by the Mitre auction house. In this way, when we arrive in the Blackhorn region, we can directly start preparing for the auction house. Crossing thousands of mountains and rivers all the way. Bai Ji stood on the cabin carried by the thick-winged bird, and next to him was Ye Fei, who was dressed in red. Surrounding him was the sky with white clouds thousands of meters high, and below him was the vast mountains and rivers like a landscape painting. Finally, we're almost there. After more than a month of traveling, Bai Ji stood in front of the cabin and looked into the distance. A continuous black city gradually emerged. Chapter 699 Arrival at the Blackhorn Region, Auction Site Selection. After entering the sky above the Black Seal City, the thick-winged bird circled for a while and landed at the flight transport station in the Black Seal City. After getting off the thick-winged bird, Bai Ji took Yafei and a group of auctioneers, maids, and guards from the middle family out of the flight transport station and officially entered the Black Seal City. Is this the Blackhorn region? It's really chaotic. Looking at the rough black buildings all around, there is a fighter in almost every few people on the street. And they are not ordinary fighters, but fighters with bloody aura all over their bodies. Every time they walk a distance, they can see bloody conflicts in the dark alleys on the side. Even on the side of the street, someone suddenly started fighting. It was so chaotic that Yafei couldn't help but feel a little weird. Just get used to it. If it's not like this, why do you think the Blackhorn region is called the City of Sin? Bai Ji smiled slightly, but he was not ashamed of the chaos in the Blackhorn region. If it's normal. After all, he has been here once, and he knows what the situation is in the Blackhorn region. Okay, what should we do now? Should we find a piece of land to build a new auction house, or buy an auction house and then transform it as an auction house? Yafei nodded and asked, not quite understanding. The second one. The first one is a bit too time-consuming. Bai Ji thought about it and answered. While Bai Ji and Yafei were talking, a man with a pointed face and a wretched face in the crowd in the distance noticed Bai Ji and his group. In the impression of the wretched man, no one has ever dared to walk on the street with so many people. And if they were all guards, it would be fine, but there are actually some women whose strength has not even reached the level of fighters, which is very strange. What are these people here for? The wretched man touched the chin of the pointed face and monkey cheeks, feeling a little strange. Bringing so many people is simply ostentatious. If there were no guards, I'm afraid it would have been robbed long ago. But even so, it is enough to attract attention. The wretched man narrowed his eyes slightly. These guards are only great fighting masters. They should not be able to see through my fighting skills, right? With so many guards, the two nobles in front are definitely fat sheep. If I can take advantage of them, I will definitely make a fortune. Thinking of this, the wretched man couldn't help but have some tricks in his mind. He is also a great fighting master, but unlike most other great fighting masters in Heian City, he is not good at fighting, but good at stealing. Even a great fighting master of the same level can't detect his Xian level intermediate fighting skill Flying Dragon Exploring Cloud's hand, and can only let him do whatever he wants. However, Heian City is not a good place. If you don't have strength, you will be dead sooner or later with just this stealing skill. So the wretched man is very smart and joined the most powerful force in Heian City, Fanman, a captain of the Dowang level. Every time he stole, he would hand over 70% of the proceeds, so he had been living a comfortable life. Now seeing a group of big fat sheep like Bai Ji, the wretched man felt itchy again. Anyway, even if I was caught, I would be fine with the big boss protecting me. But if I really succeeded, I would definitely make a fortune and should be able to stay in Wanzhou Tower for 10 days or half a month. Thinking about it in his heart, thinking of the wonderful point, the wretched man couldn't help but laugh. Damn, let's do it. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, the wretched man made a decision in his heart, lowered his head and walked through the crowd, approaching Bai Ji and his group. Then where should we go now? On the other side, Yafei was still holding Bai Ji's shoulders and acting coquettishly with Bai Ji. But when talking to Yafei, Bai Ji noticed that a figure was slowly approaching him in the crowded crowd. Continuously walking through the crowd, the wretched man finally came to the crowd where Bai Ji and Yafei were. Looking at the red brocade bag on Yafei's waist, there were obviously small round protrusions in the brocade bag, which must contain a ring, and the wretched man's eyes lit up. Ouch! 80. After reaching the best position, the wretched man exclaimed, pretending to be pushed, and stumbled towards Yafei, intending to use the special move of Flying Dragon Exploring the Cloud hand to take the brocade bag on Yafei's waist. However, just when the wretched man's hand touched the brocade bag, he thought he was about to succeed, and even a silver smile appeared on his face with his head down. Ouch! Accompanied by a pop sound, the wretched man couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This time it was real. It turned out that Bai Ji slapped the wretched man's arm heavily and grabbed the wretched man's arm. I say, what do you want to do? Holding the wretched man's arm tightly, Bai Ji threw the wretched man to the ground and asked with a smile. Following Bai Ji's actions, the guards behind him also looked serious, and immediately stepped forward to surround the wretched man. If such a thing happened on the street in other cities, it would have attracted countless people to watch. But in Heian City, the people passing by just glanced at it and continued to leave on their own, with only a few people staying to watch the excitement. I didn't do anything. I just passed by and someone pushed me from behind, and I accidentally bumped into him. This is all a misunderstanding. The wretched man scratched his head, pointed at the crowd, and smiled awkwardly. Haha, it seems that the excuse has been thought of in advance, but you bumped into me, what did you want to do with your hands? Bai Ji was a little amused. There are so many talented people in the Blackhorn region. I didn't realize that someone wanted to steal my things. Ade, how did we deal with the last person who stole our things? On the side, Yafei found out that someone wanted to steal her things. She didn't get angry, but smiled charmingly and asked a guard beside her. Reply, miss, the last person who stole from us, we chopped off his hand and threw him into the mine as a slave. The guard replied. Chop off his hand. Hearing the guard's words, the wretched man didn't pay attention to the fact that he would be a slave in the mine, but when he heard that his hand was going to be chopped off, he was terrified. All his skills are in his hands. If this hand is chopped off, he will be useless. For a person like the wretched man who makes a living by his hands, this hand is more important than life. So when he heard that his hand was going to be chopped off, the wretched man panicked. You can't chop off my hand. I am a member of the Blood Skeleton Fighting King of Shanman. I pay a lot of tribute every year. If you dare to chop off my hand, the Blood Skeleton Fighting King will not let you go. The wretched man screamed. Haha, what Blood Skeleton Fighting King, I have never heard of it. If I say I want to chop off your hand, I will chop off your hand. Hearing the words of this wretched man, Bai Ji seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but have some ideas in his mind, but he still sneered. He didn't even know the Blood Skeleton King of the Fanman. Could this be the first time for this young man to come to Black Seal City? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the wretched man almost cried. But thinking that Bai Ji brought so many people to Black Seal City, it might be the first time to come to Black Seal City. Thinking of this, the wretched man almost wanted to slap himself. Why bothering these young men for no reason? Then how can you let me go? As long as you don't chop off my hands, you can let me do anything. In desperation, the wretched man could only use his last trump card, crying and begging for mercy. Since these people didn't kill him immediately, they were not murderers after all. Although he did steal something, it was only an unsuccessful attempt, so he should be able to make up for it. Seeing the wretched man begging for mercy, Bai Ji pondered for a moment and said what the organization had prepared. It's easy to ask us to spare you. From what you said, you should have stayed in Heian City for a long time, so you should be very familiar with Heian City. Do you know if there are people in Heian City who want to get rid of the auction house or are willing to sell the auction house? If so, take us there. As long as you can take us to find a suitable auction house today, we will spare you. Chapter 700 The Dilemma of King Yun Auction House, happily taking over. You want to open an auction house? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the wretched man was stunned at first, and then his face became extremely strange. What, is there a problem? Seeing the change in the wretched man's face, Bai Ji was a little playful. He naturally knew what the wretched man was thinking. It's just that Shanman has already opened an auction house in Heian City. Others want to leave too late, so why would they deliberately come to open an auction house? This is competing with Shanman. As a major force in the Blackhorn domain, Shanman's actions can be said to be very much in the style of the Blackhorn. In short, it is cruel enough. When competing with Shanman, they will not play the game of commercial competition, but if there is a threat, they will directly use real hands. This is fatal. It is estimated that in the eyes of this wretched man, his group of people are looking for death. Nothing. Seeing Bai Ji's playful smile, the wretched man laughed dryly for a few times, thought about it, and then said. That I do know that there are several auction houses in Heian City that want to get rid of it, but, there may be some dangers. I don't know if it was because of his conscience, the wretched man actually kindly reminded Bai Ji, which surprised Bai Ji. In the Blackhorn region, robbers and thieves can be said to emerge in an endless stream. After all, this is the famous city of chaos and crime. So Bai Ji did not have any special hatred for the wretched man in front of him. I just didn't expect that the man in front of him still had a conscience. Although it was just a simple reminder, it could not offset the crime committed by the man in front of him. But compared with the overall atmosphere of the Blackhorn region, this is a bit outstanding. After all, if it were other thieves, they might not say anything directly, but just plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The reminder of the man in front of him was really beyond Bai Ji's expectations. There is no danger in this world that I can't solve. Tell me, what is the danger? Although he had guessed it in his heart, Bai Ji still asked with a hint of pretense. These auction houses, the better ones, are all squeezed out by Shanman deliberately. Shanman's purpose is to take over these auction houses at the lowest price. If you buy this auction house, you will definitely offend Shanman. The wretched man whispered cautiously. The door. Hearing the wretched man's words, Bai Ji narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. Don't worry, it's just a door, I can afford to offend it. Take us to the auction house with the most luxurious decoration and the largest area. You can afford to offend the door, but you don't take it seriously. Where did this come from? They. Dragon crossing the river. The wretched man was a little confused, but he couldn't think of where these people came from. In the Blackhorn region, some well-known big forces usually wear the uniforms unique to their forces, and they usually have the typical bloody smell of the Blackhorn region. But the group of people in front of him are obviously very clean, and they should not be from their Blackhorn region. But no one in other small countries dares to say that they can afford to offend the Fanman. Fanman has Dohuang sitting in it. Although some small countries also have Dohuang, do those Dohuang dare to come to the dangerous Blackhorn region casually and fight with the local snakes in the Blackhorn region? So after thinking about it, the wretched man didn't think of the origin of Bai Ji and others. E-book bar. But thinking is thinking, but since Bai Ji has spoken, the wretched man still obediently took Bai Ji to the auction house mentioned. Look, this is the auction house, King Yun Auction House. Apart from the Black Seal Auction House, this is the most luxurious auction house in our Black Seal city. Pointing to a building that occupies a large area in front of him, the wretched man said. Then, while walking towards the King Yun Auction House, the wretched man introduced the origin of the King Yun Auction House and why it has fallen to this point, and what difficulties the King Yun Auction House is currently facing. The King Yun Auction House was an auction house that had already appeared before the Fanman appeared in the Black Seal City. Originally, the business had always been good, but because of the appearance of the Fanman, after the Fanman opened the Black Seal Auction House, the King Yun Auction House gradually fell. Originally, after the business was not good, the owner of the King Yun Auction House was going to sell the auction house. But because the Fanman took a fancy to the King Yun Auction House, an auction house with such a large area, whether it was used to open another auction house or to use the land to build a restaurant and hotel, it was a very profitable business. Therefore, under the control of the Fanman, the King Yun Auction House has been unable to sell. If you want to sell it, you can only sell it to the Fanman, but the price given by the Fanman is extremely low. If the boss of King Yun Auction House sold it at this price, he would definitely lose everything, and he was unwilling to accept it, so he kept the stalemate. Haha, you seem to be well informed. Listening to the introduction of the wretched man next to him, Bai Ji touched his chin and smiled. That's for sure, I can't afford to offend big shots, so I know the details of all the forces in Heian City, just for insurance. The wretched man was very pleased with himself. Under the leadership of the wretched man, Bai Ji and his party entered the King Yun Auction House. After meeting the boss of the King Yun Auction House, Bai Ji directly offered 10 million gold coins to buy the auction house. To be honest, this price is a bit low. The land occupied by the King Yun Auction House is now worth more than this price, but when the boss heard Bai Ji say 10 million gold coins, he was almost moved to tears. You know, Shanman was planning to buy his auction house for 3 million gold coins. But more than a decade ago, he spent more than this price to buy this land and build the auction house, but spent more than 9 million gold coins. If he sold it for 3 million gold coins, he would really lose everything. Hearing that Bai Ji wanted 10 million gold coins to buy the auction house, the boss was afraid that Bai Ji would regret it, and hurriedly took out the deed and various certificates and completed the transaction with Bai Ji. After receiving Bai Ji's crystal card worth 10 million gold coins, the boss shed tears of emotion and left King Yun Auction House with his men, ready to return home. In this way, King Yun Auction House has changed its owner since then. Okay, you did a good job, you can leave now. After completing the transaction, Bai Ji said, looking at the wretched man who was still detained by the guards. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the guards let go of the wretched man. The wretched man breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was really afraid that Bai Ji would cross the river and burn the bridge. Well, sir, I'll leave first. The wretched man looked around slyly, as if to see if there was an ambush, and then he ran away with oil on his feet, and soon got into the crowd. Damn, if I bring these people to Bai King Yun auction house, Shanman will definitely cause trouble for me. No, I can't stay in Heian City anymore, I have to run away quickly. Turning around and taking a last look at the plaque of King Yun auction house, the wretched man kept shuttling through the crowd like a loach, while secretly saying in his heart. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although he has paid countless gold coins to the boss, the wretched man never believes in the integrity of these Blackhorn domain bosses. They may protect him in small matters, but it is good enough that they do not help to kill him in big matters. As long as my flying dragon exploring cloud hand is still powerful, I can live comfortably anywhere. Following the flow of people, the wretched man did not hesitate and slipped directly in the direction of the exit.